Yeah. What's poppin', y'all? What's happening? It's your man, Marq Nash. You already know what we doing. Let's see a couple people late for class. Let's get the show popping. Run a little track in the background while we're getting ready.
America on the vocals, straight this for the ladies.
I'm thinking about you from time to time. You cross my mind. You got the best sex. You got the best sex I've ever had. Ooh, we keep it on and on. Ain't nobody gotta know. You got the best sex. You got the best sex I've ever had.
Right stroke, left stroke, either one is the best stroke. Now I got her stuck to me just like Velcro. She say I'm the best, so I get the cell number, work number, email, even mama's address. Yes, I get it started, hit my target, porn star, she's performing. I record it, I'm nice. In the booth you play with the mic, with a lot of ad-libs now, that's what I like. Hey, I got gifts, baby, look what I bring you. Sensation, leg shaking, it tingle. No R&B, we do it in my single. Make you speak another language like you bilingual. Sorry, baby, me no hable, but you're sweating so hard, I think you might dehydrate. It's always the best sex whenever I see you, cause you got sugar walls and I got a sweet tooth.
Ooh, I've been thinking about you from time to time. You cross my mind. You got the best sex. Oh yes, you got the best sex I got. Ooh, we can keep it on and on. We can keep it on and on. Gotta know you got the best sex. You got the best sex I ever had.
She want me to get her naked, legs with her naked. Promised her the best sex as if she ain't expect. Yeah, she been already craving for it, talking dirty all day, wanting me to take it for it. Hope you can take it, cause the neighbors can't take the noise. Grab it while I'm driving, I ain't lying, she be crying for it. Get her to the house, stretch her out like an iron board. Louder than the opera, she be hitting all kind of chords, biting and scratching. It heightens the passion, we ain't making love tonight. Baby, I'm smashing. Now I'm on her mind all the time like a smash hit. She's so addicted and she's relapsing. Even got my number on speed dial. Wanna keep me all to herself, but I don't see how. And she don't want me to leave now. Say the same thing every time before I ease out.
Ooh, I've been thinking about you from time to time. You cross my mind. You got the best sex. You know you got it, baby. You know you got it, baby. We can keep it on the line. You got the best sex. You got the best sex I've ever had. Somebody that just know just how to do it. Where to kiss it and how to move it, how to touch it and where to put it. If you know what I'm talking about, let me see you put one in the air. Let me see you put one in the air. Oh yeah. If you know what I'm talking about, say you got it and I want it. You got it and I want it. You got it and I want it.
Absolutely. You deserve it, sister. You deserve it. All right, well, I'm waiting for a couple people again. I like to play a couple records like I do at the beginning. Another joint feature, my man Tyga on the track. He produced that one. It's a good record. It's a good record. This one right here, it's a little rough language, but it sets the tone for the topic of the show. It's called Dirty Ex-Girlfriend. Or Dirty Bitch.
Yeah. Nash. Run away. Somebody said you hit good.
Asian Math, I ain't want to say bitter black women because YouTube wouldn't let me do that. Or angry black men, so look, that's why I just say angry men.
For a while, but I'm back on my shit. Laugh at my exes who still on my tip. I'm getting my dough, accomplishing goals. I am too busy, can't fuck with you hoes. Probably in the club now, dancing in some dirty clothes that I bought you. Or by the bar begging for a drink. You wanna fucking do the dirty things I taught you. Dirty bitch. Dirty bitch. Dirty bitch. Fuck you, bitch. Dirty bitch. Nowadays all I fuck with is classy hoes. Can't believe I ever fucked you, you nasty hoe. I got nothing for you, please don't ask me, ho. All you can get from me is the pistachios. Bad dog, can't lick my bone, your nails are trash. You can't even stuff my cone, can't even wipe my sneakers. Pour my ice, telling me I should leave my... Must be crazy. Call me Mike Tyson, I got pigeons in the coop. Or call me Mike Vick, the way I'm chopping off the roof. That was a mean silly bar, but I had to get it off. Bitches frontin' for the gram, but I know who they really are. Acting like Pam, so I treat them like a Marty Marr. Kick them out the crib, then I party like it's Mardi Gras. I'm back and relentless, back on my business, back for the digits, back off me bitches. Been gone for a while, but I'm back on my shit. Laugh at my exes who still on my tip. I'm getting my dough, accomplishing goals. I am too busy, can't fuck with you hoes. Probably in the club now, I'm dancing in some dirty clothes that I bought you. Or by the bar begging for a drink. You wanna fucking do the dirty things I taught you.
We're gonna run the show after this
Dirty
verse.
bitch. Dirty bitch. Dirty bitch. Funky bitch. Dirty bitch.
I'm appalled at your behavior. Yo, somebody call her mama. Back in high school, you used to be that, believe that. How growed up, man. Now what happened to shouting? Now she dyking, looking all crazy. She don't clean shit. Got like 10 kids, at least 4 got snotty noses. How you hold a conversation, my drink, spilling out your spanks? No thanks, I take my humble ass back home. Delete my number out your phone. And please don't be all in my DM telling me how I did you wrong. Baby, don't want your hoochie coochie. You can keep that dirty booty. Looking like you probably got the cootie. I don't need that. I don't need that. Straight up. Yo.
Been gone for a while, but I'm back on my shit. Laugh at my exes who still on my tip. I'm getting my dough, accomplishing goals. I am too busy, can't fuck with you hoes. Probably in the club now, I'm dancing in some dirty clothes that I bought you. Or by the bar begging for a drink. You wanna fucking do the dirty things I taught you. Dirty bitch. Dirty bitch. Dirty bitch. Funky bitch. Dirty bitch.
Skeezer is a bitch with a heavily active pussy and nothing to show for it.
Right. Not even an EBT card, none of that.
An undercompensated pussy.
Undercompensated, overworked pussy.
Skeezer. Basically, you have to put forth no effort to fuck.
My daughter mother is Skeezer.
Oh, damn.
She a bad bitch with that hair. You see that bitch without that hair, you be like, God damn, this is Grip the Crime Dog in this motherfucker.
Yeah. What's poppin', y'all? What's happening, man? It's your man, Marq Nash. Another great episode of Breaking the Beats. You already know what we do. We're going to break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and pretty much anything else I can squeeze into those letters. Shout out to everybody on the chat room goons. Shout out to the channel, the panel. Queen Omega. Courtney, what up, though?
What it do, brother Mark?
Peace, Queen. How yo?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for inviting me up, man. I'm telling you, you gonna have to make me I'm gonna need a permanent little throne up here next to the king.
Man, you always got the seat, man. Whenever you want to pull up, you always. Your mic's a little low, though.
Gosh, thank
There
you.
you go. Now the mic is right. Your mic was a little low earlier. How you doing, sister?
Very well, man. This has been a great day.
Why is your mic so low again? It was just good. Whatever you did, yeah, there you go. Whatever.
It's back, okay?
Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Well, welcome back. Another great episode of Breaking the Beats. You already know what we do. We're gonna break down business, entertainment, art, technology, and sports. I had to be real sensitive with the title of the episode and the thumbnail because YouTube, if I put angry black woman or angry black men, they try to take my monetization.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll be like,
I'm
man,
very
get out of here with it. Yeah, I was like, what?
Never knew.
Y'all better leave me. Yeah, they real sensitive, man. You can curse and say whatever, but put Donald Trump in your title, they're gonna be like, let me give you a yellow $sign. This is too sensitive for our advertisers. I'm like, what I say? That the young
yellow
didn't say.
$sign. Wow,
Yeah,
I'm getting school tonight.
Yeah, when everything's cool, you get a green $sign for monetization. When things aren't that good, they give you a yellow $sign. Meaning they're gonna run little to no ads on your content. Basement Bots and Talk, man. I think I done pulled up on your show a couple times, man. Good to see you pulling up again, man. It means a lot to me. Last time you came up, we couldn't hear you. I know you be doing a lot of things on air, so I get it. Asian Mav, thank you for coming back, man. You see the thumbnail, see what we talking about, man. I wanted to say angry black men, and I think it's a myth a lot of times with angry black men and angry black women. We're gonna talk about that. How you doing today, Asian man? We'll come back to him.
Okay, because I was about to say, is it my mic? Am I?
Nah, I didn't hear him. But basically, before we start the show, let me do Today in Hip Hop. Today in Hip Hop in 2014, J. Cole dropped that Forest Hill project. Oh man, it was super solid. It was the first time in 25 years somebody went platinum without having any features on the album at all. So make some noise for J. Cole, Carolina native. Okay, I'm the only one. I was about to say, damn, I'm the only one making some noise for J. Cole in here.
Queen City, Queen City.
Hey, look, I said make some noise for J. Cole's. It was crickets. Golly. But it's all good. We lost Courtney. Maybe she'll pull back up. Asian Mav, how you feel today? King Asian Mav, can you hear me? Your mic is muted if so. Well, it looks like your mic is not muted, but we can't hear you. Okay, so a lot of things been going on. I don't know if you heard about the singer Anne-Marie. Not Anne-Marie. Not this just one thing that got me tripping, not her. She is a young singer. She had a dope record called Handle It. Can You Handle It? And basically, it's ironic because the song Handle It is about her saying, could you handle it if I went out and she literally says, gave your pussy away. Or if I was to be out with another dude, treating him how you treat me. Could you handle it? This young lady, I don't know if you guys heard the news, this is her on the screen, has been arrested and charged with murder. Y'all heard anything about this?
I had never. This was the lady from yesterday that you were talking about?
Yeah, at the end of the show, I briefly touched on it.
Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie. I'm going to play the 911 call a little bit later.
Yeah, I had never heard of her. Wow. When they said that an R&B
she's an up-and-comer. She's an up-and-comer. Yeah, she's an up-and-comer. It was scorching, though. She was working with Drake on his new album.
Hey, when they said that an R&B woman had killed well, not killed, they said shot. You know who the first thing that came into my head was Kiki Wyatt, because remember she like stabbed up one of her husbands years ago. The one that did Kiki Wyatt is amazing. So let me let you guys know. First and foremost, I love Kiki, but she does have a history of being a little bitter,
eccentric.
Yeah, and a little violent, a little good with the blade.
I mean, she did time, man. I mean, it is what it is. She did some time.
That was the first thing I thought. That was the first person I thought of. And so we were on the show yesterday, and you said Anne-Marie. When it was when I thought it was Anne-Marie, right, I was like, wow, that was a surprise. But then I was like, maybe not so much, because like I said, she would go on these talk shows and do these voices, and my ex-husband loved her, and I would be like, something ain't right with this girl. But this girl here, I've never heard of. Honestly, never heard of her.
Yeah, it's truly unfortunate, man. We're gonna play the 911 call in a second. Asia Mav, you there yet? King Asia Mav.
Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties.
All right, we'll come back.
Can you hear me?
I hear you fine, sir. It sounds like you're standing right beside me.
I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, you could take old girl off the screen, man.
Oh yeah. I was about to go into the storyline. I just did. I know I can't show the video from TMZ and the other sources, but I can play the audio. So I was just gonna have that up for the listeners. But go ahead, talk to me, Asia Mev. How you feel? How you feel? He said, I feel silent. I feel quiet. That's how I feel today. I get it. We still working on those technical issues. Everybody still hear me though, right? In the chat, Omega Courtney, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Absolutely. So you see it out there. Yeah, man. Toxic. How you say toxicity? I'm messing it up. Being toxic. How about that? Y'all know what I mean, right? All right.
Yeah, toxicity or being toxic. That's
right.
Good.
I've heard guys say, hey, man, saying somebody is toxic, that's a vaginal word. Men shouldn't say that. How you feel about that? I think men can be toxic as well. We was talking offline yesterday. That gentleman is very toxic. So like things
Yeah,
like that. Men can be
I never
toxic.
would have thought that men can't be toxic. I never thought of that as being like a female recognized word, or that's odd.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what they say though. That's what I've heard. But I got here today with this story and this idea briefly, and it came to me. I was watching that movie Acrimony again. It was on TV, and I was just stuck to the screen. I was just stuck looking at this character, Taraji P Henson. Man, she killed that role. Did you see this movie? Have you ever heard of it?
I heard of it. I have a friend that actually was in it. She was an extra. She's a Tyler Perry kind of actor, well, actress. So she was in it, but I've never. But I'm very familiar with it. I'm a writer as well, and so I got to be very careful with my Tyler Perry movie intake, because I have so much respect for him as a media, giant.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to writing, I can get really critical. And so this was one I stayed away from because I didn't want to bash him. So I stayed away from him. I stayed away from this, but I'm very, very, very aware of it. I've seen enough clips that I can tell you what happened, even though I have never watched the movie in its entirety. And I literally read I read I read cliff notes on movies, so that I don't have to do the whole script, because like I said, I'm a writer, and so I'm very familiar with how everything played out and how you know, and what he pulled from it with in regards to Greek plays. Um, I'm very, I kind of got nerdy with it when I did my preparation for this conversation, actually. But
Ah.
yeah, I'm familiar.
Well, what I find is a lot of individuals when they, well, and when I say a lot, not, some but not all, some but not all, right? Some people walk away thinking, hey, the lady was a crazy lady, but some walk away, hey, man, that dude wasn't solid. And I was a little disappointed because I thought the guy was. I mean, and you can go on YouTube. Women have done blogs and this, and you'll read you'll read the comments, and you'll hear women say, "I'll never be someone's what was the word? Bed wench or this, that, and the third." And I'm like, even the woman who was doing her show was like, I mean, 20 years we can't have kids. I mean, we ain't having no kids. Blah blah blah. Your stuff. And I was like, hold up. You can't have kids because you rupture your ovaries when you wreck the car into his trailer and knocked his trailer over. Like, you damaged yourself with violence. And I realize a lot of people have totally different takes on this movie. A lot of people can see the same movie. And even with this same situation, it's a lot of double standards. We talked about it last week with gender double standards, even with crime and the criminal justice system and how people are treated. But I've said that to say this. Do you guys believe in the myth of, quote unquote, the angry black man or the angry black woman? King Asia Math, you seem like you're back. Talk to me. Do you think
Yeah,
that's a true statement or a myth? Go ahead.
To be honest, I wasn't even listening to you. One more minute.
Yo, take your time. Go ahead, Omega Courtney. Did you hear it? Courtney. All right, we'll come back to him. Y'all let me know in the chat.
Let me ask you,
Go ahead.
have you ever seen the movie Gone Girl with Ben Affleck?
Absolutely. Love that movie.
So this is, to me, this is like that was like the whitewash version of Acrimony, right? Kind of. Yeah. I mean, plot line, not as far as with the monetary, even with the actually, yeah, even with the monetary, because remember Ben Affleck, had spent the retirement, the parents' retirement, on getting the bar, and now that he had the bar, that's when he started, with the affairs, and you know what I mean.
Right.
So, but she played it out differently because she the girl was gone, she actually made it seem, she twisted things around. I don't want to do any spoilers for people that haven't seen it, But that might be a fun movie to unpack as well. But I will say this: I think I don't buy the myth that that any demographic monopolizes an emotion. I think emotions and feelings are human, or as I like to call them, human. They are human qualities. And so this is not just, a spicy Latina or an angry black woman or, a toxic black man or, a entitled white person. These may be things that have been true when it comes down to specific experiences. But I think as a society, we are all again a collection of a reflection of our experiences, and so we're going to find that with every demographic. There are different ways that we may respond to these triggers, but that doesn't change the fact that there are triggers, and every person is going to experience them. Pain,
You broke up right there at the end. You said every
hurt,
person.
betrayal, resentment, love, hate.
Your
Is
mic
going
is
to
going in and out. Your
experience,
mic is chopping in and out,
some
Omega.
type of emotion.
Can you hear me, Omega?
Yeah.
Your mic is chopping in and out at times, though. Just to let you know, some of that was really kind of hard
I
to
can
hear.
hear you. Yes.
Yeah, your mic was chopping
Okay.
in and
I
out.
can hear you fine.
Can't. Okay. Well, just to let you know, when you're talking, you are chopping up.
Okay.
Okay. Just to let you know. Go ahead, IB. Thanks for pulling up, bro. How you been? How's your day going?
Everything all good, man. Salute to the panel and the chat, man. We don't get a lot of sisters speaking that knowledge, man. So I definitely respect our queens coming through, dropping that knowledge for sure, man. It means a lot, to everybody, not just one specific group of people, but everybody all across the world. So yeah, Omega Courtney, keep coming through, keep dropping that knowledge or opinion. Everybody got their own opinion at the end of the day. We all like minded. I know when I come through, I try to be at least, so but when it comes to this, you know what I mean? Everybody got their own specific talents. They do what they do. We can't, like I said in the chat, man, we can never try to be like nobody but ourselves at the end of the day. So I respect you being you, doing what you got to do, following your own path. But having people, like you said, working and learning from people like Tyler Perry and these Rose and the Taraji P. Hensons of the world, like the Oprah Winfrey's, a lot of people never know what route they might take until they get to that certain point where they're back against the wall. A lot of people's best work come from nothing. You know what I'm saying? Putting the pieces to the puzzle together, not knowing the next route to take, not knowing what to do next, but they know they're back against the wall and they have to do something. So they do what they do and they learn from people and they look up to certain people. But at the end of the day, they stamp their own work with their own credentials because they made their own path. They led their own path. You know what I'm saying? Omega Courtney, you doing what you got to do to handle yours and your business. But at the end of the day, we got to look at it like this. A lot of these topics don't come from nowhere. They come from facts, factual events, what we see every day, what's going on, and all we can do is adjust to certain situations. And that makes some of the best work. Keep doing what you're doing, baby. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing.
Go ahead, Courtney. You want to reply to that?
Oh yeah. I definitely agree that the topics come from somewhere, but that's why I said we're just a reflection of our experiences. But I thank you for acknowledging that, a lot of females aren't up here. And so just giving the space and the place and opportunity to share some of my thoughts that, again, I always like to qualify my statements with saying this. I don't speak generally. I speak very specifically, but I do that with the awareness of knowing that when we're reading a room, we have to talk generally, even if that's not where we're going ultimately. So, again, I say that to say this, that I know that my experience might be different than about 60, 70% of the population. I was married in college. I was um you know just raised in a politically active family. My grandmother was a mayor. I was an elected official. I know that that's not something that's it's not something that is usual or typical. But with that being said, it also gives me a privy or understanding of to know that the communities that I've lived in and I've served, I was maybe a different experience, but I was representing a community that 70% didn't grow up in that same type of, situation. So I'm aware, absolutely, and appreciative of the fact that, yeah, we're all responding the way we're going to respond because of, just being a reflection of the way we have seen things reacted and responded to. But what I'm just saying is that we don't individually or collectively own our the monopoly of those said emotions. Like, everybody that's human is going to experience joy, pain, love, hate, betrayal, anger, resentment, bitterness, so um I don't think, I like I said, I personally, and again I say that personally, I don't buy into the myth of the angry black woman, but our angry black man. But that does not mean that I have not known angry black men or angry black women. And it also does not mean that I have not been an angry or a bitter black woman. It just means that I'm saying that it's not only just angry black women and angry black men. That's all.
Right. Asia Math, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I
Yeah.
apologize for
Sound
earlier.
good, man. Go ahead and give your opening statement and your opening remarks to the to the
Oh no,
family.
it's ironically she just touched on it when I heard you earlier when it was just us and her. You was giving me the preview of why you didn't put black in there because of YouTube. And I was just wondering, okay, that's them, but why does it have to be restricted to black? That was my first thing. Just from you. What was it, a specific reason of why it's a angry black
Because
man?
and the reason why, because I tell people all the time, I think the saying angry black woman and the angry black man, I think a lot of that is myth anyway, man. Like she said, I don't think any race has a monopoly on an emotion. I get it. But what's the simplest way? I remember when Kamala Harris, right? Kamala Harris, excuse me, was doing the debate against Mike Pence, right? And I remember doing a video right after, and I was like, I seen her in Senate hearings. She goes bodyguard hard. She's taking it too light on him. Why is she taking it so light? And at the time, my co-host was saying, well, she doesn't want to come across as being an angry black woman. And same thing with President Obama. They said, yeah, he's taking it light because he didn't want to come across as being an angry black man. And I say to myself, I'm not that concerned with quote unquote angry black woman. Like, no disrespect to the sisters, but I'm not concerned with that. Like, what's the worst thing a angry black woman might have done? damage your car. My mom was a black woman. She got loud. She might whip my ass or something. Like, okay, that's about it. You know what I'm saying? The smiling white man, I think, should cause people more concern, because the smiling white man created laws that still have people disenfranchised to this day. No
Yeah,
disrespect.
you call him the smiling white man, but
I'm just saying I'm just saying, compared to an angry black woman, I just said the smiling black man, i.e. the politicians. But go ahead, Asian man.
as I was saying, you calling it the smiling white man. I think a better definition would be the angry white man. Which is a good time to plug my book that I wrote, The Angry White Man and the Bitter White Woman. You can get it at Amazon. That's where I'm at, not trying to deflect from what you're saying. You want to speak within our culture. I get it in black.
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, we don't. We don't have to keep it limited to anything. I just said that as a statement compared to they didn't want to see her angry. And I said, yeah, but, and you said, never mind, but go ahead, man. I kind of lost my train of thought.
I was talking about the title. I wasn't talking about the Kamala Harris or the Obama thing. I'm talking about the title you put in, the reason why you titled it the way you titled it. That you wanted just to keep it within our community, within the melanin community. Because I was just confused. You was concerned about why you
I think you holding on too much to the semantics, and like it's not that big of a deal. I was just talking while the music was playing and the show was starting. Like, it wasn't nothing that serious, Asian man. I promise.
Right. And it's not that serious now. I was just when you gave me that preview. I was just wondering, But anyway, moving angry people. Okay. I mean, what the title is? What do you hold on to them? Put the title up again.
I'm still working on it over here. I had an engagement earlier, and I had to work on. I'll type it in, but basically, removing toxic people out of your circle. First of all, what are the signs to realize somebody is a toxic individual?
Oh man, that's a loaded.
So let's just start with the first part. Just introduce yourself, like your opening statement. Hey, HMF, how you doing? How was your day? I didn't get that answer earlier when I was trying to get to you. We had some technical issues, but basically, the title is how do you remove toxic people out your circle?
Okay, starting fresh. Salute to everyone on the panel. Salute to your queen. Salute IB. Long time no hear from. Doing great.
Salute, my brother.
Hey, Dave, as you know, parent. So every day I wake up and I got to love my children. Hey, the day is 100, and that's what we currently saying. How to identify a toxic person? I think that it's a time measure. You know what I'm saying? As I always say, you want to treat it like a Fed case. And for those that's listening, say, what is treating it like a Fed case? Well, a regular cop probably sees something suspicious and just jump right on. What are you doing? What are you saying? What's that you're hiding behind your hand? The Fed see it, they ain't gonna do nothing. They gonna come on, let's see if we see the same thing tomorrow. Let's see if we see the same thing next week, next month, next year, maybe. So if a person, quote unquote, toxic is in my life, the first thing I do, where I'm at now, is let me evaluate myself and see, is it me? If there's going to be an investigation, is this something I'm doing to trigger this? And I know it's someone else, but I'm saying, is it something I'm doing to trigger whatever might be toxic coming from them? And then all the checks and balance on it works out real good. And I say, might be that person, or might be someone. And I'm not going to treat it real long, depending on what the whole scenario is, level of disrespect, or the level of discomfort that's coming into my circumference within, which in my life space. Some is more tolerable than others, obviously. But if it's just some mediocre thing and it's a build-up, that will be the sign, they're bringing in discomfort. That's how you would know, hey, this person, this is toxic because it's making me uncomfortable. And I already done checked myself out, and I'm good. It's nothing I'm doing. I'm being polite, I'm being kind. Yeah, there could be some mitigated circumstances that come in to where, as we just had like coming in, technical difficulties. No one's at fault. But I'm
Right.
checking everything. I'm being cool. I'm being polite. I'm being respectful. I'm being courteous. All the good things. And then there's still like negative energy, tox, toxicity, as they say, in it. Then it's the, I say, hey, it's that person. And then there's the next level as you gravitate to is how do you remove that? Either you could remove the toxic uh, chemistry, or would you just have to remove that person? But I guess that's levels into this conversation as we go on with it.
Okay. Uh, Miss Courtney, let me ask you: how do you identify toxic relationships that you have been involved in? Whether it's are you there? I
Yeah,
found
I'm
out
here,
she there
brother.
first. Okay. Yeah. I don't. How do you identify when a relationship, whether it's with a homegirl or a family member or someone like that, how do you like say, "Whoa, this is a little too much"? And
If they're always
we're gonna go
complaining,
to later. How do you step away from these things? So, but I want to ask you that part first.
oh, that's good. If they're always complaining, that's always a red flag.
Mm.
That's a red flag because I'm just like, I'm at the point in my life where I'm like, if the sun rises every day, then I'm gonna do it too. I'm gonna I'm gonna rise up also, and I just am very aware of vibration and energy, and if someone just is always complaining, or I don't like to say whining because I know my son, he hates when I say that. He's just like, it's not whining, and so I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna say whining, but complaining. That's the number one sign of toxicity because it's almost like they're welcoming in. I believe words are power, and you welcome in that negative energy if you're just always just talking about how society is just so stacked against you, or you can't find no good man, but you steady out there, giving up what you got to all these other men. So you know what I mean? Like it's the contradictive statements that also come from a lot of complaining as well. People that say they want to change their life as far as their healthy eating, but they're always complaining that, oh, but it's a fast food place on every corner. So people that just want to just they don't want to have any accountability. They don't want to recognize any of their faults in regards to how they are approaching situations. They just want to make people aware of the problem as opposed to being solution oriented. That's the red flag for me.
Let
That's
me.
that's that's it for me.
I'm gonna give you a little pushback on that. And I'm gonna ask you: what if What if they are just venting to you as a friend? Like, hey, you're the only person I can tell this stuff to because if I don't tell you, I'm just holding things in, and we all know that's not good. How do you
Yeah,
feel to
I've
people who
never
might
found
say
that
that?
though. That'd be a lie. I've always found people that say, "Oh, I'm only telling you this." They're telling three other people the same damn thing. I don't have no time for that. And because I said it's so much, it's so much that's just personally that we have to go through as a people. Um, just in general, I can't make that type of space. I can't lend that type of space in my head or my heart to just always renting it out for people that want to beat on the wall. If anybody owns property, that's the number one thing that they can come in and replace doors, and that's cool. They put up a fence, that's cool. But man, when them walls are destroyed, you got to tear down that whole structure. And that's what happens when somebody is coming in and complaining, man. Somebody that's coming inside your mental space, beating on your walls all the time. This is not talking sexually because the walls getting beat up there is okay, but I'm I'm
I know you like sliding. Remember you said
I
no, just
do.
slide
I
up and
do.
down it.
Bruh, I'm telling you, I was sliding in my 20s and be mad, but I'm like, but you still achieve what you wanted to achieve. Like, you can't be that mad. Like, how you gonna be mad with sliding, but you'll sit up in front of a porn and stroke yourself? Like, come on, now make it make sense. But
Good point. Good point. I
off
never looked
topic,
at it
off
that way.
topic, but
Nah, it's
yeah,
cool, man.
you can't let
It's
people
hump
just.
day. It's hump day.
It's hump day, exactly. And so, and also to cut me some slack. I've been 6 years celibate, so I have I have very sexual vivid
Damn.
memories. Yes, brother. Just celebrate
Have you been
Hey,
in a
Mark.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, can I add on to what she was saying? The
Absolutely.
on topic thing.
my
When
6 years celebrate.
Yeah, man. Y'all have fun, man.
no, what she was saying when you said, well, what if person is just to vent? I would feel that's a level of toxic they're bringing, because if they didn't say, hey, if they didn't get permission, like, hey, is it okay that I come and, you know, time to time and vent to you about this type of stuff, which I'm quite sure is very, 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 very rare that a person would do that. They
Right.
just, but they just took under their own impression that, hey, I could just go to this person and dump all this waste on it. So that's toxic within itself. You're
That's so true, brother, and it's true. And people don't ask permission. Yeah, they're coming and they're dumping your trash in your yard, and they ain't asking you no permission.
Mm.
They just like, well, it got to be dumped. And and I literally had a very literal situation like that. Not even figuratively, but my I had a house in Florida, in Miami, Florida, and it had just been designated beautiful house, but like in between the house next door, there was like a little kind of like a ditch. And so people would come from time to time and just like dump stuff in there. And when I moved in, I was like, I paid for my little no dumping sign, and then officially got it done with the city. But I was like, you can't dump your stuff here. And my next door neighbor one night, bruh, I saw him pulling out a whole mattress about to dump it in the ditch. Oh no, sir. I come out and I'm like, Terrence, what are you doing? He's like, oh, they're gonna pick this up on Tuesday. I said, okay, but brother, it's Thursday. So you can keep that in your house until, Tuesday. And he said, well, before you moved here, everybody dumped here. And I said, but that's before I moved here. I don't care what they did before. I'm here now. You ain't gonna dump here. And so that's the same premise. Like, that may be something that you do with, girl Keisha up the street and Lynette, but you ain't gonna be dumping over here in Courtney's. You're not. But again, back to men. I'm a fan of dumping. Thank you. But not in this. Thank you. I'm celibate, y'all. Thank you.
oh no, as you say, words have power though.
She'll be
But
here every
I just
Wednesday, guys, at 10 p.m.
But I'm bummed every Wednesday.
every Wednesday slide on in.
Literally, slide. Swiping. Hey, but seriously, man, it's I how do you IB? Shout out to my man IB. How do you realize, like, hey, this, I gotta remove myself from this relationship. This shit ain't no good. And I know IB gotta, man, I told him the other day in the chat, I said, man, you can write a book about your shit. No, I just said, yo, I know you got something to add. He was like, man, I could write a book about my life. I said, you better before somebody else do it. Tell your story for somebody else, try to tell it for you, because that's what they're gonna do. But shout out to my man IB. Let me put his thing on the screen. Go ahead, IB.
Yeah, for sure, man. I don't got a YouTube channel or nothing like that. I'm just, a real brother that come and, speak facts and, speak facts and opinion and give my, my dialogue, on specific channels that I can relate to. This being one of them, and I salute you, Marq Nash, for having me on the
Thank you,
panel.
sir.
But staying on topic, how I remove, toxic people in my life. It's different with my situation because I realized I
No,
was
no,
the
no. How
one
you
that
not remove them
was.
yet? No. How do you
How you
identify?
identify?
How do you
Or
identify?
how do I
Yeah, we're gonna come
identify
to that part after this. I just want everybody to take.
somebody? I identified the people that wasn't impacting my life in a positive type of way. You know, there's I grew up with a lot of people that fell off on drugs. You know, a lot of people that look at money more than friendship and brotherhood, and a lot of family members that basically don't have your best interest at heart. Those are toxic people in my life. Those are people that I have to remove myself from to get me further in life. So those type of things I had to remove myself from. A person don't necessarily love you no more or no less because of the situation they're in. If you're on a certain type of drug, they'll steal from you. That don't mean they love you no more, no
Mm.
less. It's just because they're in need. You know what I'm saying? If you leave $5 sitting down and you don't look at it, they're gonna take it. That don't mean they love you no more or no less. They just are in need. Instead of saying, "Hey, you dropped this, let me hold five. I need it." I give you the whole 10, the whole 20. You know. So it's a lot of people that do certain things to you that are toxic, but you got to look at the certain situations certain people are in as well.
Yeah, I agree. When you like to know, said another indicator is when people only want to talk or have anything to do with you when you need something, when they need something. I mean, and yeah, man, I talked about that the other day, man. Got a homeboy, man. Every time I turn around, you know, need something. You know what I mean? It could, now granted, it's small things. It's never money. It's always something else. It's my time, or he needs resources. Hey man, do you know how to do this? Hey, can you take this virus off my computer? You know what I'm saying? Me and my old lady was going through it, man. I had a long week on Pornhub. I don't know what I did to my computer. All right. So but seriously though, I was working with this dude so much, man, trying to help him with things, but like when you like to know, say sometimes you gotta realize when something is a one-way friendship. You get what I'm saying? Like, man, this is only going one way. And sometimes you gotta find a way to remove yourself from those kind of things, which brings me to that Asian math. I think, did you say that already? How do you remove yourself
No,
from a toxic?
I'll just wait until you segue into it. I cut off by
Cool.
with the identified,
Cool. Talk to me about it. How do you remove yourself from a toxic situation?
Well, yeah, once again, if I did all the checks and balances, which is myself included, and just said, it's pretty much a one-way scenario. The person basically trying to use me for whatever capacity, for whatever reason, or whether it's just for their benefit, male or female. The removal part.
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
the obvious thing is, if we're communicating by phone, I block the number. If they are, and these are actual instances that with me, with myself, over my duration of life. If they were the people that I allow for whatever reason to just pop up at my home, I would have to talk with them and like, look, give me a notice before you show up. you know. And then if it's to like red level, it's like, look, you're gonna be over there, and I'm gonna be over there. By then, it usually be borderline, some type of physical confrontation, and the octaves go up. And like, okay, look, I don't fuck with you, you don't fuck with me. You go your way, I go mine, and with that'll be our happy medium. So that's removing the people, removing the toxic. It's probably a whole nother. You probably got to have a whole nother formula to that, and it varies, from people to people. Some people probably not her, like the queen said, the people that just want to come and vent to you. Some of them probably, I'm not giving them excuses. Some probably do it deliberately because they're just a toxic person and they feel like, hey, I could just dump on this person anytime, just use you. Some people probably not or not aware of or not conscious of their actions. Some, not all, just some. And then I think you if you really have a general concern for that person, you bring that awareness to them politely, like, hey, what's really going on? To sit down and talk about it seemed like, this is always about something negative, the glass half empty versus the glass half full. Let's try to do that. You could take the initiative to redirect, your relationship. And that has been proven to work with me, person. Oh man, I wasn't aware of that. What I'm saying? I didn't know. And then they are apologetic, and their apologies are contrite. And we got better at it, because they found consciousness of it, what was going on within our relationship. But for those that when you bring it to them politely, and if they take offense to it, without them even, backlashing verbally or physically or anything, they just disappear. Like, well, I can't be toxic with this person, so let me move on. And this not putting it on females, but because I don't get this from males. That's the only reason why I'm specifying females. Their go-to move was, or their go-to saying was, well, if you can't accept me at my worst, then you don't deserve my best. And then I would respond, well, I done took inventory of your best and your worst. So I don't know if I want 10% of your versus your 10% of your best. So you could keep, and I'm yet to see that 10% best. I've only been seeing this 90 to 99% first. So I could do without that. You know what I'm saying? So take your best and your worst and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Go ahead, IB.
No, he said, brother Asia said it best, man. I mean,
We'll come back
that's
to you.
that's that's that's
We'll come.
that's most females for you right there. That's most females for you.
Um,
If you can accept me at my worst, you don't accept me at my best. But hey, I done seen your worst, and I don't want your best.
is that
I don't
exclusive?
even want to
Is
see
that
it. I don't
exclusive
even
to
want to see
women
it.
though? Because some men
I
they
mean,
grind with the
it
woman
could
all
be
the
it
way
could
up,
be
and
it
once
could
they
be
get
it
that
could be
big
man
check, they
or it could
bounce.
be man or female. It could be man or female.
Hmm.
My brother specified his situation.
Right.
And a lot of other brothers' situations are somewhat similar. Me, I can agree with that, and in the situations I've been into in my personal life as well. So I can definitely agree. But it's up to us to get over certain situations. Like my sister said, 6 years celibacy. That's not for no reason. That's for a specific reason. She's saving herself for a specific type of person, and she knows what she wants out of life, and it's not going to be nothing toxic when she does give it to when she get her little
Is
tune
that
up.
what she said? She said she was saving it for a person.
Oh, I'm definitely
Hey,
saving
I
for a
mean,
person.
Okay,
Amen.
a
there,
specific
there you
person. I didn't
go.
know
There
what.
you go,
I didn't
right
know what.
there.
I
There
didn't know
you
what the
go.
reason
And it's
was.
gonna be more than a tune-up. We running a marathon, baby. Amen.
But it's gonna be a specific mechanic that give you that tune up, baby.
I'm ready.
Right.
Here
I
we
don't sound
go.
like you're ready yet. You give yourself a little bit more time. Let it marinate a little bit more.
Oh, it's been marinating. It's been
Man, she
marinating.
done went through two. That's two presidents, man. That's a second term. They on the second term, man.
Wow. I never
That
thought of it
that's
that
that's
way,
a
but
that's a
absolutely.
tour in the Senate. That is basic training, going to war, coming back.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
lot that
basic
goes on in
training.
6 years, man.
Yeah.
You
The
don't
reason
went
why I
to the
said that is
service and reserves.
yeah, the reason why I said that is looking at today's climate. I mean, the society of as a whole needs a whole new tune up. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
we living in a crazy society now when it comes to socializing relationships, just overall interactions, and then the whole the alphabet people. And I'm not knocking. They done found their way into it, so it's you almost got to rewrite the script of navigating through society. So you just don't want to jump out. Oh, I've been ready. It's done, but I probably should have cooked a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Or marinated a little bit.
Well,
That's the only
that's
reason.
why I said I'm very appreciative of the fact that with the timing, because I feel like I am, but God is obviously my husband isn't. You know, he might still be doing his tours. So
Thank
we'll,
you.
yeah. So I'm aware, but no, as far as me, I know me, and it's been time. But God keep telling me the husband may not be ready yet. So okay. I'm gonna be patience is a virtue. It's the patience that I didn't have definitely a decade ago. Let's just say that. So, but I appreciate, yeah, I definitely appreciate your wisdom, brother King. Definitely appreciate that.
Oh yeah, yeah. No
So,
problem.
so, Miss Courtney Omega, let me ask you, how do you remove yourself from a toxic relationship? Man, I don't know if they watching this on the playback. They was like, he just kept he. I know somebody is screaming like that sentence is not right. You say Yusef. How do you remove Yusef? They like, who is Yusef? Some dude that overseas somewhere.
That
Like,
gonna
what
be
is
the
he doing?
husband name, Yusef. I know. Yes.
Like, what am I doing? Who is
Yusef,
Yusef?
like, yeah,
How
I
do you
thought I was
move
gonna have a
Yusef
shot.
from Tosik? Really, I'm like, man, this sounds like it's in Russian when you read it. I'm like,
Oh
man,
my gosh.
yeah, I know you're a writer. You're gonna look at the playback. You like, all of this is wrong, Marq Nash. Your reading is
No,
terrible.
no, brother. This is all peace. It's all peace. Definitely great energy. I really want to tell you that. Just really great energy from you. Um, so I don't think you have to worry about ever what I do to remove myself or the toxic person from a relationship. But I block. The block hand is very strong, and that's something because I'm a Cancer, right? And that's something that is hard for Cancers. Just people that are nurturers and mothers, and I'm the youngest of my siblings, so that has been something that I've had to learn because that's not something that I genuinely like to do. I don't like to write nobody off. I'm a writer. I don't like to write nobody off. Even in my writing, like I don't like to kill characters off. Like they disappear, but I don't like to just like murk them. And e- I recently just went through something with my family. I'm the youngest of five, and I have three sisters and a brother. And man, I had I was involved with another content creator, uh, and we had a very kind of public breakup.
Hold on. You
And
about to tell us a story?
yeah, you got to do the.
Story time.
It's a small story.
Go ahead.
You're so silly, but no, it was a public. It was very public, and one of my nephews, who's one of my subscribers, he actually told his mom, my oldest sister. And so basically, like all of my sisters were watching this dude like throw all types of like dirt on my name, and they had the nerve to call me up. I was like, "How you gonna call? You don't call him, but you call me up? Like this dude knew me less than a year. You've known me my whole life." So we had we had a long conversation, and after I hung up that phone, man, I blocked all of them. I'm like, that never. You were never gonna have the opportunity to do that to me again. Like, no. Like you my blood. You're not just someone that I say, oh, my sister, my brother. You mom and dad, same rooms, washing dishes, trading chores, Little House on the Prairie, Bill Cosby, bull championships. Like you my family, and this is you gonna call me up and tell me about me, from what somebody else said about me. So yeah, the block hand is strong, and that hurts. Like literally, that hurts. I shed some tears. I write to release, but I'm like what Mariah Carey said: "When I break, I break." So I don't. I'm we're of course always gonna be blood, but I've just set boundaries, and that's one of them. You don't have access to me like that anymore. You're never gonna get the opportunity just to call me up no more. So because I think at the end of the day, especially I don't want to hold on to grudges because I feel like I love that saying that it said when you're angry at someone, it's the equivalent of drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die. So trust me, if anybody knows me, and even if you listen to my content, I love my family. Like I say, I've never wished to be an only child. I love my family. I have, one brother. Like I said, we're the Cosby kids. Literally, I'm Rudy. I'm Rudy with the booty. I'm the youngest one. And I love my family. But yeah, I have to put those boundaries in because that I can't what with all that I have going on, with all that there is going on, you have got to protect your heart. You have to guard your heart. And even scriptures teaches us about this. So I recommend that for anybody. Don't let someone into those spaces to use you to unload their own feelings of insecurity or vulnerabilities or lack of accountability or self-worth, because it really, toxic, talking about what that means. Toxins, what are they? 90% of toxins are unseen. You can't even see them. And so think about that when you think words don't matter. Oh, this person is just venting. Bacteria, that's bacteria that you can't see. So you don't know how that is going to infect and affect you. And I'm just like, nah. It's a nah for me. It's a nah for me. And that goes, like I said, that goes with my family. So if it goes with my family, absolutely it's gonna go with my friends. It's gonna go with anyone that is not trying to elevate. Because if they're not trying to elevate, eventually they bring you down too. Like how you gave the scenario yesterday with someone drowning. They don't know they drowning. So before you know it, they drown you too. They drown. They're drowning you.
Way to steal my
And
bars before I do it. Thanks.
you're welcome, right? Like you
I
said, you
didn't
better
even get
write
to
that
that
book.
part yet, but it's okay. It's
You
okay.
better write that book. But
No, no,
yeah.
no. I was gonna talk about it. We did that offline. I was gonna talk about that on the show,
Oh, I didn't
but yeah, go
know.
ahead. Go ahead. Steal my bars. Go ahead.
No, stop, Mark.
Stealing my bars. Hey, Donnie V, she's stealing my bars right in front of me. See how I
Sorry.
put that together? Oh my god! But you're right
No.
though. You're right. And that's exactly how it goes a lot of times. Shout out to World Combat Sports. Peace, King. Um, we yeah, that's the thing about seeing somebody drowning is actually sad because they don't know they're drowning, and
Mm,
I think that's what's happening when you are involved in a toxic relationship, and it's not just relationships far as male and woman, or an intimate relationship. I mean it more as just day to day shit. That job could be a toxic situation for you. Like if you find yourself
absolutely.
still talking about the job 3-4 hours after you got off work, these folks somewhere at happy hour having a margarita somewhere, and you're still like, oh man, I can't believe Dan did that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
damn man, like I can't. You gotta let that go, man. Matt and Bob are not thinking about you. They somewhere on the golf course somewhere, or they with their family. Like you are still straight. You might need to find another gig, man. You know what I'm saying?
Can I
Easier
ask?
said than done, but I get it though. But go ahead, World Asia. I said World Asia. Go ahead, Asia, man.
Yeah, salute to World Combat. Before we segue to the other part, I just want to know for everyone on the panel or all that's listening, at what point do you make the determination to invest a little more as far as on the positive side, or just knowing it's just time to shut this down? Because
I be
sometimes I'm not going to say you're burning the bridge down, but the bridge is burning down. So, do you throw water on it to try to save it and rebuild it, or you just made the determination this is a hopeless cause, a helpless cause? What measurements to make that determination? That's all I was asking.
anybody? Go ahead.
Um, I think I literally I like to do an observation period with most like relationships and with people, because I'm a type of person where I go hard. I love hard. And like I used to tell, I had a friend in Charlotte that I used to walk with. And like I told her, I said, I don't do friends. Like either you my sister or you a acquaintance. Like that's it. Like I don't do the in betweens. I don't do the gray areas. It's black or it's white. And so um I think every situation deserves its own, or it merits its own measurement, right? Um, I've kind of observed. I like to give an observation period, you know, I think in manosphere terms they call them like shit tests or something.
Mm.
Like I'll I'll just kind of see, well, will how does this person, and I may not do it purposely, but I'm aware of what has transpired. Like, if we've gone walking, and I've let that person choose the path, I let her choose the path. And, if it's our fourth time walking and she don't say, hey, well, what path or what direction you want to go in,
Mm.
I'm like, okay, she's not thoughtful, and so that was, I likened to talk about that particular situation, and because it was someone that I always had this whole kind of I always had this whole ideal of no new friends and that sort of thinking, because of the fact that I grew up in such like a with so many siblings. I never felt the need to like join sororities or go after friends, because I'm like, shoot, I got I got people I fight with on a daily basis. I don't need to just go out and find some friends, because they'll turn on you, and then what am I going to be stuck with then? But in that particular situation, I felt like I vetted that friendship. And so that was a little harder for me to let go of it, because, I had invested with my energy so much time, and, we had these good discussions, and we had these long talks and these walks and this sort of thing. And so I think every situation just merits its own, you have to come to that conclusion individually. For example, I know a lot of people, they'll give their spouse more, leeway sometimes than they will, a friend, even if they've known the friend longer, which honestly is the reason why some, relationships do dissolve, because of that type of thinking, where it's kind of reversed. But I tend to do take like a three strike approach, and it's the span of it is usually, it could be years, but I tell you what, when it's done, it's done. If it could be years that till I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm not going to continue this relationship. But once I've made that decision, once I've checked out mentally, I'm done. And that doesn't return. Like, even if physically we might find ourselves back in the same circles of friends or what have you, I'm not going to be like, well, I'm not going if that person's not there. Like, I'm never going to be like that. But as far as, like I said, with boundaries, once I've decided that someone's not going to get access to me, then that decision is final. And so it could take years, but it could take months. It's not something that it's not a decision that I make overnight, because I didn't get into the relationship, no matter what type of relationship it is, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a romantic relationship. I don't get into those overnight, so I don't expect to just leave them overnight. But once I do leave them, it's got to be permanent. It's got to be a permanent decision.
But usually there's something that's a deal breaker right offhand. You ain't getting three strikes after this. This is just it. Yeah.
I don't know. I've never had anyone cross like a line like that particularly. It's not me personally, but I yeah, my kids, because I'm a mother. Anybody hurts or insults or doesn't value my children, or as being just you know just being like human beings, and like dismissive, I definitely, it's a red flag. Like, I don't even allow that person in.
Right.
Period. It's not even like a situation where I'm like, okay, now I have to put up a boundary. It's like I don't even allow that situation to kind of persist. But once someone presents that, and I will say, yeah, I did have a recent situation where, someone, had they were like, how my kids were behaving. And I'm not the one to be like, oh, my kids are angels, but I know my kids weren't, being they didn't hear them. It's not like they were ignoring them. They just honestly didn't hear them, and I just didn't like that. Like I said, they would extend their child that courtesy, but when it came to mine, they didn't. So that's not, I don't talk to them anymore. But yeah, and that was definitely, that was a long friendship. That was 16 years. Um, but yeah, that's my immediate. You're right. That's my immediate. Crossing that. That's the immediate. And yeah, you do my kids wrong. Yeah, and I had a situation at church. Like, I live close to my church, but it's been cold lately, and so me and my kids had walked up to church, and after church, I had asked a lady for a ride back to the house, and I live really super close. Like, we live 4 minutes driving from the church, and she told me to ask somebody else. And I was like, that's gonna be our last time at the church. And that was our last time at the church. Like, I don't play little games like that. Like, are you kidding me?
Hold up. Say that again.
So we went to church.
I got that part
Yeah.
with the time to leave part.
The time to leave.
With the ride. Say that again.
Yeah, I asked the female, I asked the sister in the church for a ride, back to my home with my kids. And she told me to ask the pastor's son. And I just felt like that was really inappropriate. For one, like, the pastor's son is married, and is like, I thought that was very odd. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna ask the pastor's
Did
son.
you know the lady though?
Yeah, she had given us rides before.
Oh, she tired of giving you a ride now.
Yeah, but it's 4 minutes from the church. Like, I'm like, do you need $5 of gas? Like, really? It's literally like right down. It's literally 4 minutes from the church driving. It's 7 minutes walking. Like, it's really nothing. And like I said, we do it all the time, but it was cold. It had gotten kind of chilly. So I was like, oh, would you mind, giving us a ride home? We were masked up. We got our masks on. We COVID. We social distancing. We'll sit in the back. And she's like, oh, the pastor's son. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, oh, well, he might do it. He'll do it. And I was like, no, never mind. And I told the
Did y'all
kids,
walk?
yeah, we walked home.
You. Mm.
Yeah, and I told him, I said, we're that's our last time going to the church. Like, I don't play when it comes to that, because like I said, with me, like, I'm a grown woman, whatever. But my babies are, and they're really like quality kids. Like, they really are quality. They're very good children. And I just think that that's just disrespectful. Like, I'm here in the church, and I'm like, wow, it just blew my mind. But that's immediate too. So yeah, anything with my kids, anything with children, it's immediately. Like, you're not gonna
So you
disrespect.
don't go to the whole church because one member told you
Yep.
no, I won't get. Well, I don't
Nope.
get that, Omega. Like, she's not the pastor. She's not. She don't run nothing but her car. Probably.
Oh, no,
Maybe
no, no.
you know.
Yeah, but the thing of
She
it
probably don't
is
even
that
run a vacuum in that thing. Who knows? Like, I'm
the
just
thing of
saying.
it
Like,
is
and
that,
it's
but no, the
COVID. You
whole
know what I'm
church.
saying?
No, but I do put that on the whole church, because remember, the church, we're taught as a church to move as one body. Remember, we're the
But
body of Christ.
everybody's not perfect though. She might have made a
That ain't
mistake.
a perfect situation. What I'm saying is that whole church knows that I walked up there to church. They all knew that. So, um I didn't feel like, it's not a situation where I want to be like, let me go ask this person, this person. And I'm like, they know that we walk to church, and like, they know it's no problem. Like, me, we walk to church all the time. It's no problem.
And maybe that's what they
So,
thought. Y'all just walked again, and it's no problem. No,
but
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 your
it
thing
was
is nobody
cold.
offered. Nobody said, "Hey,
Yes, yeah. And also too,
okay."
nobody ever offers to even pick us up to go. And so I think that also is a disconnect. I used to
Do you
judge
fellowship
churches
with
on
these
stuff like
people?
that.
Like, y'all fellowship, y'all talk and stuff.
I just moved here to the area, so I've known him for about 2 months. But funny thing is, so the pastor's wife is actually the sister of the first person that I ever did a grant for in our I did it that I ran a grant that she wrote in Miami. And so it was just a really incredible connection. It's amazing how God will connect you. So yeah, we've had really good conversations off, beyond church and off the line or what have you. And they know, and I'm very humble.
Have
Trust
you
and
ever
believe.
asked then? Have you ever did that? Like, checked out people say, hey, it's getting cold. Can you pick us up for church?
No, it was just really, it was that Sunday, the Sunday after Thanksgiving. That was like when the weather started dipping. And
Right.
so that was like the first time where ever was even an issue. Like I said, everybody knows we don't have no problem walking. We always walk, whatever. But we have other people that, we have a sister, the sister that we usually ride with, she wasn't there that day. And so I asked, this other lady that we've ridden with a couple of times. And like I said, it's super close. This is like it's crazy. It's super close. And that's another reason too. Like it's like not really that big of a deal to walk, but it's just like I said, it's the nature of it is that, and I've seen this happen, and I observed, because like I said, I didn't speak on it, I observed it, but like they'll always ask the pastor's kids if they want snacks. They never ask my kids. And I'm like, that's crazy. But my kids would say stuff to me, but I'm like, y'all are older and we have snacks, but that's very common in our culture to be like, you worship the pastor like they God himself, man. And like I said, Christ said it very clearly. We he didn't just say the pastor's family, the first lady. We are the body of the church. We are one body. We're one body. So um I ain't been back, and I ain't going back, Mark. Thank you. I yield the
Yeah,
mic.
right.
You
Yeah,
know,
I
go
got a
ahead,
feeling,
Ismail.
Sister Omega, they're gonna reach out to you. I never had that experience. Usually, I don't offer, but if the church down the street from me asks, is it okay that you go pick these people up or those people? I'll be like, okay, it's no problem. So I feel, I don't want to use the word pain, but I feel the way you feel about that situation, especially as children involved. And I think she was trying to get something off. I don't know the whole situation, but for her to defer you to a married guy, that's like she trying to get some crazy stuff
Yeah, that
fixed
was
up.
some weird stuff. And let me
All
tell
right.
you, he wasn't even my type, even if he wasn't married. So I was like,
No,
Does
this
he
is
have a
just a
bigger
no.
vehicle? Like how? Like, cause it's you
Huh?
and two children, right?
Yes, us and two children. And like I said,
It's you and
we
two
always
children, so
sat in the
that's
back.
so it's three people.
Yeah, we always sat in the back. You know, like I'm short. I'm like almost 5'1". So it ain't like we kind of just stretching all over and taking up space. Like I said, it's literally 4 minutes. Like if we lived in the front of my suburb, it would be like 2 minutes. But we in the back, so it's a 4 minute ride. It's a 4 minute ride, and it's
yeah, keep
crazy.
us updated if they reach out to you, though.
I'm gonna ask you a question, and don't get offended, but I'm gonna ask.
Okay.
Okay,
Uh huh.
it's a two-part question. Roughly, how many times have you gotten a ride from this lady?
From this particular lady, twice.
Okay, out of those two times, how much did you pay her in gas?
I offered her the first time 5, and she's like no, and she didn't ask the second. I mean, the second time I didn't offer.
Okay, go ahead, Ib. Do you feel like Courtney's being entitled? Do you think she's wrong for dumping the whole church for this one lady? Come on, Courtney.
Wait, Mark,
The
Courtney
Mark,
is
whole
not being
church.
Hey,
entitled.
You threw
that's
the
her
whole
prerogative.
fellowship.
That's her prerogative. I can't really speak on
thank
that.
you,
That's,
King.
she got
Courtney,
her reasoning of why
Thank you,
she made the
King.
decision she made.
she threw
I
the
can't
Right.
whole church
speak on it.
away.
No, I'm going. The reason why
She
I'm
said,
going to
fuck y'all
ride
and y'all
so
version
hard,
of
y'all,
Jesus.
is because of my kids. I promise you, if it was me, I probably just wouldn't have gone back like the next Sunday, and I would have just been like, okay, I'll go back eventually. Like it would have been on my head. But I don't want my kids to see that. Like I don't ever want my kids to ever see me tolerating them being disrespected. Never, never. I want them to know, I was like, Mama rides for y'all, like literally, and figuratively. like, anything. And I'm not ever going to let them feel like I'm comfortable with them being disrespected, you know.
Yeah.
And like I said, if it's a situation where I feel like it was just petty, like when they don't get offered the little snacks, like my daughter likes the little gummy bears and stuff like that. But I'm just like, look, y'all, I'll buy y'all that. Like, come on, let's just go. Like, but in the back of my head, I'm like, that is kind of wrong. They've done it. They've done it like 3 or 4 times in front of them. Like they'll be like, oh, let's get, so and so. You want these, baby? You want this? And I'm like, wow, they just walk right past my kids to be like, let's offer, some other snacks up to some other kids. And kids are kids. They watch that. You know what I mean? But
Right.
because, like I said, my kids are a little older. They're always gonna be my babies, but I understand they're not looked at as babies. And so I'm like, look, I'll buy you whatever. Let's just go. Let's just go. And like I said, I don't have no problem. I don't have any problem with, we walk all the time. So it's not like an entitlement thing. But I'm like, in this regard, you knew it's getting cold, because even the pastor wasn't at church that day because he had gotten under the weather because of the fact that he got a cold. So the weather really dipped, that Sunday after Thanksgiving. And I'm like, wow, it is chilly. And I was just like, I said, no, I said, we'll be fine. I said, we'll get a ride home. And just the fact that, like, you know and then she didn't even offer up any explanation. She wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna stay here a little longer or whatever. She's just like, oh, the pastor's son, he'll do it. And I'm like, what?
Do they
What?
have the church van?
They don't have no, they don't have a van. And
Yeah,
Because the
everybody is
church I yeah.
riding.
Okay.
Everybody is riding, everybody riding clean. You know what I mean? Everybody
Right.
riding clean.
that means they got blessings flowing through there. Good tides. Got some good
Right.
tide money in there. Like, yes, Lord. Sure.
Everybody riding, Rovers, and it's Rudolph and Blixen and
Okay.
BMX and all of
I ain't
BMW
mad.
and
I ain't
everything.
mad. Yes, Lord.
And
Yes, Lord.
so,
God is good. God
I'm
is
like,
good.
that's like I said, that's beside the point too. Like, I don't care. I don't care about none of that. But I just feel like,
That's how you
for
found the
there to
church.
be
You saw them rovers sitting outside. You be like, oh, I'm gonna get a
no,
blessing here.
but oddly enough, a member of the ABC community told me about the church. And he told me that when he's going there, he feels like the woman in him leaves his body. So he feels like he gets delivered when he goes into the.
I don't know
That's
about that one.
that's who showed me the church.
That's
But
a,
it's
that's a red flag to me.
Oh
that it's
Lord.
it was an
He
ABC
said when the
member.
praises go up,
He said
the blessings come down.
the female leaves his body, but when he come out, he be back on it. He be back on it. Trust and believe. When he come
That
out, he be back on it. But
female, that female in that church patrolling. I wouldn't want to be in that church.
Hey, the spirit jumps out, goes
Right.
around the room.
he
Is that
did. He said that that's the only
somebody
time
gonna
he'll
catch the
do
Holy
that.
Ghost up in there?
And he said he gets delivered. He gets delivered when he go in, but when he come out, it be back in him. He said, he, but no, like it was, like I said, I felt like, it was nice, close to my home, and we felt homey, but that wasn't. Thank you. Wouldn't you like to know, right? What kind of church is that? Right.
One of them ABC churches.
It wasn't. No, trust me. They
No,
they
I'm
they
being
they
I'm being facetious. I'm just joking now. We do
Yo,
right,
that.
because they
I'll be right
did.
back, guys. I need to make sure my lock is on. Real quick. I'll be right back. Y'all keep going.
Okay. Yeah, they wanted to they definitely asked me about my relationship with him too, because they were like, how do you know him, and da 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 da. And I was like, oh, I used to I was the campaign manager for someone that ran for office here in my community. And so that's how I met him. And then he's the one that asked me, I had asked him, was there a good church nearby? And he had asked me, had I heard of that church? And I was like, no, I haven't. I told him about the other church that I heard of. And so, yeah, so I started going, and we, I mean, we were faithful, faithful, faithful. We only had missed since I started going in August, we had only missed uh one Sunday. One Sunday. And yeah, so and that was no matter what. Like there was sometimes, and the pastor even said, sometimes we were there when people that had been there for years weren't there because it might have been a little sprinkle, a little rain. And we would just, we would still walk up. We had our little umbrellas, and we would walk up to church. So it hurt me, honestly. Like I said, when you cut someone off, it's not something that's like, oh yeah, I'm out of here. It is hard for me, particularly because I do believe and value relationships. Like I said, no matter what type of relationship it is, I value it. But I don't I don't allow. I feel like the same thing that Steve Harvey said. Don't let a man have to tell you twice that he don't want you. I feel like that the same thing. Like I would never allow anyone to think that I'm not going to put my children like first, or they're to be disrespected, are a priority, because I think that could be a test. That could be a
Right.
test for them to come in and breach trust and the relationship between me and my children. you
Right.
know so I took that very seriously. And I told him when we were walking, like I said, when we were walking back home, I said, that's gonna be the last time we go there. And my son was on it. My son said, maybe we can go to that Hispanic church.
Oh, you have one of them near you as well, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do as well.
Boy,
The
Jesus
people.
hustling, boy. Jesus get his money.
Jesus
Or do he?
Cristo. Jesus Cristo. Yes. Yes. And I said, you know what? You know what, King? You're right. You're right. We're gonna try that. We're gonna try that. We're gonna try that Spanish one out. See what
No,
they over
no,
there
I,
talking
I I
about.
never went to it. The church that, and they have a church band. Keep in mind, but they just act. I guess they be over capacity, at full capacity at sometimes. So and I'm right down the street from 'em. But when I
Wow.
take this one family home, it's a Haitian family, and it's a
Hmm.
lot of them. And I guess because of the type of vehicle I drive, they say, well, can you fit them in there and all that? So I take them there. But right before I get to their house, I pass the Hispanic church. And I just be looking at them. I'm like, is that a cathedral or whatever? So no, they're just a Hispanic church. You know what I'm saying? But
Wow.
I never had no interest of going up in there because I think they speak that speak the language.
They do, because we've gone to the store, because theirs is in the storefront, and we've gone to the store a couple of times after church. Because, like I said, if they don't, give my babies little snacks, we'll go to the store and we'll get some on the way home. And they have like a storefront, and they definitely they don't speak English in there at all. But I said, man, when you that Holy Ghost is a translator, okay. So I said, we just gonna have to spruce up on our Miami native tongue, because that's all they speak down in Miami anyway. And we're gonna
Yeah,
have to
on,
go and
on the
visit.
Google thing, put on the Google Translator. It'll tell you everything.
Yeah,
That's
it
if you
will.
don't.
It'll do the. But I said I'm not opposed to, because at like I said, in the Miami, we were a part of a church that was it was white and Latin. They had a English service and they had a Spanish service, but the English service was mostly white people, and of course, the Spanish service was all Spanish. But so occasionally at our Bible studies, they would preach out of the Spanish. They had the Bible in Spanish, and they would preach out of it, and then somebody else would translate. So I'm not opposed. I just never thought, coming up from Miami back to Atlanta, I would you know I would have to I would be in a community where there was this much presence by Spanish people again. But yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
man,
real.
it's deep down here in Atlanta. They got
It
a whole bunch
is.
of, and Atlanta. A lot of times people don't realize, yeah, it's multicultural and multi diverse, but they do have certain areas where the entire community is an Asian community. Even the name of the subdivision is in their font. Let me pass the mic though. Somebody else just joined the panel on the channel. Introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm transcending sport. How's the panel going?
Hey, how you doing, sir? Salute.
Hey,
Salute.
how are you?
Good. How
Hey
about you,
man,
ma'am?
thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for pulling up, man. Let me ask you, man, how do you identify and remove yourself from a toxic relationship? Transcendent Sports. Make sure you follow this guy too.
Honestly, the first thing I would always think about is the respect. The number one. See, if you respect the other person, that's great. But if they're doing something wrong to you and you let them doing it, then your self-respect is low. Then that's when you know you're ready to go. That's when you know how to. That's how you should know how to cut your losses when it's about to. See, self-respect is number one when it comes to relationships. If you self-respect yourself, you definitely gonna respect the other person. And if the self-respect is very low, so that you let that person tramp over you every single time, is it really worth it now? Right now, you're just doing self harm, and not only that, you're also harming the other person because you're not telling your true feelings to that person, and you're being dishonest to yourself. If that makes sense.
Yeah. It made a lot of sense to me. Um, Let me ask you guys this. I'm gonna pass this around the room too. How do you help a friend or a family member uh, in a toxic relationship? Let's start with I start with you, sir, since you just came to the room. We haven't heard you speak. How can you help a friend or a family member in a toxic relationship?
Myself? Are you talking about me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. How do I help a friend or a family from a toxic relationship? That's a
Right,
great
right.
question.
Because you want to help people, but at the same time, sometimes I use this analogy again yesterday, but Courtney stole it today. But basically, a lot of times when people are drowning, they don't know they're drowning. They're just trying to
Right,
survive.
right,
And when you try to help them in the process, you can get drowned as well.
right.
Those are Marq Nash bars. That's some of
Nice.
my fire. That's some of my fire. Come on, man. Come on. Who but me? Who but
Yeah,
me? No,
yeah.
I'm joking. Go ahead though.
No,
Seriously though.
for me, I would always use it in example. So for the person to not be like overthinking what I'm saying, I would give them an example and a situation, then hopefully they will figure it out. For example, if my friend is in a toxic relationship and let's say he doesn't realize it yet that he's self-harming himself because of a toxic relationship, then I will give him an example. I'll be like, hey, dude, if I were in your, like, for example, let's do this, and that person did to you, do you think that's fair? I will try to give that more like a sympathy, not a drill sergeant, right? In
Right.
creating that safe environment so we can us talk and have a connection, and then I'll let him give him an example, and then maybe hopefully he realize he's in a toxic relationship. Hopefully that works. Most of the time it does, but some people are just truly blind to them. Like, do you get that one person who's in a toxic relationship? Is like, no, no, it's never like that. It's
Absolutely.
whatever. Yeah,
They don't
and
know they're
because
drowning.
they're blind. And in order for him to get out of the relationship, what I feel is that you have to give an example. Or if you don't give an example of situations, sometimes they don't connect the dots, right? And that's how I truly feel.
IB, you still with me, bro?
Yeah, for sure, for
Man,
sure. I need to.
how can you help a friend or a family member in a toxic relationship? Without pushing them away or saying I know it's not my business, but sometimes it is your business, especially like let's say they live with you or they have children and those children are your nieces, brothers or sisters or your cousins or how do you help a friend in a toxic relationship or a family member?
Like my brother said, that just recently spoke. You give them certain scenarios of other toxic situations, and you hope that they listen to you and follow direction. But everybody, like I said, won't listen. They'll let themselves drown because they feel like their way is the right way, when in all reality they don't understand that they're drowning, so they'll let their selves drown, along with their family and whoever else they're looking after. But all you can do is try to, give them a little bit of game. That's all you can do. But you can't make nobody do nothing. You can't make nobody leave a certain situation. You can only, give them a little game and, give them certain scenarios, what they're doing and what they're not doing to make them, you know what I'm saying, understand a little bit more. Like, you're not going down the right path. You just, listen, the person that you're dealing with is doing this, he's doing that, you know, or what you're doing is not healthy for the person that you're dealing with. What you're doing is affecting your kids in a certain type of way. It's up to them to listen and it's up to them to follow direction, but you can't make nobody do nothing. You can't make nobody leave a toxic situation unless they want it for themselves. Marq Nash.
Absolutely. You can't. You can't. I'm especially like when you're dealing with a domestic violence type of situation. Like you see it all the time. The guy, I know someone personally, and not to tell their story without telling too much of it, but basically, their grandfather intervened into a domestic violence situation and was stabbed in the head with a screwdriver by the husband, and he lost his life on the scene. That man is prison for the rest of his life, and that woman is probably somewhere taking it to the face, by somebody else, getting abused, and it's still, or being abuser, because a lot of times when you are, I said it the other day, a lot of times bullies, people who are bullied become bullies, people who are abused become abusers, hurt people, right? Because that's how you are learning to communicate. It's unfortunate, it's truly unfortunate, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Asian Math, how do you help a friend or a family member in a toxic relationship, sir?
What
How,
I'm on record as saying I'm pretty much a live and let live type of person. I understand that comes with some, depending on the small percentile, with some detriments, or it could be detrimental to the cause. But we when we had these conversations, and when I reply, I'm always speaking of an adult. An adult in my category, it could be 18 to 21, but usually 21 and over. So keep in mind of that when people hearing the feedback and they go, well, what about if they were in high school? And no, that's another conversation. So
right.
here we strictly talking adults. Uh, there's not a one size fit all thing when it comes to helping a person in a toxic situation. I have to evaluate the situation, like say, treat it like a bed case, not moving too slowly with it, but evaluate, is this person, how receptive is this person uh to these toxins? One quick example, but not an example. I like you say, without telling any names. No, over the years have plenty of homeboys or whatever. And this one dude, he was always the guy that kind of like get the low bearing fruit from the tree. I don't want to call a female ugly or whatever, but it's the girl that gets passed over a lot.
I
And then
get it.
he usually was the guy that end up with her. So finally gets one, okay, we just do it as a rating system. He usually get a lot of fours and fives.
I get
Finally
it.
he got
I
like,
get it.
okay, well, people that's and then finally he gets like an 8 or 9. And she's just dogging, dogging, dog. I mean, dog, dude. It ain't funny. I'm laughing, but y'all know I'm jovial.
I
And
get it,
so
man. That's crazy. Like he's like,
now, if you just could see some of the stuff, it was just so blatant. But anyway, how would you help him? Because he like, regardless of what she do, yeah, but that's my chick. Or y'all just hating. So he's receptive to it. So is there really any helping to it? So that's that situation. So if they're not that person, and they're really looking for some help. So of course, just as IB and the gentleman that he left the panel, but as like IB said, uh it will start off verbal, and give some scenarios like, hey, if put the shoe on my foot, if it was me, because I feel I know my self-worth. Uh if ABC was happening, I would respond with XYZ. And hopefully that person, like you say, would gravitate to that get conscious of the situation, cognitive of the situation, and make better moves in helping the situation. First, they have to be receptive to the help, understanding that, hey, I'm trying to help you, not hurt you. I'm trying to, help you shine and not shame you. And then once they realize that, then they have to be willing to receive the help. Now it's contingent upon what the situation is, what verbals and what physical actions uh I will put into place after that. But for the most part, in a nutshell, let's start off verbally, just seeing, are they aware of what's going on, and then assess, is this person just want this to continue? Then that'll be toxic for you to try to intervene. But if this person is really crying out for help but just don't know how, then yeah, you give some you sit down and have a talk with them, and then you get that out the way, and then there'll probably be some action moves that needs to take place. And once again, that all depends on what's really going on, what the action moves will be. But as long as they're willing to receive the help, yeah, uh, uh, I will help. And just mainly start off verbally, just saying, bring it to their attention, like, hey, it's the third time you got a black eye. What's good? What's happening? It's the third time you getting kicked out of your place. Is it you or is it someone else or whatever?
Mm.
The third time you need a ride because so and so got your car and didn't show up and pick you up for work. Whatever the situation is. So you just kind of like got to bring awareness. But like IV say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So
Exactly.
Right.
That's all I was saying.
like Queen said, sometimes you just got to throw the baby out with the baby water. You got to make that assessment yourself. But you could reach your hand down to pull someone up, and then they end up pulling you down. Then what? Now you got to make a decision, let go. And sometimes you probably can't let go because they got so much of grip on you. They just gonna pull you on down. So it's a delicate situation.
Yeah, it's funny that you said you guys know where that comes from. The baby with the bathwater. You ever heard where that comes from? Allegedly. Anybody?
I don't know the origin of it, but I'm quite sure
How
there's 50
How
different
about
versions.
you, Courtney? IB, y'all know heard where that origin supposedly comes from?
No, I'm not sure, but you can
No,
explain to me.
I'm definitely interested. Please,
Cool.
I
Cool.
love backstories. You know me.
Story time.
Yeah.
Better not have
Um,
nothing with an actual baby though.
it does. It goes like this. It goes like this.
DFS,
Back in the
CPS.
days, water was precious in town like that. No indoor plumbing. So what would happen was this: they would take a bath in the order of importance. So the dad would take the man of the house would take his bath first. You get what I'm saying? He's the man of the house. He worked the hardest all day. Blah blah blah. He would take his bath first. Then mom, then the kids, and then the baby. Or the field hands, even those people. You know what I'm saying? They would take their bath first, and at the end the water would be so dark. That's where and it's so black and you can't. It's dirty. So and they would say don't throw the baby out with the bath water. Yep, that's where that comes from, man. That's what I was told. Hey, but it's interesting. But Courtney, I wanted to ask you, how do you help a friend or a family member in a toxic relationship? I think your mic is muted, Courtney.
Fucking slippery
Courtney.
ass steps.
Okay, I
She,
think her mic's
she,
muted.
she's the panel.
Yeah, I can.
No, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Um. Yeah. I've been in a few situations where I have. I do try to have the conversations. I'm a person that's very like blunt. Also, like I'm just like, nah, sis, that ain't looking. That's not right. Like that's not what it is. Um I've tried other situations where I like sent a a card, a note, and they've they've never resulted with someone being appreciative of the observation. So I still will, I can't imagine that I won't, because that's just the me and Omega. I can't imagine me not ever intervening or trying to give some support or words of encouragement or advisement. But I can just tell you personally, it's never gone well with me. Just, whether I pull someone to the side and do the conversation, or whether I, like I said, I sent, a card or a note, or whether I try to offer my own situation. Like, that backfired the worst, where I tried to be like, hey, what would you do if you were in this situation? I basically gave the person that situation, like their own
Right.
situation, and they were like, oh, I knew something was going on with him. And I'm like, nah, sis, like, I'm talking about you. But it just backfired, so I couldn't even turn it around at that point. I just had to be like, okay, whatever. Thank you. That's what you think is going on? Okay. All right. So it's never really gone the way that I imagined it. It's never happened the way it plays out on movies or on sitcoms.
Right.
But I
Right.
always will try to be that I always just ask like the Lord to use me in that regard. But like I was telling you the situation yesterday too. Like, sometimes I do be trying to figure out what am I doing in the situation, because I'm like, I really don't have I don't have any skin in the game. I don't have any like real, I don't know what my purpose is, and I don't like to be in situations where I just don't know the purpose of it. And so, you know, yeah, that's not always easy. It's easier said than done. Like, you want to think that you would be you want to think that you're able to use discernment and say something that's really going to be impactful, and it's going to resonate, and they're going to be able to receive it. But folks, a lot of times, we just did a panel on my channel a couple of weeks ago. I like the way panel and channel rhyme. I think we need to do something with that, Mark. We got to put our heads together and think of something with that.
I do it
But
every time I don't know if you notice, I do that every time I'm on somebody's show. I
that's
said,
hot.
shout out to the channel and the panel. It means a lot to me and my audience.
Oh,
Shout out,
that
because it
thing,
does
that's
mean a lot to me when I show up somewhere. I shout
it
out the chat
sings.
room goons.
Chat room goons. I love it.
I didn't
Come
create that
on.
though. I didn't create that, but
Chat
Corey
room
Holcomb
goons.
5150 Nation, man. Shout out to chat room goons. But yeah, I borrowed that. But y'all didn't know it though, so I borrowed it, right?
I follow
But
50.
look,
I know what's up with
yeah,
them.
yeah, man, that's my boy. But
Follow.
let's let me do this. I want to go into the headlines, man. And we're gonna talk about this shooting, and and that's gonna be the last topic of the day. Because this is definitely some toxicity going on there.
Yeah.
Not just the fact that you had this entanglement for all these years. We'll talk about it. But to answer the question on the screen, the way I've dealt with this, believe it or not, I kind of just mind my own business. I know it's not good for
Yeah,
a friend of
bruh.
family. I kind of talk to them, and I'll kind of let them answer it, and they be like blah 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 blah. They ask me the question, and I'll talk to them, and I'll be like, yeah, man, that's messed up, man. Well, how does that make you feel? I'll ask questions back, and then I'll be like, man, so what you think you should do? I keep asking questions to get them to basically kind of come to their own conclusion, because you can sometimes these toxic relationships might be their mom. You get what I'm saying?
Wow. Yeah.
It's their
Yeah.
parent sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the parent. Sometimes that parent is your mom. You too. You get what I'm saying? Or that parent might be their dad, because you guys might have different fathers. You get what I'm saying? Or that might be a different sibling. Like, hey man, yo, she taking advantage of you. She always borrowing your money to pay. She know not to ask me for nothing. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know she was messed up like that. They don't call me. You know, whatever the situation may be. So I say every situation is different, of course. Sometimes sometimes you can't save everyone. Sometimes you have to say, I don't want to drown too. And you are drowning, you don't see you drowning. And I'm not a strong enough swimmer. See, sometimes you gotta check on mute somebody's mic real quick. Y'all over there making trap deals over there. What y'all doing? Somebody still in the car again? Had somebody the
It
other day
wasn't
something.
me. It wasn't me. Who was the guy that was they was moving bodies yesterday? So funny. That was funny. Hilarious.
Yeah, maybe you was mad at church. You like, man, you know what? I'm gonna go steal a car. I,
Never
God didn't
that.
bless me with
Never
one
that.
yet. Shoot, I'm going to steal one. We ain't walking no
Bruh,
more that
I
day, man.
like
I'm going to.
planes and golf carts. I told you I'm all the way. I'm extreme or I'm nothing. I'll do nothing in between. I'm
I ain't
extreme.
mad. All right, but look, so let's get into this, man. Let me play. I want to put this on the screen. That's how she looked when she dolled up. This the mug shot. We're gonna run into this 911 call. It's your boy Marq Nash breaking beats. This is a young rising star singer Anne Marie 911 call after shooting a young man in the head, allegedly by the police. But let's play the 911 call.
Hello, please. My name is please. I'm at please. Oh, please.
Okay, hold on. What's the address, ma'am?
Please, Daddy, please. Ma'am, it's an account for the bus can, ma'am. I do not know.
Okay, you said someone was shot?
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Okay, one moment.
Ma'am, please, hurry up, please, ma'am.
Hold on.
Please, somebody help me. Help me, please.
Hold on, let me get the ambulance on the line. You have to calm down, ma'am.
That was an accident.
Okay, you have to calm down so we can help you. The address is... Ma'am, you have to calm down so that we can help you. It's gonna be...
Okay. Please, ma'am, please, ma'am.
Where are you in the hotel?
Ma'am, I'm in the...
You're where? Where exactly are you? Ma'am, where exactly are you in the hotel?
Yes, yes.
Where are you in the hotel? Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from? Hello? Ma'am, I need you to talk to me. What's the phone number you're calling from?
I need my room.
Okay, ma'am, we need to get help to it. What's the phone number you're calling from? Okay, hold on, Grady. Let me see if I can try to get further information. Ma'am.
If you just tuning in, we listening to singer Anne Marie's frantic 911 call. It's about 45 seconds left. No, about 40 seconds left.
Ma'am.
I love you, best friend. I love you, okay?
Ma'am, is that a male or a female?
I love you, bro. I love you, okay?
Hello?
Tell
me exactly what happened so we can get help to your friend.
The gun was sitting on the thing, and I tried to grab my towel to put it on, and it dropped.
Is the patient male or female?
It's a male. Just look at me, okay? Stop moving, my friend.
We got EMS en route to that location.
All right, there you have it. Singer Anne Marie's frantic 911 call. She has been charged with I'm gonna pull that up so I don't say this incorrectly, but World Combat Sports, Peace King, how you doing? I hear my echo in somebody's background. How y'all feel out there? It's your boy Marq Nash. If you're just tuning in, this young lady has been arrested. According to the reports, they were in a hotel and She is in a relationship. This is not her boyfriend. This is a different guy. Allegedly, they have been into a relationship for some years now. Um, um, let's start off. I just want to give my condolences and show respect to the family. You know, I know it's a sensitive issue, and we are talking about quote unquote, someone shooting a side dude, right? Allegedly. But she has been charged and arrested. Um, I guess she's saying the gun was on the table. She was getting a towel. The gun fell. And when it fell, it struck the gentleman in the head. He did not make it. Yeah, anybody want to jump in where you like? Anybody go ahead, man. I'm going to mute my mic real quick. And y'all take the floor. Whoever want to take the lead.
What's good, everyone?
I'm sorry,
Welcome
sir.
to Sports in the building. Good evening. Yeah, I read this article and everything, and I really like to, wait till the evidence come out.
Okay.
She has culpability. Hello?
Yeah, you had dropped out. Last thing we heard was I want to wait till the evidence come out. Go
I
ahead.
feel the
Yeah.
same. I think it's just
Let him
kinda
finish real quick, Miss Omega. We'll come right back to you. Go ahead, because
Can
you
you hear me
might
now?
get dropped.
Good. Can you
Yeah,
hear me
yeah.
good
Go
now?
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I pretty much want to wait and be patient to the evidence to present themselves, and whatever is culpable will be taken care of. If she's culpable of committing this crime, then the punishment is what it is. Obviously, this is not the first time we've heard situations like this happen, where a firearm is retrieved and an individual is shot. We don't know the whole entire internal extent as far as what caused it. How was it instigated, and the outcome being so severe the way it is. But somebody squeezed the trigger, and I'm curious to know if it was a revolver with the hammer back, or was it a pistol with the slide? Because either one, the revolver has the, what I'm saying? It's hard for a pistol, really. But I'm just saying, I'm just curious to know what type of weapon it was, and the trajectory of the round from where he was hit in the head. But yeah, condolences to the man family, and the coaches sometimes present situations like this for real.
Yeah, that's facts. And me from knowing, how things go. If any gunpowder was on her hand, arms, anything like that, she squelched the trigger. I'm not saying that she did do it, but coming from knowing investigations and being in the streets, if a gun falls and discharges, then it would be no gunpowder on baby girl's hands. But if any gunpowder was on her hands or anything like that, fingers, arms, she squelched the trigger. That's what I can say, and that's one thing they're going to look at when they pick her up, is was any gunpowder on her hands, arms, wrist, anywhere around that area. If not, they could look at the gun falling and being discharged any type of way, whether it's a revolver or a pistol. But gunpowder residue anywhere on her hands, fingers, anywhere like that, she squelched the trigger.
Yep.
Well, I'm just like them, gotta let the forensics come into play and see what all adds up. We don't know how many people were in the room. I know it's what you heard on the 911 tape, but we're talking about prior to the gun discharging. And there's a lot of, circumstance that goes into that. Was the trigger actually pulled? Or was it accidentally discharged? What was the placement of the gun? Where was he placed at? Was it more than one person holding the gun when the gun discharged? It's just a lot of missing information. So main thing is condolences to the guy that lost his life. Hope we put our prayers for the family and loved ones, his loved ones, and just let the investigation take its course.
You want to go ahead, Courtney?
But it's a tragic situation.
Oh, I was just saying the same thing that the gentleman was saying earlier. Um, yeah, I was just saying that you know, there's it's so soon we just don't know all the information, and um,
But
that is a tragic situation, and definitely prayers going up, and with all parties involved, because even if allegedly, even if hypothetically rather, um it was not it wasn't a accident as far as pulling a trigger. I I absolutely, from what I heard just now, I know you said she's a singer. I don't know if she's an actress, but you could feel a lot of pain there. So regardless of him being a side or the main, or even if it was something that was done with not even just fully grasping the fullness, without grasping the fullness of the situation, uh she sounded like she was in pain. So
So you think she was genuine?
it felt like that to me. And
Okay.
I mean, and I'm just going to say this just again because I don't speak generally, but just because I've been in a situation. I've been in an entanglement where
Okay.
it has been like this thing is just out of control, and you can't control either none of it. And you there is a different anger that's present, um and you know in the throes and the height of some arguments with that person I was in a relationship with. I just, man, I'd be like, man, this would be over. This could be over right now. I ain't have no gun or nothing, but that's just how angry I would feel in that moment, because it's so out of control. It's so out of control. And but like I said, I know that uh, people that when you're watching it, it doesn't you don't get the opportunity to just say, oh, um I was vulnerable, or I was upset, or I wasn't thinking right, because it's such a wrong situation. People don't extend that opportunity to you. So that's why I said just prayers up all the way around, because whether it was a grab out of anger, or what have you, it just she felt like she was really hurting and remorseful, and she just felt, like I said, I've been in a situation like that. No gun was involved, but definitely a situation where just the anger that was there in regards to the entire situation just was like, um it was almost like an out of body experience, so to speak. So I'm gonna just yield my mic. I rest my mic.
Yeah,
okay,
she sounded like she was in pain, but we don't know if it was or hurt rather uh about the situation, but it's because she finally realized what she done, or it was because it was an actual accident that, like, once again, we don't know, just a lot of unanswered questions. But yeah, she definitely sounded like she was hurt from the situation, regardless of what the true agenda was, what was the actual cause of it, the lead up, and then the actual discharging of the gun.
yeah. What I'm looking at right now too, reading this report on the Daily News. First of all, at the day of this report on the 8th, the man was still alive. So I hope he's still fighting for his life, God willing. But she has been charged with aggravated assault. with the commission of a crime. Aggravated assault in Georgia carries a time of 15 years for aggravated assault, and she also has another charge of being in a deadly possession of a firearm in the commission of a crime, of a felony. So she's facing those 2 felonies. This incident, what's interesting is this incident happened on the 1st. She wasn't charged until the 8th, to go back to what the IB was talking about. You know what I'm saying? They didn't arrest her to the 8th.
I was thinking
So,
the same thing. Yeah.
here's
It sounds
another
like
thing.
some tests have come back.
Also, they found 2 shell cases and a different bullet hole going by the door jamb in the bathroom. So those 2 bullet cases kind of made them feel like, hey, how did it go off twice? You know? So I'm sure they, IB, they did the ballistics and they checked the bathroom to see if it was any gunpowder residue in the bathroom anywhere. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
it was
saying?
one in the cabinet too, bro.
A bullet wound in the cabinet by the
For a gun
bathroom,
to
I think.
go off, period, it has to be locked and loaded. A bullet in chamber. A bullet's not going to discharge if it's not a bullet in a chamber from jump.
Correct.
A lot of people keep their guns, locked and loaded, one in the chamber. But if a bullet
And
wasn't in
usually
the
with a
chamber
safety
to
on too,
begin
right?
with, then how can it discharge?
Twice.
Accidentally.
Well, it could have been a failed suicide attempt.
If it was a revolver with the hammer back, then she dropped it off the table. It can potentially go off though.
Twice?
That's true.
No, not twice, bro. I'm just saying one time at least. The other round
no,
was
it's
coming
not a
from her.
revolver because they found casings on the ground, so it's an automatic. They found
Okay, if
casings
it's an
on the ground.
automatic, then somebody's cocking a slide and letting it ride.
Yeah, they said, according to Daily News, they said when the cops arrived to the Intercontinental Buckhead, Atlanta that night, Slater was reportedly standing beside the bed while screaming and crying hysterically. Police noted that although she seemed quite upset, there were no visible tears from her eyes, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported.
That usually means that she's guilty.
Cops also saw a large pool of blood at the entrance of their hotel room before
That's
finding
so
the
messy.
Well, are we getting that David Duke type of blood on the scene? Because he was putting that down there himself. Just
They
ask
said,
OJ.
What part is
Yeah.
what he said, or me reading this part where they saw where the blood different from the shooting site? Because that's what they're saying. The blood, where he's shot at and where the most of the blood is at is different from. Let me read it. Here we go. Cops also saw a large pool of blood at the entrance of their hotel room before finding the 24-year-old victim lying in the bed with a gunshot wound to his forehead.
He might have got shot outside the room and made it inside.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. We don't know how many people were involved with this, And you was trying to say Mark Furman because you said David Duke.
Yeah, well, he was saying David Duke. I thought to be funny because it was KK. Yeah, I thought it was. He was just like basically.
I meant David Duke. You
meant David Duke. Okay, I thought he was being funny in regards to being the racism aspect of Mark Furman. Yeah.
Okay, a projectile was also found in the bathroom door on the carpet and one in the tub, police said. There was one bullet hole in the door jamb and also one in the cabinet on the top right corner in the bathroom. God, she missed a couple times. I'm sorry, it's not funny. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But it just sounded like he said she caught the slide and let it ride. There's a lot of bullets, man, for an accident. That's all I'm saying.
Ariel definitely supports he could have tried to kill himself, messed up, and then
that ain't what he's.
First of all,
we're going with what she's saying. She's arrested. He's not talking right now.
Right. I understand.
We just trying to get back. Let's go with you changing the whole theory, man. Like that ain't what she said.
Bam, I'm not going by what she's saying. What the reports? That's what I'm going by. I already know.
So he tried to kill himself 4 times? Because it sounds like these 4 shots right here.
I mean, I don't think it's a statute of limitation of times you could kill yourself until you're successful. I'm just saying,
Good point.
I don't know what the case is. I'm just saying what given the forensic evidence in the ballistics, there are multiple scenarios. We still don't even know how many people were there.
If he tried to kill himself, they would definitely know from the gunpowder residue.
Are there any pictures of the guy of the victim?
Oh yeah, they do. Let me see if I can find one of them. This one that's going around of them together. They said they've known each other for like, they grew up together. That's what she told the police. But yeah, man, it's truly unfortunate, man. But yeah, man, why is the gun on the table like that anyway? Where it's like I'm still trying to figure out how the towel is with the gun on top of the towel, and if it happened right here by the table, how are the shell cases in the bathroom, multiple shots, like, yeah, man. I just want your opinion. My bad, Asian Math. I didn't mean to come across coy.
No, no,
And
you
again, I
cool.
apologize to the victim and his family. I wasn't trying to make any jokes of it.
Right.
I'm so sorry. That was in poor taste. But let me see. Let me see. I can find this guy real quick. But go ahead, man. Y'all can pick up wherever.
Right. It's just an unfortunate situation, tragic, But the information was conflicting. Is he deceased now, or
Nah,
is
he's
he
still
fighting for?
fighting. No, they say
Oh, okay.
his thing is still unclear. He's still fighting for his life.
Oh, okay.
The
Well,
last report from yesterday.
hopefully he pulled through, and he be responsive enough to where we hear his side of it.
Facts, exactly. That's where a lot of this whole case is gonna, start off with what my man could say if he is, healthy enough, responsive enough to give his, part of what happened.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be verbal out of his mouth. He can write it down.
True, true. So if he is still alive, fighting for his life, like you said, God willing, hopefully he is. He can give his side of the story on what happened. But a lot of cases where somebody does try to commit a suicide and they actually attempt it only takes one time, and most of the time it is successful, and it's one shot. You can't kill yourself twice.
True. I was just saying that that's based on what he was reading. It still creates multiple scenarios of what could have taken place. That's the only thing I was saying. Once again, I wasn't there, so I still don't know.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. And those extra gun casings or bullet fragments that was found in a hotel room. That definitely throws a curveball into this case as well, and it throws a lot of red flags on what baby girl said over the phone in the 911 call too. She was kind of unclear in her explanation of what went on. She hesitated on giving her location, her phone number. It kind of sounded a little bit, kind of crazy. I don't want to say fluky, but she could have been a little bit more, clear and understandable on what happened after she seen what happened, if she's seen anything or if she done anything. But calling the cops was a good, decision to make. But how do we know, when she called the cops after the situation happened? Or, we don't really know for a fact. He could have been, suffering for 25 minutes before she called the cops. And she could have been sitting there panicking with him for 25, 30 minutes before she called the police. Or, we don't know that for a fact. So it's a lot of holes in this situation. But, praying for the cat, praying for his family, hope he pulled through, hope he's responsive enough to, give the details on what happened in this situation. But it's definitely a sticky situation. I can't call it, but
Yeah, that's a good point you made, IB. You know, the timeline of things. We don't even know the timeline of the multiple shots. The only thing I think I revealed is that the gun went off multiple times. I think, you know, we could come to that actual factual conclusion. But we don't know what time the first one went off to versus the time the second one went off.
Right. But all I'm saying is based off her story, what she's saying, and what's her case that she's hanging it on. I grabbed the towel and the gun went off. The and she's arrested 7 days later and charged with aggravated assault. The only reason she's probably not charged with felony murder, because Georgia doesn't have first degree murder. They do felony murder. They
And that usually means that it was a crime being committed
right.
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what is that crime?
Well, I mean, that's their version of first degree murder, like it where it's premeditated. You know what
Ooh,
I'm saying? That's their
ooh.
version of it. Like every state is different. Like I
Yeah.
learned that not too long ago when I was watching some other case. Georgia, they call it felony murder. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times I don't know how they do with attempted murder, but when I see certain cases, I'm like, damn, that should be attempted murder, but they'll be charged with aggravated assault, which is 15 years though. You know? So
Yeah.
aggravated assault ain't that bad. You know what I'm saying? I mean that ain't that good far as like, okay, well, it's not attempted murder, shoot, that's 15 years, man. If they throw the book at you, you know what I'm saying? So, and depending on how calculated it was, they might give you that attempted. I don't know which one raises the higher sentence, but trust me, they're gonna stack them charges, try to give you the highest.
Oh,
You see off this one they gave her 2 charges already. So
right.
but the multiple shell casings, man, when they say it's a bullet hole here, it's a bullet hole here, it's a shell here, it's one in the tub, and he supposedly got shot over here on the bed. You know what I'm saying? When you was reaching for the towel.
And the pool of blood is it's a pool of blood
by the door.
Yeah,
by the entrance of the door.
Yeah, that's not adding up.
Because he probably was moving around and doing a lot, you know what I'm saying, once he got shot. You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't die, obviously, instantly, because he's still alive. But sometimes you might have got blacked out. Maybe she thought he was dead, but that happens too. You know what I'm saying? You might survive the shot, but it knocks you unconscious or something. Who knows? Anything. It's a whole bunch of things that could have happened in that room. Only them 2 people know as of right now, as far as we know. But yeah, man, it is what it is, man. We're gonna wrap this one up, man. This been another one, man, another good one. Don't forget, Freestyle Friday is coming up. It's right around the corner. Donnie been talking that talk. He hit me up a couple times, said he ready. He said
Yeah,
ready.
I saw him last night. I came in late, so I just didn't jump on the panel. You know, I went back and watched the replay.
Yo, he said did you hear him talking about how he's been writing? He's been writing for this dude.
Yeah, he said he got like 3 pages, something like that.
Yeah, 3 minutes. He said he got 3 1-minute rounds.
Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to see.
Oh, we're gonna see, man. We're gonna see. We're supposed to be doing like a little conspiracy theory show tomorrow about JFK. And do you think and why are the files still secret? You get what I'm saying? The president of the United States was murdered broad day in the middle of a parade, and we still keep those files secret from the American people. Y'all want to talk about it? We'll see. Somebody might give me a better topic, but that's what it is. On Thursdays, I like to take a topic from the audience or the panel and the channel, and I'm gonna do those on Thursdays, and then we do Freestyle Friday. So Monday through Wednesdays, I'm gonna try to have a good topic for you guys, something compelling, something you can have a conversation with somebody about, or outside of the show, but also on Thursdays, more importantly, submit your topics and your stories to marqnash27@gmail.com. I'll put it on the screen. But yeah, man, I was trying to do that JFK show tomorrow, man. But I don't know, man. What y'all think?
Yeah, go with it. I mean, go ahead.
If you could do a JFK topic though, after that, make sure you do a Malcolm X topic too, because it's a lot of you hear. We get deep on that too, man, when it comes to a lot of stuff being hidden, a lot of evidence, yeah. So if we can do a JFK topic after that, we can do a Malcolm X.
Yeah, that sounds real good.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
then when y'all ready to get back to sports, I saw the Porterway podcast, and he said a lot of interesting things. And then he got on the gosh, I forget the other guy's name, but he got on his show. And so I like to get y'all thoughts on
What happened?
well, in a nutshell, Porter said, the sport of box. I mean, yeah, the sport of boxing, as far as Terrence Crawford goes, he needs to fight. He shouldn't be worried about Spence. He needs to fight him.
Mm.
Because Spence plate is full, and before he could start talking about anyone ducking anyone, he needs to see him. And so he's full. He said at first he was hesitant on calling them out. This was like a couple of years ago. He named when the fight was going on. I think it's like July last year. And then he said after he fought Benavidez. He said it was after the Benavidez fight. He was like, he was pretty much convinced, hey, they need to go ahead and get it on. And all that. So
Anybody want to add something to that?
Yeah, I feel like Porter took the Spence fight instead of the Crawford fight. I felt like Porter he didn't miss his chance, but he took another opportunity, which was a Spence. Spence took that belt. He said him and Crawford were friends. If that fight was to happen, it'd be if both parties agreed to that fight. So he decided to go with Spence, and he missed out on the Crawford.
So do we feel Crawford is ducking them now? That's what
So
that's the narrative.
I
That's
don't
the
feel Crawford.
no, not. I'm not actually there. I'm just saying that's the narrative that Porter is generating right now.
If I'm Crawford, I'm looking for a unification. I'm not looking for a fight with a dog that has nothing to offer. I'm not even worried about a Sean Porter if I'm a Crawford. I'm worried about a Manny Pacquiao or Errol Spence. You can't duck somebody that doesn't really have nothing to offer.
Hold on, real quick. Let me get a 2-for-1 real quick. Hold on, man. If you just tuning in, it's your boy Marq Nash. We're done with that show and the episode. We're going into overtime, I guess. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Give me one quick second. You got time to take a piss, but you ain't got time to take a shit. We'll be right back. Give me 35 seconds so I can chop this brick up and have a good show, man. We'll be right back after this. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's your boy Marq Nash.
This that squad sound.
Yeah, man. What's poppin', boys? It's your man Marq Nash. We back. Double episode right now. Let's get it popping. Just get a quick take on this. Cause we haven't done sports talk in a minute. Why not? Let's get it done. Should Crawford take the Porter fight?
Hell no.
I just want to. Now I can't speak for Sean. I'm just like you were saying in the report with the Anne Marie chick. We just going by her statement. So and everything that I'm paraphrasing. You could I could find it easy because all this stuff been this week. This is current talk.
It might be at home. Say shit. I gotta draw these. I gotta enjoy these millions I just made. Shit. Mike Tyson hit hard.
Right.
Roy Jones might say, I need to enjoy some of these millions I just got. Mike Tyson hit hard.
Right. But he was saying that came up about the belts, and he was saying it's not about the belts, it's about the legacy, and that's what's on the line now. So that's Porter's defense to, well, why should Crawford fight you? You don't have a title. And you say, it's about legacy because all the greats of this era then shared the ring with him. besides him and Pacquiao. And so he did say Pacquiao name first, and then he said Crawford. He said, but it looked like Pacquiao is gonna, you know, gonna be Spencer's next dance partner. So what is Bud waiting on? You know, he might as well mix it up with him. And Danny just lost, you know. So is Legacy a real is a legitimate claim to fame as far as this boxing era goes? Because I feel the fight will be legendary if they got in there. And but obviously, besides the two guys, a unification about what fight makes more sense for Crawford, because he, you know, our deal is about 80% done for Spence. Pacquiao named him as his next opponent, and some reports say it's 100%. But I ain't going with that, you know.
Unification. That's what I feel like is the time for Crawford, the unification bout. You know, since
But
he's
if the
been
two,
champion after
yeah,
defeating Jeff Horn, it's time to unify for Terrence Crawford. It's about that time.
yeah. But with the two other guys with the straps about to meet up, what Turner's just gonna sit back and wait on the winner of that? He just gonna be stagnant until that?
No, I honestly feel like the Manny Pacquiao fight. I honestly think Manny Pacquiao is gonna relinquish that title. I don't feel like Manny Pacquiao is gonna fight either guy. That's just my honest opinion. You know, I
Even
don't.
though he came out and made the comments he made, you think he just capped?
I feel like he'll fight Bud before Spence. But the comments he made, he sounded like he's gonna fight Spence before Bud. But he's never really said whether he'll
Right.
fight Spence for sure or not. He just said, you know, Spence looked good. That's a good fight to make. But then again, it's Manny Pacquiao. That's the legacy fight right there. You know, if you're talking legacy, you want Manny. You know, Bud accomplished a lot too. But Manny is for your legacy.
I think Porter has built a legacy based regardless of the losses he got. Uh, all his fights, to me, for this era, when you look back on it 15, 20 years from now, you will consider them legendary matchups. You know, just like Hearns, you know, he didn't beat Hagler. He lost to Hearns. But those fights are legendary.
Yeah, most definitely.
He
I
lost
could
to
say
Sugar Ray. I say he lost to Hearns. He lost to Sugar Ray. Those fights.
Sean Porter beating Danny Garcia and Adrian Bronner is his most significant wins. Adrian Bronner and Danny Garcia. That's Sean Porter's most significant wins. But him as far as fighting top competition, Kell Brook, Keith Thurman, you know, on top of the two other guys I just named, yeah, that's legendary. But nobody in the sport of boxing has been an 8 division champion like a Manny Pacquiao. 8 divisions we're talking. Asia math, that's hard to do. I don't think nobody will do that no time soon. Honestly, 8 division champion. We got
Yeah,
to give
no,
Manny Pacquiao his just dues, even with his 7, 8 losses. You know,
right. No, don't get me wrong. One would be more legendary than the other, but I mean, if everything's going down the track that it appears it's going down, but if we just going by what Pacquiao has been quoted for saying, and Spence been quoted for saying, what is Bud gonna do in the meantime? And I understand, you know, what no one else has a strap. So what fight would make more sense with Bud, or he just gonna sit out and just wait while other people, you know, call him out?
yeah. Besides Manny or Spence, I definitely give you Sean Porter. That'd be the fight to make. That'd be, you know, one of the most exciting fights to watch. That's a great fight to see in boxing for sure. You know, but that fight should have been called for before all of this friendship stuff. You know, they should have been trying to. If you my friend and we're that close, I want to get in the ring and both benefit from this fight. You know, if me and you are that close, Asian math, let's get in the ring and let's spread the wealth. You know,
Right.
we don't even got to kill each other. We could talk behind the scenes, like let's just get a fans a good fight, but we both gonna benefit. You know, the winner wins. That'd be that. You know,
Or it
just
could
get.
be a trilogy, like Pacquiao did with Marquez. No, matter of fact, they fought 4 times.
Realistically speaking, that's a great possibility, you know. But you know, Sean Porter, he he chose Errol Spence. In all reality, you know, he chose to give Errol Spence that unification instead of a Terrence Crawford for whatever reason. I don't know why. I mean, that's just who he chose.
Well, if we can believe what had been being spoke around that time, I will say I won't put it on Bud. I don't want to make it seem like, hey, Bud is a ducker. That ain't gonna be my language. But Bob Herm had like, cause for real, going all the way to the core of it, Bud should have been shared the ring with Manny Pacquiao. That's first off. Before Pacquiao even left Top Rank. And then when Porter had the title and Bud had the title, and then they was, you know, talking that friend stuff or whatever the case, I think Sean, it was an easier fight because of Bob Arum to make a unification bout with Earl. And Earl had been calling them out way before Bud. You know, Earl had been calling all them cats out. And so it was an easier fight to make. I'm not saying who would have been the easier opponent, but it was the easier fight to make. And you could put it like, you know, if anyone ever street hustled, well, you could go across town and make this $1,000, or you could go around the corner and make this $1,000. Considering it's illegal money that you're making, quote unquote, what you gonna do? You minimize the risk. I could get caught up a million ways going across town to make this $1,000. I know what's around the corner. I pretty much know my area. I know it like the back of my hand. I know when the law boys are riding. I know when they're not riding. I know when the shift change is. I know when it's indictment season. Yada yada yada. It'll make more sense just to go around the corner and make it. You know.
Oh, most definitely. That was all in house right there. That definitely makes most sense. We're keeping everything, you know, in house. We don't have to go, you know, nowhere else. We're going to benefit all benefits are going on the same side. We
And
don't
plus
have to
the money is not changing. Matter of fact, I would dare to say if he would have fought Crawford before Spence, who's to say he would have got the payday he got trying to unify with Crawford? Because the record shows on that, you know, oh, you're gonna give you're gonna let American benefit 7.5 mil, where Danny Garcia was only gonna get like 3 mil. That didn't make sense. That ain't make sense at all.
And the pay-per-view bit Top Rank in the ass. It sold 125 pay-per-view buys.
Exactly, a total
They
loss.
try to bank on Amir Khan's British following. They tried to bank on it, and none of those Brits bought the pay-per-view. And we saw the outcome.
And Amir Khan, you know, is a subtraction. You know what I'm saying? I know people still want to get behind Amir Khan, but you know, he was stopped early in his career by Prescott, man. He was stopped by multiple other fighters. Yeah, that fight here and there with Terrence Crawford was freaking a disaster, to be honest. And the fact that he quit and only fucked it up even more. But to answer the question that was up here, should Crawford fight Porter? I'm not sure what he's going to get from Porter. Porter has lost to the top 3 names that was at the 47-pound division before. He lost to Kell Brook, Keith Thurman, and Sean Porter. I mean, and Errol Spence.
I agree.
So for Crawford to get the retreads in order to boost his freaking Wall Street with Errol Spence, what does he have to do? Possibly have to go in there and knock Sean Porter out, and that's not an easy task to do.
Yeah, that goes back to what you're saying. Even though with losses, they were compelling losses, and so I feel Bud could benefit from it. You know what I'm saying? Can you survive as the others survive?
Well, you look at it like this: he's trying to build up negotiation leverage to step in there with Errol Spence, and his only leverage right now is a WBO strap, right? So if he doesn't get the fight with Manny Pacquiao, at least he want to, fight and keep that O on his record. And of course, he I don't think if he picks Sean Porter and let's say he go the distance with Sean Porter, I don't think it does anything. Like I just don't think. I think he's kind of tainted right now because of what the language I'm hearing from Errol Spence. Errol Spence want to act like he ain't got shit to say to Crawford. Yeah, you got shit to say to Crawford. He has a WBO strap and you want to be unified. So in order for you to be unified, you got to start talking. If you say you got 3 fights in 2021, let us know if Crawford's one of them. If he is, we happy. We start to talk about it out here in the social media universe. Okay, Crawford going 2021, Errol Spence and Crawford gonna go down. He already mentioned it. But Errol Spence want to get behind the mic and say, well, I don't know why he had to fight for. He said he didn't need me, so I wouldn't have won. Man, come on. He sound like he been in a car accident.
Right. Well, I mean, it sounds like both of them would, because I don't know. I don't know why would Bud even say, "Well, I don't need none of them." He ain't just say Earl. He was excluding all them guys. He said, "I don't
He
need none
said
of them
he don't
guys."
need them to cement his legacy. He's right.
Him, that's multiples. So we just don't want to finger out Earl on it. Like I say,
No, he did say he
damn.
don't need Errol Spence to cement his legacy.
I was just saying he didn't single out Earl. Yeah, he did, but he said them in another sound bite. He said he don't. I think to be exact, to quote him verbatim, I don't need none of them guys. So that threw me for a loop. Like, nigga, what did you smoking? What did you mean you don't need them? So
to cement his legacy?
Yeah, he said his legacy is already cemented.
It is.
Well, I mean, that's cool. So he can't be crying about what's going on moving forward.
No, he wants his legacy in getting a fight at welterweight is different. He wants to fight at welterweight because he's a top pound for pound boxer. So he's striving to beat the other pound for pound fighter that's in his weight division, and that's Errol Spence Jr. Errol Spence has other type of demands. He wants to be undisputed unified. That's not the same demands that's coming from Crawford. Crawford just wants to fight Errol Spence and shut him up and let everybody know that he's the baddest man in the welterweight division. So in order for them to make that happen, Errol Spence needs to stop coming up with excuses and get the shit done.
Once again, I'm not going to say who's making excuses because I'm not running their careers. I could just use the same analysis. Some person say, man, that $1,000 over there across town was sweet. You were a bunch of bad bitches over there. You could have got you some head and all that. Nah, dog, I'm going to go around the corner and make this $1,000. You could go over there and make that $1,000. You know what I'm saying? So if Earl, had this roadmap planned out to how he's going to do it, I got to respect it. If Bud wanted it to go his way, then he should have, had a more leverage, planned it out a little more where he would have more leverage to do it the way he wanted to be done. He just can't sit back and say, hey, I got some people saying I'm the baddest man, so we need to test and see. Okay, that's them,
I mean, I can give you the excuses I'm talking about if you willing to take a look at it, because that's exactly what Spence been doing, bro.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I accept them as excuse. The only way I know it's an excuse if I'm in Earl's heart and I'm in his mind, and then I could just definitively say if it's something that
right here. He on first take.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I read it all too. Terrence Crawford, wait till he get a belt. Yeah, he ain't did nothing in the welterweight division.
We just saw that a few days ago.
You want to go over there? Keith Thurman want to go over there, and now y'all want to say, "Oh, I ain't fought nobody," but I got a belt now, so I'm ready. Sean Porter got a belt too.
Sean Porter got a belt. That's two fucking excuses.
No. What
Why
I got?
I go to the easy road?
No, I mean if that guy
press conference.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, Asian man.
No, I mean he got to live up to his words. If he say he's not worried about me, then I don't know why he doing what he was doing here. I probably wouldn't go to none of his fights. So
Yeah, that's sounding crazy, man. I mean, what are you talking about? You said get a belt, and you ain't living up to your words, bro.
But I remember him saying he's going to unify. He's going to clean out the division. He didn't say it's going to be in any particular order. But back to what you said, when in the soundbite, because we just saw that. I just showed that video as well to Marq Nash. I think that was last week. He said Sean Porter got a belt, so I want to go around the corner and get this belt. You could go across town and get that belt if you could beat me to it. You know what I'm saying? Then I got to
that
come up.
wasn't the topic of discussion. The Asian map. The topic was Errol Spence fighting Bud Crawford. We ain't talking about Sean Porter.
No, at that time when that was going down, all three of them had belts, and both of them trying to unify. So Earl was like, okay, you know, you could say what you want to say. I'm gonna unify the way I want to unify, and you unify the way you want to unify. You know what I'm saying?
That's facts.
But he was going off the fact that Errol Spence.
I'm gonna come see you. Errol did make it clear. I'm gonna go see Sean Porter first.
Right.
You know, easier fight to make. He did say that. He said, "I'm gonna go take."
He didn't say easier. Hold on, no. Let's be clear. He did not say, "Hey, bro, IB." He didn't say an easier fight to make. He said, "I'm gonna take the easy route."
Specifically, but
he said, "I'm gonna take the easy route," and that could be competition too.
That was the easier route. You know,
I'm not even gonna speculate on that. I'm gonna know what's the easier competition once they get in the ring. We're just talking about the fight.
I mean, the odds makers knew Spence was the favorite in all of the fights. Spence has been the favorite.
Oh, okay, but the facts still remain. All three of them had belts at that time. So if Bud really meant what, if he really had his eye on Spence, like you know everybody's saying he really do, he could have increased the leverage by beating Spence to Porter. Getting that belt now Spence really got to come see you if you really want him.
Porter wasn't trying to fight Crawford back then.
There you go.
He was like we friends. Even his dad said it on Boxing Voice. Bob Arum had said it. He was like, yeah, man. They said they friends. He said we ain't gonna fight unless we have to. You know what I'm saying? But at that point, I was thinking like you guys thinking, shit, y'all both champions. Y'all need to. But I guess it was other fights that they can make and still get their money according to them. But Sean Porter could have got that fight with him. Like, that's your man. That's supposed to be your boy. Get money with your boy. You know what I'm saying? But nah, you got money with Errol.
And another thing, if Bud really, really wanted that, he had the leverage to make Bob give that man an offer he can't refuse. I'm talking about Porter, that is. And I think it's still the same way with Spence. If he really wants Spence, give him an offer he can't refuse.
Why? Why should you put the money out and you still have one more belt out there in Manny Pacquiao? He's supposed to give him the offer he can't refuse, right? Take the fight, and then after that, what they have to offer the Pacquiao?
Let me ask. Okay, I guess that Pacquiao is going to give them an offer he can't refuse. Porter gave him an offer he could. I'm talking about Spence. That is an offer he couldn't refuse. I'm yet to hear, besides the $7 million Khan got and the $3 million they was offering Danny, what they was offering all these other guys. Thurman threw his bid in for $10 million. Some people say, hey, that was too high. But looking at the landscape of thing and the cachet and the fighters, if you're going to let Marq Khan of all people benefit $7.5 million, I don't think that's a too far stretch for Thurman to make $10 million. But we ain't gonna stop there. That was just Thurman's offer. They didn't even send a counter. Okay, we don't know if we could do 10. What about 8? And didn't even give him a response to that.
Is it too difficult just to think about Bud and Spence making the fight instead of including every other collective champ that's in the division?
No, it's not. Once again, I believe Top Rank has the budget to give that man an offer he can't refuse. They ain't did that yet, so that's making me question: is that something they really want besides the verbiage of it?
But common sense tell you that
money talk, BS walk.
But common sense says Errol Spence ain't doing that. If Errol Spence wanted to smoke, if Errol wanted to smoke, why he didn't give Bud an offer he couldn't refuse?
because he
The
got
same thing. No, wait. The same
all right.
thing goes. The same thing that you say go both ways. If somebody really wanted to fight, then they would throw all the money they can to make sure the person fight them. The same thing. Bud just wanted 50-50. Oh no, he pricing himself out. That ain't fair. Blah blah blah. How is it not fair when it comes from Arrow to anybody else? But it's okay for everybody else. Everybody else supposed to just throw out all the money they got in the bank. They're supposed to force their promoters and everybody else to give up money that they would never give up in a million years. They're supposed to force them to do that just to make sure that Arrow get the fight or somebody else. You got unequal weights, unequal yokes. You got to make sure it's fair. But common sense says if Bud got to do it, then Sean Porter got to do it. Thurman got to do it. Errol got to do it. Pacquiao got to do it. You don't hear Pacquiao giving out no offers to nobody. He waiting on everybody to offer him. Yes, he's a champion and all of that, but technically he's not the champion that he's supposed to be because he was supposed to have that belt for a long time, but he didn't have the Mayweather. Mayweather had his belt for years, like Gary Russell. He's had his belt for
But
years.
remember, you asked me a question, so you're going long-winded with. I'm ready to respond. And introduce yourself, man, because I thought that World Combat.
Nah, this Cer Sn in the building. I finally finished my business. I'm back in here. I listened to the whole chat. Y'all was I appreciate y'all cooking the way y'all do, like always, man. You made another great show. And salute to Marq Nash for bringing everybody in. Like he always do his thing. That's it. That's what the king does.
Appreciate it, man. I'm trying, man. I'm out here trying to be great, bro.
Okay, to answer your question, when you say why didn't Spence do it, I got to revert back to the scenario that I say about getting $1,000 around the corner from you versus traveling all the way across town to get it. The money that he made with Porter, quite sure. Hey, okay, this is in my budget. I could do that. Same way with Garcia. Okay, cool. I could do that. Same way with Pacquiao. He already know he's going to get whatever that price is. He know he's going to get that for fighting, and it's a unification bout. When in that video that World Combat put up just now, Bob Arum was right there. Bob Arum could have easily came out of his mouth. Okay, this is our budget. He obviously Bud wants to fight you. This is our budget for this fight. What's up? I didn't hear none of that.
That's informal. He's not going to talk about money out there with everybody, man.
He's never done that ever in life.
But I mean,
since he's been with the old fighters, he's never talked the direct money amounts ever cool, in public.
There was never a soundbite from Spence or his camp to say, well, we received an offer from Top Rank and it wasn't, we just didn't want to receive that. So
why would they ever do that? Errol don't do that. Errol, for example, I love Errol. I love Errol. He's I would say my second best fighter I like right now.
But sir, you're not going to ride over that lump hill. Spence already knew what he's getting from Porter. He knew what he's getting from Pacquiao. He know this. I know, regardless of what nobody says. I know he knows what he's getting, and he's cool with that. For real. Take money up out of it. Okay, y'all fight for free, just to see who could beat who. But still, Spence say, "Well, I want to see how I match up with Pacquiao, and then whoever else after that, come on with it."
Man, stop it. He would need more practice. That's what it is. We gonna cut through the bull, and I was trying my best not to say this. The fact of the matter is, he blatantly said himself he need to get everybody else first because it's easier. Like he said, it's easier. And with it being so easy, he didn't look as great as I wanted him to look. For example, people say, well, I was impressed by Errol in this fight. I wasn't. You're impressed when something happens that's out of the norm. Errol looked like how I expected him to look. And he said himself he was a B. But why is everybody giving him A's when he said himself he was a B? And he gassed out 4 rounds. He gassed out. He said it himself. He gassed out 4 rounds. So you telling me he could have did that against Terrence Bud Crawford? The smoke? No. No real boxer will tell you he could do that.
Sir, I got my pen and paper. Only thing I need from you right now is these Powerball numbers. Because if you know what's in that man's heart, you must know the winning numbers.
So instead of you being rational, you want to jest. Okay.
No, I'm just saying because
I'm hilarious.
No, I said they could fight for free, but we still can't say
Errol don't want to fight him yet. He needed to fight that type of pressure. He needs to fight Pacquiao to get that type of experience.
No, what I'm saying is I don't know if you know he feel he needs practice or whatever. I don't know who's gonna win that fight. If I had to bet money on it right now, I would say Spence will win, or definitely before the accident. The jury is still out on what level of Spence what he's at. He just said he gave himself a B for this fight, so we don't know what level he's at right now. But before the accident, I felt like definitely hands down Spence. You know what I'm saying?
Man, so, Terrence get the job done. We'll put money on that all day, man.
Once again, that's a possibility, but I'm not going to sit up here and say I know, because if I did, I'll go ahead and empty my bank account out and put that money on which one of them will win. I'm quite sure. Well, that's cool.
Well, I told everybody, and you can go back and check the footage. I told everybody that Bud was going to show out against Kell Brook, and everybody was crazy thinking that there was even a chance Kell Brook could beat him, even with him looking his best. Because I was even on other people's channel. I ain't gonna give them no clout. Except for it's some people who come into this channel. I was on theirs too, and I said they was like, "Oh, well, it sounds like you making excuses for when Bud lose." No, I said I'm making sure that everybody know that Kell Brook looks the best and that he feels the best, and everybody saying he looks the best, feels the best, coming off 3 wins. He's the best version of himself, and he's going to get done in badly. And what happened? He got done in badly.
Well, I don't know who them other people is because it sure wasn't me, and I was like, that's cool to keep busy fight for Bud, but I mean, I wasn't putting a lot of cachet into that because I refuse to believe. No, I'm not in Kell Brook's body, but I already know once you got hit by Spence, you're not the same. And then he got hit by Triple G. I know he wasn't the same. And then he got hit in the same spot that Spence hit him, and he showed he wasn't the same. You know. So
well, most people who say they boxing geniuses say that was a jab. Then if they were boxing geniuses, then they will understand that was a hook. It's a short hook.
I just say he hook. It was a short
hook, and it was a hook that he didn't see coming. The shot that you don't see coming hurts.
It just so happened to land in the same spot that Spencer had done damaged.
No,
go look at the foot. Go look at the footage.
I looked at the footage. Stop it, man.
It's the same spot.
Stop
it's the same spot.
Man. He had 3 fights. He had 3 fights after the Errol Spence fight at 54.
But it's been years later. Come on, man. Y'all playing games. So that's like y'all give the excuse, well, why can't Bud fight somebody before Errol did? Errol been in there in the welterweights his whole career. He should have fought everybody. He should have beaten everybody.
Even Porter was running from him. Come on, man. Y'all, you know that. You even said that out your own mouth. Even all them cats was running from him.
And everybody
was running from him. Garcia was running from him. Pacquiao was running, but see, it's when they get bagged into that corner.
If he's been in there majority of his career after his 3rd fight, right? He dropped down to 47. Why haven't he amassed a better career since that's been the only division he's been campaigning in?
That's what I'm saying. He just got a second belt.
You talking about Spence?
Yes, he just got a second belt.
Why it take him so long to get a second belt, though? Why it took him so long to get the 1st belt? If he's been campaigning
over
in the division,
and he had to cross country to get that.
Okay, yeah, he had to cross country, but okay, Crawford comes up here and he doesn't go to the IBF. He picks up the WBO strap because that's what he needed. And people act like he haven't defended his title 4 times.
With all knockouts.
Crawford had his pick. Crawford had his pick of the litter. He could have got the. Well, I don't know if he could have got. Yeah, he could have got any one of them. Yeah, because he was.
You still got to make the fight.
Opposition that Spence has right now. What's his best opposition? Kell Brook and who? Sean Porter.
Who you talking about for Crawford?
Who is his best opposition? Errol Spence best opposition.
I'm trying to gather what you're saying.
Who is Errol Spence's best opposition, bro?
Himself.
No. Who has Errol Spence faced? The best names Errol Spence faced to this day in the welterweight division. So if you have to do that, that should tell you no one should be talking about Terrence Crawford's freaking resume and him defending his belt 4 times. If you gotta ponder like that, just think. Then he don't have a superb resume. He don't have that spectacular resume.
No, because all of them are so great, it's hard to cipher through. Not all, because it's enough of them that are good. I can't say. I'm answering what you asked me, so let me get. I can't say. Was Sean better competition than Kell Brook? I can't. I gotta think about. I gotta weigh that evenly. So I just can't just give you a name.
Well, I can tell you what Errol Smith.
That's said. You can. So I'll listen to you. But I mean, me.
Errol Smith said that his most important win was against Kell Brook until this fight of him coming back.
Reason why, because that was the first title he got. It was the most significant. I think that's what he's saying. And plus, look what he had to go through to get that. And then he had to leave the country and go get it. You know what I'm saying?
And Bud Crawford did him in.
Kell Brook. Who's next?
But I'm not. I still don't know which was tougher, Kell Brook, Sean Porter, Garcia.
No, we passed Kell Brook. Kell Brook #1. He had to go into another country back there. I picked that up. He did. Be a knockout.
Y'all want to say that? Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Who's next?
I don't know. Y'all telling me.
Man, it's just a simple question. Who would be next in line as his best opponent?
Now you got to weigh Porter and Garcia.
Okay, just choose Porter and Garcia. Who?
Sean Porter.
I'm gonna say because we got to factor in this man coming back from a ferocious car accident.
Sean Porter beat Danny Garcia, so I'm gonna say Sean Porter.
Correct. Sean Porter beat Danny Garcia. There ain't no questions, no ifs, ands, or buts. It's Sean Porter.
But I'm just factoring in that man came up. That we ain't gonna act like he wasn't in no car accident. Come on, man. That dude was
talking about. What are you talking about? What does car accident have to do with picking his best opponent?
Because he had to go through rehab. That your condition determines what level of opponent you're going to fight. If just say you was the fastest guy, but then you sprained your ankle and you got to race 10 different guys.
Grapple, my brother. I'm talking about his best opposition on his resume. We said Kell Brook #1. Who's #2? Says Sean Porter.
That's based on that, just looking at them without leaving Errol Spence events out of it. Then yeah, because Sean Porter beat Garcia, then okay, you could say Sean Porter. All right, that makes sense. That's fine.
You're trying to add Danny Garcia as one of his best opponents
under the all the circumstances involved.
What?
I say with all the circumstances involved, we don't know what version of Spence walked in. Spence walked in there as a handicap.
How, man? He watched him. How was he a handicap, man?
I said walked in as a handicap because nobody knew what his mental was. There was a lot of question marks.
Past tense, he walked. Look,
now it's past tense. We talking about going into it.
No. I'm talking
look
about
at this. Man.
Finished. His best opponents. We got Sean Porter and Kell Brook. Look,
okay.
You and then Danny Garcia. What has Danny Garcia done?
So go back to when Spence hit him. You should have did that first, then show that.
What?
You should go back to when
talking about after 10 rounds, how Spence hit him after 10 rounds.
Oh, all the time hit that same spot. Go back to that spot. Just freeze it where that spot at. Look where that glove at. Freeze it. Freeze before he went down. Now, is this the punch that put him down? Okay, now freeze it right there. Now go back and watch the Spence Kell Brook fight and see how many times.
Man, who cares about that? That's
Spence in
3
that same
fights.
spot.
Look, this is the 4th fight after he had with Errol Spence. He fought
Them cats don't hit like
154 pounds after he fought Errol Spence. This is his
Them
fight.
cats don't hit like Earl.
What?
Them cats didn't hit like Earl. He was
Now,
fighting
I'm
them
telling
UK
you, he was cleared to fight 3 fights at 154 pounds. He was cleared. So who cares about this punch to the face? He fought 3 guys at 154 pounds, which is a heavier weight than 47.
Facts. And if you want to say that, then Garcia, you can't say Garcia was that great. Because Garcia not even as good as he used to be because he got beat twice.
But Garcia did what I was saying with Book. Garcia, because he had that title, he was able to demand that match. And then the budget was there, so it was easy to make.
So what is the difference when Bud made a fight with
Bud came to 140?
Because he had his belt.
When Bud came to 147, he was a unified champ, so he could have fought for the IBF, the WBA, or the WBC.
Yes, if they would take the money amount, they still got to take the money. They still got to take the money and sign the line. Who took the money? The one who they thought was going to beat him.
Now we bring the rope around, and it's the conversation just regurgitating itself. First of all, I don't think neither one of them scared to fight each other. Right now, I think Spence just making it as in, I ain't trying to go all the way across town to make what I can make over here. Matter of fact, I'm quite sure I can make more over here. So he just making business decisions. Now
So
when he get Bud, when he gets
it was trash. And then
when he gets go ahead. When he gets top ranked, bagged in the corner, well, they ain't got no wiggle room. I already got all 3 of these belts, so you got the only belt. Come on up here, son. That's all I gotta say. If I'm in Earl Spence's mind, because I don't think neither one of them scared of the other. So I ain't even gonna put
that Asian man right. It don't matter if he got 3 belts or not. There's only one boxer out of this equation that's trying to become undisputed. And that ain't freaking Terrence Crawford. He haven't been uttering those words. That hasn't been his cadence at all. Believe that. It's been Errol Spence. Errol Spence has to come to Terrence Crawford. Regardless, he had 3 belts, 4 belts, whatever. There's nothing he can do except come to the table and offer Terrence something that he can work out. Or else the fight doesn't happen. He has to come to Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford don't have to come to him. What are they gonna do? Take the belt off of him?
But Terrence said he don't need him. I'm gonna believe what he said. You know, he said he don't need him. That's cool. You know, that's just shame on them for this era.
The whole entire equation is trying to become undisputed. That's the whole entire underlining point. He wants to become undisputed before moving up to 54.
But I'm gonna have to reserve a response on that till after the Pacquiao fight is made and what happens after that. Then I could entertain, you know, that conversation.
How he said he was undisputed. And for his legacy, he has to become undisputed because right now he only got 2 belts in his whole career.
Well, first of all, he might lose to Pacquiao. That's first things first.
And if he loses to Pacquiao, what are you going to say then?
What you mean? As far as what? I'm gonna say what I'm saying now.
So Errol Spence will still be the best in the division. He'll still be on.
We're only speaking of in the moment. No,
Manny Pacquiao,
sir. Is you trying to put words in my mouth or do the Jedi mind trick?
No, because you said I would still be saying the same thing, and that's why.
No, but then he say if he loses.
No, he said that first. He said if he lose, what would you say? You said I would say the same
no,
thing.
I must have been hearing some. I didn't know if he asked that. I didn't know he was in regards to if he lose to Manny Pacquiao. But if that's what he was saying, and that's what I'm answering, what I'd be saying if he lose to Manny Pacquiao, it would he lost to Manny Pacquiao.
Okay. Huh? So what would it be then with Errol Spence? Will he still be one of the best, or will he be second, third? What?
Well, we got to see what other guys done. You know, we still won't be able to say. Once again, this is a hypothetical question. We don't know. What other guys? Hold up, because this hypothetical. Other guys probably done got 3 or 4 losses by that time. So
Crawford?
I don't know. Once again, it's hypothetical.
Person out there outside
it ain't enough fights in between them for him to get 3 or 4 losses, man.
Like, I don't know. I don't know
because Pacquiao. Because Pacquiao's supposed to be the next fight. So it's not. So 4 fights would be 2 years from now. Like we talking about if he fights Pacquiao right now.
Once
this
again, it was
spring or summer.
hypothetical, but putting it more logistically hypothetical, one of them guys might have been and got a loss as well. Probably got knocked out. Probably be still asleep by the time Earl loses. So we don't know. So I don't know where I would rank.
Well,
Earl.
one of the guys we ain't seen no slippage, no slip, no slouch, no nothing.
I mean,
but
and that's
focused
cool.
on boxing, 100%, and he's getting guys.
Both of them
out
undefeated. One of them got 2 straps. One of them got 1 strap. One of them looking to get 3 straps in 2021, and that's all that we know on the table. As far as who pumping Kool-Aid.
One person is knocking out everybody he fights and making it look easy, and one person is having tough fights and gassing out on fights.
But fighting tougher competition though. Come on, Mikey Garcia, Sean Porter, and Danny Garcia.
Mikey Garcia.
Back to back. No green.
Let me have the flow just this 1 second.
No green beans.
Let me ask this.
Mikey Garcia, IB.
Let me ask this real quick.
No green beans.
Oh, they don't want to hear this one.
Mikey Garcia asked for that. He still was a credible name.
But that doesn't mean he.
That's still a credible name, though. World Combat. He asked for that. That's still a credible name.
He was.
It's better than it's a way better name than green beans.
Not at 147.
Like was Mikey Garcia
and American?
Was Mikey Garcia an Olympian? No.
Doesn't matter. But let's do this.
It does matter.
It does matter, man.
This guy green beans, what you calling them, went further than the Olympics than a lot of these guys. Never been dropped, never been knocked down.
But who has he beat
and
though,
at 140,
who has he beat?
Who had Mikey been beaten up at 147?
Mikey beat Adrian Broner. Mikey beat a few people.
Come on, man. Y'all saw that fight with Broner, man. He got Broner on his record, but you saw that fight. You saw that fight. Come on, man. And they both smaller guys, like 140.
Still,
they didn't fight at 140. They didn't fight at 147.
Champion
they didn't fight at 147. Hold up.
Respect on his name, though.
And then on top of this, look at this. Then, since you want to say so, who he beat? Okay, well, I know a guy who beat Manny Pacquiao at 147 and then got knocked out by Bud Crawford.
But let's do this.
But
they don't like that triangle.
Now it seems like some duck.
They don't like that triangle theory. They don't like that triangle theory.
No, I'm saying who's fighting top competition and who's fighting.
Is Manny Pacquiao top?
The lower. Who's fighting the better competition? Errol Spencer, Chance Crawford. Who's fighting the better competition?
They ain't gonna answer that one, IB. They ain't gonna answer that.
Manny Pacquiao top competition.
No, he asked you who has been in the past.
I asked this question first. I asked it first. Is Manny Pacquiao top competition?
He got a belt.
He's an 8 division world champion, of course.
So who beat him? Who's beating Manny Pacquiao?
A lot of people. 8 people beat him. A lot of people beat Manny Pacquiao.
Beat Pacquiao.
Storm, Tim Bradley, you name it.
But look, man. But y'all said Adrian Broner, and that wasn't at 147.
It ain't no y'all said that. But I get
Adrian Broner.
Jeff Horn beat him too.
But all I'm saying is at 147, Mikey was improving, man.
Well,
he hadn't fought 5 guys and knocked them. Hold on. All I'm saying is Mikey hadn't fought 5 guys and knocked them out. No matter whether you call them tomato cans or not. He hadn't fought 5 guys at 147 and stopped them all when he came up. He didn't.
His last
listen, though, you're expected to beat a JV team if you're a varsity player. You know, we gotta look at the level of competition too, though. Errol Spence would have knocked all those cats out too. I feel like Errol Spence would have stopped all those cats. Terrence Crawford.
No, he ain't knocking out the guys in front of him, bro.
But still give him them same guys and see what he doing.
But he ain't knocking out the guys in front of him first. You talk about giving him, talking about I knock those guys out. You ain't knocking out the guys in front of you, and your reason.
The same guys. Give Bud Garcia. Give Bud Porter. Which you know.
I think he's gonna stop them all. BBE, Bud beats everybody.
No way.
BBE, Bud beats everybody over there right now from what based off these fights, and he will stop him.
I don't
And you
think
know,
he'll
hold
knock
on,
out. I don't think
hold on,
he'll knock
IB.
out Sean Porter.
First, he got to have the heart to get in the ring with him.
IB, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
He probably take Sean Porter. He might knock him out. You know, he might.
I know he gonna knock out Sean Porter, man. Sean Porter tailor
might
made
knock
for him.
out.
Nah,
exactly.
Sean Porter is not no knockout artist.
Power, stop it.
I never said
you know what, Mark.
I just said Bud don't knock out.
I'll go ahead and put 200 on Porter. And I'm on record for saying this. I know this is a live broadcast, so nobody can say,
man,
okay,
that's easy.
You say that. You say
that. I'll get you on that. That's easy money.
For the win or for the knock or getting knocked out?
I say for the win, man. You heard me.
Okay,
now
I just want to make
now
sure.
You want to put tomatoes on the
No, I'm just trying to give you a way out, baby. I'm just trying to give you a way out. So you don't lose the 200.
You a way out. I mean, you could go for the knockout.
No. I'm just saying he might survive, but I don't see it, man. Bud turns up a different way, man.
Once again, you could put a $50 bonus on
147, man. Errol Spence mixing it up. Crawford been getting what he can get. Bottom line.
And you know what happened, IB?
Bro, you better than this, man. Come on now. You better
I'm
than
just
this.
saying.
They don't belong
Errol
in there. He get them out of there.
And he been taking the top fights.
Hey, now Mark, you know that it's an expiration date on that bet. Now, ain't like you got to 2085 and that bet still going on.
We'll revisit it if the fight get made.
Oh, y'all got okay.
No. He just
but I mean,
the
fight got to get made in reasonable time. That's what I'm saying.
Get some free money.
The fight got
what you say, World Combat?
We know Terrence Crawford is more accomplished, of course. Terrence Crawford is a more accomplished fighter. That's facts. But when we're talking 147 in a competition, Errol Spence has been mixing it up with better competition at 147.
Who do you think hit harder, Adrian Broner or Terrence Crawford? Who do you think hit harder? Because Broner dropped Porter in the late round, in round 12, with a quick left hook. Drop Porter.
It was late rounds, legs gone.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. Wait. Let me jump all the way.
No. Let him finish though. Let him finish first. Go ahead, Asian F. You said late rounds. Go ahead.
Yeah, his stamina wasn't there, legs wasn't there. He probably wasn't focused. He probably felt like he had to. It's a lot of things that factor into that. So that's what Kell Brook, right? But what I'm saying is, no. Let's switch. No, come on, man. Now, sir.
That's the same thing with Kell Brook, right? There was late rounds. His legs.
I'm not even going to go there until I get mine off. Then I address that. I ain't even got mine off yet. It's like IB say. Let's switch up the resumes and see who do what to what. I understand what Mark said. Oh, what Spence ain't cleaned up what was already in front of him. Them guys are gone. That's history. So let's see if Bud can take Kell Brook up out the equation, because that's that common opponent. So now you got Garcia, you got Porter, and if Mikey Garcia is so much of this little trash person, he go ahead and get him. Earl will be glad to take Amir Khan, Green Beans, and that other and Jeff Horn. He would love to have for that, and you get that WBA strap. If you beat all three of these, he would love that for real. Just like how easy you was to say, okay, that $200 bet. That's easy money. That'd be easy money for Smith. Y'all wouldn't even want them cats to fight Smith. Y'all wouldn't. Y'all have y'all DVR set for 1 minute, because that's how long that fight gonna last.
What with Kavaliauskas? No, it won't, man. It'll last more than it'll last more than 5 rounds with Kavaliauskas, man.
So, do you think Errol Spence will knock out Green Beans World Combat, or do you think it'll go to hotel? Let's just be real though, and Jeff Horn too. Errol Spence knocks out Jeff Horn. Errol Spence knocks out Kavaliauskas. Both of those guys, I feel like.
American now.
He might knock him out in the later round.
We don't even want to talk about American, man. What? That's glass chin at his best.
As you said, after their legs are tired.
Kavaliauskas is a tough cat. He is a tough cat. He was one of those type of guys that you couldn't look past, but a lot of people overlook. But he proved a lot of people wrong in that ring, in that fight. He proved a lot. But Terrence Crawford handled this business. He was tougher than a lot of people felt, because he really didn't have that name. But like y'all said, being an Olympian and all that, okay, cool. But Errol Spence at 147, man, has fought better competition, is all I'm saying. We know who the more accomplished fighter is. 3-division world champion, on top of being undisputed at 140. That's Terrence Crawford.
Now, granted,
If we're
in
talking
all
about
fairness, though, IB,
yeah, Errol Spence
IB,
has a better
but
resume.
IB, he's been
But
at
none
that
of
weight
them.
class his whole career. He better have better
No, his
competition
first fight
than
was
no.
actually at 154, Mark
Okay,
Nash.
past his first
I
fight. Okay,
said he
okay, man.
dropped down on the
Okay,
fourth
you get what I mean, IB. Go ahead.
Now I
Who's
get
trying
what
to?
you mean though, but
But
technically
those are
speaking,
cement. Okay,
he
that's
started his
technical.
career at 154.
How many fights, IB?
Just
3.
one. That was his first fight.
Okay,
I
okay,
think
and
it was
everything
at like
since
you
then,
said 3 World Combat.
and everything since then
First
been
3 fights.
147, right? Go ahead, World Combat.
He did his first 3 fights at 54 and dropped down to 47.
Wow.
And how many fights do we have now?
27, I believe.
27. So he spent 20. He has 24 fights at 147, right? With that said, he should and better have a better resume than somebody who has only been at this weight class for 2 years and had 5 fights. That's what I'm saying. Let me finish. Let me land this plane.
Crawford has 37 fights.
Okay, let me land this plane. He has 37 fights through 3 weight classes, man. 3 weight classes. Champion, undisputed, champion again. 37, and so when he came up to this weight class, he only had 32 fights. And if you want to count all of, if we just not like Asian F likes to just count at 147, and I always say, hey man, that's not fair. You can't do that. Like they don't just introduce you as the champion of one.
Say when Bud got to 147, I ain't just say just count. I say when Bud got there, that's when it say go.
Okay, those are semantics. That's pretty much what I said. You worded it different, but that's the same thing. I'm trying to count the guy's whole resume and body of work. You counting at 147. And I get it because the other guy only has that weight class minus 3 fights at the beginning. Okay, I get it. But come on, man, we got to stop saying he fought more competition and better. He's supposed to. He has 24 fights there. When Bud got to 147, he only had 32 fights.
What year was it that Bud got to 147?
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Well, that's 2017 or 18.
That's 2018. We in 20.
So when I say that, that's what I'm talking about. From 2018 to now, that's it. We ain't talking about what Bud did in what Spence did in 2017.
So
16,
we talking
15,
about
14,
their last
13.
5 fights then. You
yes,
just talking
I've been saying that.
right. That's what I'm saying. I just said that's what you've been saying. I didn't lie on you, man. That's exactly what I've been saying. Asian Mav likes to count the last 2 years, or the last 5 fights, or the last, the welterweight years. Am I saying something wrong?
No, I mean Spence. We got what we got.
And what I'm telling you,
we got Ocampo, Mikey, Danny, Sean Porter, and who was before Ocampo?
Kell Brook.
Or Chris Algieri.
No, Kell Brook. It was Kell Brook. Kell Brook.
Kell Brook. Okay. So who was Terrence Crawford's last 5 fights at 147? And then we can just compare those fights right there. And then we're gonna get our answer right there. It's clear as day. We know what.
Let's start here. Let's start here though, IB. Let's start. Hold on. I get you. Hold on, sir. I'm gonna pass the mic. Sir, I'm gonna pass the mic real quick. Let's start here though, IB. To be fair, before he even came up and fought Jeff Horn at 147. At 140, he was asking for Pacquiao. He was asking for Spence. He said, hey, I want to go up there and I want to fight these bigger guys. Let's start there. He did make the call out initially before he came up.
I never heard him call out Spence at 140.
He said it in the ring. He said it after fights. I don't have it at hand right now, but I'll pull him up. He said it. I think it might have been Max Kellerman. That's back when they were still on HBO. Like, I followed the dude heavily. I know for a fact he said that. If nothing else, if you trust me, just take my word for it. I know for a fact he said that. And he said it on more than one occasion.
Great, like Terrence Crawford, you call out those big names. Errol Spence been calling out the top names at 147 since he came in the game.
I get it, but sometimes we get things confused. Hold on. I want to let Sir come in because I told him I was going to let him come back in. I just said that, say, for the people who say he never called out these guys or he need to say his name. He never said his name. And when you count off these 5 fights, just remember he was saying his name at 140. When he's come after he cleaned out that division, he was saying, I was coming up. I want to clean out the division. I want all the big names. Let's just start there. He fought Jeff Horn first. After the Jeff Horn, he fought
Jose Benavidez.
After Benavidez, it was Amir Khan.
Then it was
Clive Velasquez, and then it was Kell Brook. Go ahead, sir. What was you trying to say?
No, actually, it was Gamboa, not Kell Brook.
He didn't fight Gamboa again.
He talking about Terrence Crawford.
Terrence Crawford didn't fight Gamboa at
that
147.
was way back. That was way back. You talking about the names, the top names he beat?
No. We was talking about hold on, sir. I'll take care of it, sir. If you can't talk to the man without yelling at him, let me talk to him.
Gamboa's not his top 5 best names.
No. What we saying is, IB, we going by what you just said. We're gonna do the last 5 fights since 2018 to now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, only welterweight. Only what Terrence Crawford done at welterweight. That's what
Kell Brook,
yeah, and I was naming them in order. That's what was going on.
Mikey.
Yeah. We just named them off already.
Sean
We got
Porter. Yeah,
hey, IB, we got the names. Go ahead, sir. What was you trying to say earlier?
So earlier I was saying, which we got way away from. As they would say, my dear brother said that once you get into later rounds, your legs are weak. Excuse me, I was misspeaking. He says your legs are weak, and it's easier to get you out of there.
Yeah, typically.
So would you not say that's the reason why he was able to get Kell Brook out of there? Because his legs was weak. So that means when your legs weak, the rest of your body weak.
He was holding his eye, the same eye that the same part of the face that Bud hit him in.
He talking about that.
He made him quit, just like Crawford did Khan. He made him quit, man. Just like Crawford did Khan.
Hey, IB, hey, Jamal, y'all kind of cut him off, but that's not what he was even talking about. He was talking about when AB dropped Porter in the late rounds. He was trying to reply to that.
That was a flash knockdown to me. Perfect punch.
Let him finish though, real quick, because we did cut him off, and we was talking about something different.
We talking about him and AB. I mean, Bud and AB. I mean, whoever.
Porter, it was AB versus Porter, and I was like, who hit harder, AB or Crawford? Who do you think is a better boxer? Who hit the hardest? And I was like, well, AB dropped him in the 12th round. So while he's weak, you don't think AB's weaker too in the 12th round, and he still went down? Sir is trying to reply to that. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this: is if a person is weaker in the later rounds, then one, if AB dropped Porter, why couldn't Errol drop Porter? He got dropped already. If you're going by that same energy, he got dropped already by Adrian Broner. So if Adrian Broner,
Spence did drop Porter in the 11th.
What I'm saying is he dropped them in the later rounds. So we're saying, I'm trying to show the parallel. It was in the later rounds.
I thought you just said, I could have sworn you just said, why couldn't Spence drop him?
I'm saying my point, why I meant to say was why he couldn't drop him earlier.
I thought we was talking about the later rounds, sir.
And that's what I'm saying. Why he couldn't drop him in the earlier rounds?
But the answer is because Porter is not American. Porter is a game opponent. Porter is a game competition. He's the upper echelons of competition. He is, regardless of his losses.
Exactly.
He gave.
I would agree with that.
Look what Kell Brook did to Porter, and look what Spence did to Kell Brook. If you want to compare,
Spence did to Kell Brook in the later rounds. Bud did the same thing to him in the early round.
But look what Kell Brook did to Porter.
And look what Spence did to Porter.
I just feel like some of the guys too, Sean Porter beat, I expected him to win. Like I expected him to beat Paulie Malignaggi. Based off how I saw him fight Devin Alexander, I was like, yeah, he'll beat Paulie. The way I saw AB gunshot after that Maidana fight, like during that fight, and I was like, oh man, I picked Porter just because of his tactic. I picked him over. I mean, a lot of these fights, the ones I thought he was gonna lose, he pretty much lost. Everything after that Kell Brook thing, everything after Kell Brook, I was like, oh, that's the game plan. Because even with a lot of these guys too, like once somebody's been beat, like they say, it's a lot of times blueprints get written. Even when you win fights, sometimes blueprints get written based off a fighter's success rate against you, and that's why I think it's something to be said about all the undefeated fighters that Terrence Crawford fight. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these guys say what you want to about them. You can't say nobody who beat them before Bud Crawford. Say what you want to, and but Spencer's only fought 3 undefeated fighters.
So can you name me 3 big names that you can honestly vouch for that Terrence Crawford fought? Like big names.
Not at 147 like that. I'm gonna be honest. It's not a lot of
his whole career.
oh yeah, his whole career. His whole career, man. He's
Gamboa and who else?
Oh, Gamboa was in there. Jeff Horn was in there.
Jeff Horn beating who? But Manny Pacquiao.
He beat. That's all he had to. It's a legend fight. He beat Manny Pacquiao. Took the strap off. Come on, bro. He took the strap off Manny Pacquiao, and Bud fought him coming off his biggest win. Now after that, I can't say shit about Jeff Horn because sometimes once you lose a fight a certain way, man, it changes you, man.
Mentally. That applies to none of these undisputed fights.
I agree with you on that.
Unification fights for undisputed at 140. Why aren't y'all vouching for any of those names?
Oh, I hadn't even got there. The first thing I just said, man, I just popped in my head. I remember that. Ricky Burns was a big fight.
Victor Postal was his best name at 140.
Huh?
Victor Postal.
Victor Postal was a big name. Like I was gonna go through all of that. Like I can name all of these were big fights, man. Go ahead. What was you saying? I thought you asked me like his big names at one throughout his career. Like all of these, Ricky Burns was a big
biggest names. Period.
Ricky Burns. The Gamboa fight was big, but Gamboa wasn't a champion. Hell yeah, man, he beat the champion in his backyard. He went over there to the strap. Terrence wasn't no big star. He wasn't a big name coming out the Olympics. You get what I'm saying? That was big, and that was big because he got the belt. He got the belt, man, and he took it home and has been a champion ever since. Let's not forget that. He has not been a champion since then. That's something to say, man. And then start going on knockout streaks, man. Knockout streaks. So let me just finish this because he asked me the question. Huh?
Against who?
Because let me finish. Against these other champions. He stopped Ndongo. Ndongo was a beast, man. Ndongo hadn't gotten stopped like that. Straight body shot to the liver, got him out of there early. You know what I'm saying? I can go on, man. Like the dude has a record, man. Like, and it's not even. Let's just be clear too. Names matter. I get it, but if they don't belong in there with you, you get them out of there, and you get them out of there in devastating fashion, or you get them out of there as quick as you can. You make this shit look smooth and pretty. And you get what I'm saying? Some of these guys are undefeated guys, man. You got to give these guys credit for who they are. They undefeated for a reason. They were champions. They were champions. Hey, look, if it was my man, but if it was so easy to be a champion, everybody with 2 legs and 2 feet would be one.
Just like but it's also a lot of champions. It's also a lot of champions that, you know what I'm saying, nobody knows, but they were champions.
Right. So that's popularity. But we talking about, do they have a belt or not? Or did they reach the highest level of their sport? You get what I'm saying? It's a lot of people on NBA teams, but LeBron is going to be
taking that away from him. He's definitely accomplished.
And y'all keep bringing up Horn, man. If y'all keep bringing up Horn, man, if boxing was comedy, Horn wouldn't work up again. So.
But look, my man, he just beat Manny Pacquiao. But the guy, hold up, he had just beat
the win.
Okay,
he was
man.
Given the.
You say look the record. He got the belt, man. You know what I mean. What you saying are semantics and things like that. He got the win. He got the decision. He got the title. He's the champion. Manny Pacquiao had a rematch. He said, "I don't want to fight him again because I think I won that first fight." That's crazy, man. No, man. No. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that right there. Manny Pacquiao said.
Who has ever said that in life?
Manny Pacquiao said, "I do not want to fight him again because he said that with Bradley." My man, you see, that's a whole nother thing right there. Y'all keep do that saying who. I'm talking about what you just said. You brought it back up. Let me address it. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, can Jesus Christ beat Kobe in a basketball game? Come on, man. Like we can what if all day. Like all I'm trying to say is Jeff Horn won that fight. That's it. And when that was the biggest. Oh my God, man. Let me get this off. It doesn't matter, man. Those are semantics. That's your opinion. You're not a judge. That's what I'm saying. It's your opinion. Some people think
Jeff, I am a judge. My judgment just didn't count.
Okay, well,
I got the judge of public
I get it. I
opinion.
get it, sir.
you a
I
judge
get
of
it, sir.
this.
I get it, sir. But let me land my plane, and
Go ahead.
I promise I give y'all back the chair. I mean, give y'all back the mic. All I'm trying to say is this: the man got the fight. He won the fight. Coming off his biggest win of his career, he's fighting Bud Crawford, who's coming up from 140, and he gets stopped. All that shit you was talking about, and people talk about where he got to give, he got a decision. It didn't go to the cards. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Nobody talks about that part. The guy came up from 140, stopped the guy, and he couldn't do nothing what he did to Manny Pacquiao to this guy who just came up from 140. Do you want to address that part of it?
And what I'm saying is, name somebody these past two.
Name
someone in these past that Spence fought that couldn't. That Spence.
I ain't ask you that though, sir. With all respectfully, sir, I'm asking you to address the question at hand, if you don't mind. The guy comes up from 140. He stops a guy at 147, an undefeated guy who just bullied Manny Pacquiao. Got, some would say, illegal tactics, elbows, headbutts, headlocks. He did all of that, rubbing the eyes, and he got a decision against Manny Pacquiao.
And then knocked out someone.
And then no. And the very next fight, he fights Bud Crawford, who's coming up from 140 to 147, and he gets stopped by this guy. Do you want to address that? Because that guy Manny Pacquiao is older now. That guy Manny Pacquiao is older now, and this is the guy that everybody's trying to fight.
Bud did what everybody would have done to Horn. I'm talking when I say everybody as elite competition, Bud did that, and he was supposed to do that.
Hold on, is Pacquiao elite competition? Because Pacquiao didn't do that.
Pacquiao got a strap. That's all I can say about that.
So
if he ain't had no strap, he wouldn't even be in my conversation.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's crazy.
Anybody want to jump in? Anybody else on? Hold on. Let me ask this. Anybody else on the panel thinks Pacquiao is not elite competition?
He's a legend. He a legend.
Is he elite? Is he elite competition?
Legacy.
Yes.
Seeing what he just done to Keith Thurman.
He's elite competition.
He's still elite competition.
Sir, is Pacquiao elite competition?
Yes.
World Combat, do you think Pacquiao is elite competition?
Yes, he is.
All right. I just want to see. I just want to check the temperature of the room, see who I'm in the room with. Because
look what he just did to Keith Thurman. He shows you he's still elite competition.
I agree. I just wanted to
know. Look at his legs.
You can't say he was bad.
So my question is this:
Terrence
Crawford. This is what I wanted to hit. So Manny Pacquiao fought Jeff Horn, right? Then Jeff Horn, after he fought Manny Pacquiao, he fought a guy and KO'd him in, if I believe, the first round. Anthony Mundy. No, I'm sorry. No, I skipped up one too far. He fought Gary Cochran. He TKO'd him in the 11th round. After he fought Manny Pacquiao and got the strap, he retained that belt, the WBO. Then he lost it to Terrence Crawford. So not only did he beat Manny Pacquiao, he TKO'd somebody in the 11th round, and then lost his strap to Terrence Crawford. Now, Manny Pacquiao, being elite competition, a legacy, could not beat this man. No one he fought could beat this man until Terrence Crawford did. Right after Terrence Crawford knocked him out, he went back to win another fight in the first round.
There's a high division.
Name a lot of the greatest fighters that
and he won a WBO, Oriental, and a vacant WBA.
Great fighters
in middleweight.
We've seen it. We've seen it. We've seen the greatest of the greats lose to people that they shouldn't have lost to. It happens in boxing. But at the end of the day, what would Jeff Horn do against a Sean Porter, a Danny Garcia, Mikey Garcia? Jeff Horn to get beat by all of those guys.
But you know what?
We can't say that because we can't.
The Errol Spence that fought last weekend will automatically lose to Terrence Crawford. The
But
Terrence
you know what I
Crawford
got out of everything?
that was in the ring a couple weeks ago. If that Terrence Crawford fought the Errol Spence who was here last weekend, we would have a new unified champion.
You know what I got out of everything? All the compelling analysis
Hey,
y'all gave
IB, mute your
Manny
mic real
Pacquiao.
quick. It's rubbing against your shirt or something, big dog.
That's not me.
Hey, IB.
But you know what I got out of everything I just heard y'all speaking on about Manny Pacquiao? Now I see why Spence want him, because he's so great. He's this elite competition champion. Now I see why he wants to fight him. First, I was like, you know what, you're wasting your time. Besides, he got strapped. But listening to y'all, he's this great dude. He just beat Thurman. He did this, he did that. Yeah, Spence need to go get that dude. He need to go get that strap. He's elite competition. Go get that.
Who do you know a division world champion? Asia Math. I'll wait.
He need to go get him. My mind ain't changing. You got if that's what was y'all objective, y'all succeeded. Spence needs to go get Pacquiao. It shouldn't be no one on high.
You need to go get Crawford too.
I would hold up.
We're talking about the pecking order.
Somebody's mic is rubbing against their shirt or something, or if they got
it's quiet over here. Everybody over here sleep.
Yeah, I don't know what that noise is. It's like a rubbing noise. It sounds like something like that.
I heard too. I just heard it.
Yeah, I just did it as demonstration. I would like for Asian Math to tell me and the channel and the panel and the audience, why do you think Manny Pacquiao might not be elite?
I didn't say, y'all just convinced me he is.
Oh, okay.
That's why Spence needs to go get him in the pecking order. Go get that dude, and whoever want to step up next, get him on up out of there.
Or why not fight the guy who beat the guy who beat
no,
him?
we ain't moving the goalpost. We ain't moving. Y'all got me convinced it's Pacquiao.
I'm just saying, Manny Pacquiao. We seen him lose. Hold on, listen. Let me. I heard you the first time. I heard you the first time. I heard you. Now, but what I'm saying is this: Manny Pacquiao has lost several times. We all have agreed that once somebody's been beat, it's a blueprint out.
Yeah, he like 63-8 and what? 63-8-2.
I'm so glad this is being recorded.
Who else other than Manny Pacquiao are y'all giving this guy Jeff Horn though? That's what I want to know. Because all y'all can say is Jeff Horn beat Manny. That's it. What else have Jeff Horn done on top of being a champion? Who has he beat besides Manny that y'all can actually vouch for?
But just walking in through the door to 47, he did what he's supposed to do and pick up a strap.
That's true. That's true.
Errol Spence is already in the same
But who
division.
has Jeff Horn beat other than Manny Pacquiao?
Jeff Horn is saving grace to Terrence Crawford's career. You know, yes, he took what he can get, and you're right. His career does, you know, the bulb factor dims a little bit after Terrence Crawford. Absolutely.
My question is this: nobody wanted to say nothing to the question I asked. A simple question is this:
I'm gonna let Asian Math reply after you finish, because he got to keep his mic muted, because he can't just jump in, because it's some sound that's coming when he is not muted. But go ahead, sir.
Am I wrong by saying that the Bud Crawford who just fought a couple of weeks ago, if he fought the Errol Spence of last weekend, he would be the new unified champion? With all due respect.
Go ahead, Asian Math.
I was gonna let you unmute the mic, and you said, "Go ahead, unmute the mic." The question was if he fought the version of Spence that we saw last weekend, fresh off the accident. 50-50.
That's fair. Yeah, it cleaned up. It sounds good now. But yeah, I think that's fair. Go ahead, World Combat. What you think?
I believe Terrence Crawford beat him. Same thing I said early on live. I believe Terrence Crawford is a better boxer. You know, yeah, it used to be man down, but it's man up right now because Errol Spence ain't knocking out nobody. So him coming off that accident, He looked okay in there with Garcia. I know some other underlying issue he has going on, but yet he was able to go out there, push the pace, and put on a pretty solid performance, to be honest with you. But I just think Terrence Crawford gets the job done against Errol Spence.
Go ahead, Abby. The question from Sir was, do you think the Bud Crawford you saw beats the Spence we just saw?
Yeah, I'm with Asian Math on that, and 50-50. I don't know, because I do give Terrence Crawford the skill fact. I feel like Terrence Crawford can do a bit more in the ring. He's a switch hitter. You know what I'm saying? He mixes it up great boxing skill. Errol Spence is one of the more one-dimensional fighters, but what he does is he's grade A every time at what he does. He's great, period. Like, he goes in there, he handles his game plan. He can fight your style, his style, do whatever he has to do to get the win. It just depends on who's the better man that night. I feel like the fight, period, is a 50-50 fight between Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. I don't give no man the one up. I really feel like that's a genuine 50-50 fight right there. When it comes to actual boxing skill, I do feel like Terrence Crawford can do more. But I feel like Errol Spence does what he does better.
So
he's more effective. He has the better chin. I feel like Errol Spence has the better chin. Yes.
Let me preference this, man. If with Errol Spence doing what he does, which is can also fight the other person's fight, do you see him being able to fight Terrence Crawford's fight, doing what Terrence Crawford do better than him, and taking 4 rounds off and still coming out with a win against Terrence Crawford?
Not a decision. He has to knock Terrence Crawford out, and that's what I'm rooting for. Just like Errol Spence said, I'm gonna knock you out, bro. I'm gonna knock you out. I'm gonna stop you. He got to stop Terrence Crawford.
Go ahead, World Combat.
I'm gonna bet that draw though. I'm gonna bet on Errol Spence, but I'm gonna bet the draw too. Nah, for real.
You ain't gonna make no money, man. You gonna break
bet
even.
The draw, and I'm gonna bet on Errol. I'm gonna bet 100 on Errol Spence, and I'm gonna bet 100 on the draw.
At best, you might break even, but I'm gonna let you know if you look, man. If I
always
tell you
expect the draw in fights like that.
I feel you. But look, if I tell you the car gonna pass my house at 11 o'clock, a red car is gonna pass my house at 11 o'clock every day, and it happens 10 out of 11 times. You gonna bet on that 12th time, ain't you?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Especially if it happened. Hey, look, especially if you just saw it happen 8 times in a row, right? Like, damn, this is 9th time. Yeah, it might happen, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go and bet on this shit. It don't happen 8 times in a row. It don't happen, 10 out of 11 times. Yeah, I'm gonna bet on it.
But what if Spence?
That is Terrence Crawford. Hold up, big dog. Hey, man, it's clashing real bad.
That's
Asian Math, Mike. What I was trying to say, big dog, is this. That's Terrence Crawford's knockouts that I'm saying. Like, Errol Spence isn't knocking people out like that. And when he said out his own mouth, hey, I wasn't up for the fight. I wasn't training properly. I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. Those are his words, man. We got to take him for his own word. Also, he even said, yeah, I needed to fight like Danny Garcia. I needed somebody I had to get up for. So when we talk about the competition, but Crawford ain't fighting nobody, according to you guys, right? He ain't fighting nobody. These guys will all lose. These guys will all lose. Who is that? Mute your mic real quick. He ain't fighting nobody. But you know what? He's not making no excuses for not getting him out of there. He getting him out of there. He's still getting up for the fight. He's not saying, hey, I got to have somebody like Danny Garcia to get up for the fight. And even when he does get up for the fight, like he said, he didn't stop him. He did. He tried, though. I saw him out there going after it a lot of times, but I saw a lot of flaws in his game, though, even with the speed of his punches and the trajectory of the punches. I saw him doing a lot of, I don't want to be disrespectful, but basic for his level and skill set. I saw him doing a lot of basic stuff. But
Did you see
I
Danny
digress.
Garcia's post-fight press conference?
Hell yeah, I watched everything, man.
Did you see his face?
Absolutely.
Okay, that told the story. What about that?
Oh, I
What you
agree
think
with.
about that?
Look. I saw the man getting beat up all night. He didn't, but he didn't get.
He had my man's looking like
I
a
don't know
different,
what that
a
sound is,
totally
man. That
different
is,
man.
that is you, because everybody else is muted.
But nobody's on here to talk. It's quiet. I'm in a
No,
quiet room.
no, no,
Like
no.
lights.
It's your setup. Do you got it on speakerphone or you got a headset on? I'm about to help you out real quick. How are you listening? You got a headset or a speakerphone?
I'm on my phone every time I come on any
I'm
channel.
saying, is it plugged into a Bluetooth? Is it on
Oh nah,
speakerphone?
it's just regular, like regular.
Hey,
You
look,
ain't even come back.
it's a button right there for to say mic, and you can click the audio setting, and you can change that. It might be on default, and it need to be on speaker. It might be on speaker, and it need to be on wired headphone. However you listening, but click on that because it'll make StreamYard to make the adjustment for you. But yeah, but I don't know if you can,
All right,
sir.
I
Do
put it
you
on
hear?
default. Is that better? I put it on
Hell yeah!
default.
Everybody else, sir, y'all can hear that. Y'all hear the difference?
My fault,
I
fellas.
kept
My
trying to
fault.
tell you that wasn't me.
Hey,
My
my
bad,
bad, man.
Asia. My bad, Asia. He thought it was him. My fault, Asia. I had it on
No,
speakerphone.
I
My
mean
bad.
it's all good. It's all good. But I mean, it's easy to say what somebody would do after and what someone would do to a person after the accident. Before the accident, I saw Spence winning easily. Right now, I'm just giving, but if Bud still got to come with his A game just to keep it 50-50, Bud might not come with his A game,
What?
So I said might. That's the optive word, might.
But Spence looked the same like the Spence to me. I didn't see nothing bad, worse. I didn't see no slippage. I
Nah,
didn't see no improvements
nah,
neither. Like I
nah.
saw the same old Spence in a good way though. Like
In his
straight
own words,
domination, straight
in
domination.
in his own words, he was like, "Nigga, that's just B at best."
And B at best
Won't be
That's
Bud.
that's
would
like
not
I
be
got room
Bud.
to grow. I got things to get back to, And what if y'all was impressed by what y'all saw here? If y'all like that here, y'all like this here. What do you
But
see next?
but you said coming into the fight you was 100%. So I mean, we can say that at the every fight until you finally get a knockout. Man, I was at a B and I still got things to work on. I get it, but you can say that at the every fight, and those we call those.
What Danny said, he was at 100%
Two.
too.
We ain't talking about Danny, and
L. Brooks said he was at 100%. He got knocked
yeah,
with the
and I'm
ring.
not making no excuses for that. I'm talking about what we talking about with Errol Spence, the victor, the winner, the guy we're talking about with Bud Crawford and Manny Pacquiao, right? We talking about him. He said, "I'm 100%." At 100%, after the fight, he said that was a B performance. Somebody could have asked him what went wrong then.
He
I'm
told you
curious.
what went wrong. He made a bad analysis, but he still had enough to get the job done. You know what I'm saying? I see Spence at 70%.
I heard him quoted saying, it took me, I had to shake some cobwebs off. How
Right.
you say
That's the same
cobwebs?
thing.
He beat him with an
Ring
easy
rust.
jab. He beat him with the jab, Marq Nash.
But
It was a
I saw
simple
the fight.
fight.
I
It was
agree.
simple. It was simple. It was a simple game plan. He didn't do as much as he wanted to do, but he didn't have to. He beat him with the jab, and he
And why
busted
didn't
him
he
up.
have
He
to?
busted him up
Why didn't he have to?
because he didn't. He didn't need to. He was beating him with the jab. That's all he. That's all he. That's all he had to do. You know
Because
what
the
I'm saying?
scouting
Like
report was
He
already
didn't
out
need
on
to.
Garcia, right?
He didn't need to get in no altercations, no brawls. He didn't need to mix it up. He wasn't getting counter punched. He wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Danny Garcia just wasn't effective at all. So he basically just went in there, and then he went in there with a weak game plan, but he executed his game plan. Put it like
No,
that.
he was ready to make some adjustments, but he didn't have to. So he fought down to the level of competition. Danny fought a C minus fight, so Bud only fought a B fight.
Yeah, Spence. Oh yeah, Spence
I
fought a
mean,
B
yeah,
fight.
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Danny Garcia was definitely a C minus. He wasn't on his game, and we ain't used to seeing Danny Garcia get busted up like that, but we seen Errol Spence was
Never.
definitely effective in that fight.
So would you say since we
After a
played
year and a
the
half,
altercation game of shoulda, coulda, woulda. So on the other side, would you say if Bud was in that ring, Bud would have been able to handle him the same way with working the jab?
Nah,
So Bud
nah.
has no jab now.
No, I'm just saying when you say jab, I'm thinking you talking about Spence jab. If Bud would have got touched with that jab that many times as he got, I think the reaction would have been definitely worse. You know what I'm saying? Would have been definitely worse.
So you're
But
saying that
Bud
Bud
after
wouldn't have
Bud would
been
have got tapped with that jab, he would have reverted to something else, and then it was all would have been all about how Spence was gonna adjust to whatever Bud reverted to. But if Bud would have walked in there and kept getting touched by that jab, oh no, you think Kavalaskis dropped?
So you're telling me that if Arrow went in trying to just jab Bud, Bud wouldn't have did more, especially with him taking 4 rounds off.
Well, the first question was how would Bud would have responded to that jab? And I'm just saying if Bud would have got touched by that jab like Garcia did, we would have saw a worse result. So now you're switching it to
So
would
so
Bud would
what
have
do you
stood?
mean? You saying that Bud would have not been able to get around the jab is what that's the question.
I'm just saying if he would have got touched by for whatever reason, I'm quite sure he should have had common sense. He ain't no Bud's not a punching bag. He would have made some type of adjustment. I ain't no fool. But if he just wanted to do what Garcia did, he would have got a worse result.
And they asked Errol Spence, like, if he could fight Sean Porter again, would he fight the type of style he fought Danny Garcia in? Errol Spence said, nah, I still would have fought Sean Porter that same way. If he fight Sean Porter the same way, he'll fight a Bud. I feel like he could definitely get Bud up out of there. But
No,
it just depends.
but I mean definitely, and he laughing. But Spence,
Nah, that ain't funny. But hey,
just hear me out, fam.
if he fight Bud like he fought Sean Porter, man,
He's
Bud,
getting
man,
knocked out.
listen.
He's getting knocked out.
What will Bud be able to do to knock an Errol Spence out?
The same thing he did to Kell Brook and everybody else in 147. The same thing he's done to everybody in the last 10 out of 11 fights. Knocked them out. Errol would get knocked out if he tried to fight Bud that way.
You said Kell Brook and everybody. I don't think Terrence Crawford fought at Kell Brook, but I'm just saying though, if Terrence Crawford fought Errol Spence,
you say you don't think Terrence Crawford fought who?
You said the same way he knocked out Kell Brook and everybody at 147. Terrence Crawford never fought no Kell Brook.
He just beat Kell Brook.
Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, he just beat him.
Yeah, he fought him like 3 weeks ago.
The last fight. My fault. I'm tripping. But
Golly, bro, pass me that shit.
Not my bad. My fault. Nah, I'm
bro, when you said that,
all
everybody sat up.
listen, all these fights that in a recent fight, you right. All these, yeah, he definitely
Hey, look,
right.
niggas was like, what?
Y'all. Recent fight, yeah. Hey, definitely put me on. Yeah, clown me for that one right there. Clown me for that one. But his most recent fight, you got that one. But if he fought Errol Spence on the same night that Sean Porter fight, man, I'm telling you, man, Bud wouldn't have got up after that. After that left, Bud would have been asleep. Bud would have been asleep after that perfectly landed left.
Yeah, you restored yourself, IB, with that one, because at first you had me kind of like, hold up.
Nah. No, that was me tripping. All these fights, man, back to back to back. I'm tripping.
Bud ain't fought no Kell Brook. Now what you say? Say it with that same energy, though. He did beat him.
I'm telling you, y'all know me. I watch every fight.
Hey, look, but use that same energy, though, man.
That's just because it was so recent and all these fights been back to back to back.
Right. But now we have established he did fight him and he did stop him.
But that left though, yeah, he stopped him early, like with some early shit. Like
it started with that check right hook. Started with the check right hook.
I don't know if that was a hook or a jab, like a short.
It was like a check right hook almost.
Yeah, like a little short hook or something. I didn't know what that was. Like,
hold on, let me put it back on the screen real quick. Let's put it back on the screen. If you, there you go. You see that? Yeah, he curved that thing.
Yeah, that was more of a hook.
Stepped into it too.
Yeah, in that southpaw stance. He didn't have to really switch it up much against a Brook too, but
Hey, look, let Brook use his own momentum. He stepped in while Brook was leaning forward. Boom.
But what if Bud get touched with that type of, you know what I mean, shot Sean Porter got hit with though? Like, what y'all think could happen after we seen him get hurt by a Gamboa and a Kavalauskas?
Who put him out for the count? Who gave him a count? I don't think Terrence Crawford ever received a count in his career. Who gave him a count?
I'm just saying though, like I said being hurt. I said being hurt. I said being hurt. They didn't count that, you know what I'm saying? But we all know what happened in that Green Machine fight. Like that was a knockdown.
I respect that. I can say that. I can say that was a knockdown, but he didn't get a count.
That was a knockdown to me.
I can respect that, but like I say, even with we can do that with the Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao beat Jeff Horn. Manny Pacquiao beat Tim Bradley. You know what I'm saying? Someone say he the most robbed fighter in boxing. I get it, but those what the records say though, bro.
The question was, what if that was Spence hitting him like that? How would Bud react? Now go ahead.
Exactly. He sleep.
What if Bud hits him like Garcia hit him? Because I saw Spence wobble a couple times.
He eats that.
No, you ain't never seen Spence hurt at all.
Spence
punch.
Hold on.
The best shot Spence ever got hit by was by a no name, that Larte cat, the African dude early in his career. That's the best shot he ever been hit with. Clean. You know what I'm saying? He shook it right off.
Responded the most. I get it.
He responded the most, and then he was shook up a little bit.
I saw his head. I saw his head getting snapped back against Danny Garcia. Whether y'all say it hurt him or not, I just know Bud hit him like that. It's gonna hurt him.
He took the most punishment in the Sean Porter fight. Put it like that.
Even that too.
If he runs into one of Bud's hits, he's getting robbed. You know how strong
like Cheerios.
Crawford is?
But
there's not one person all these people who's supposed to have been bigger than Bud. Bud literally lifts them off their feet and moves them. Look what he did. Forget the knockout of Kell Brook. Look how he moved that man around and just shook him off of him with one arm. Think about that. That dude is strong. He is strong.
Yeah, nobody ever said he was weak, but I don't think he's stronger than Spence at all.
Because
I still got to say the same.
Spence ain't moving nobody. Spence wrestles in the ring. That's part of his quality. He wrestles you in the ring. But
what about his body punching? So what you feel about his body punching? What about his body punching?
What do you mean about his body punching? What about Bud's body punching?
Somebody got ribs on the grill.
You don't gotta. Don't ask a question with the question. What about Spence's body punching?
It's good, but is it better than Bud?
Good. When you good, you tell everybody. When you're great, they tell you, and everybody telling that dude, nigga, you great with that.
Did y'all Sir Ken said, have any of y'all watched the fight more than once?
I have.
I just watched it.
There's no way that if the Errol Spence that stepped into the ring and fought Danny Garcia, if you replace that at the last second like it was a wrestling match, if Danny Garcia said, no, I'm not going in, I'm tagging in Bud Crawford, Errol Spence would have left the arena. Because he know he wasn't ready for no Bud Crawford.
No.
And there's no way he can take 4 rounds.
Now you want to move it to that night on the spot tag team? No, I'll give it to Spence 70-30.
What kind of foolishness? All right, so you know.
I'll break it down to you, but I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you have it right there.
I didn't even speak on that topic. Don't say y'all. Don't put me in it.
No, but I'm in it.
If he took 4 rounds off against Bud Crawford, he going to sleep.
Just let me know when you're ready for me to break that down.
If he takes 4 rounds off, any version of Errol Spence takes 4 rounds off against Bud Crawford, he's going to sleep. There's no way Errol Spence will take 4 rounds off against a Bud Crawford. There's no way he would do that. He's not going to do that. he could do that against Danny Garcia because Danny Garcia got one mode. He got on and off. That's it. He got one gear. That's
So what
it.
do you? That is true, but what do you feel about Danny Garcia being Errol Spence's tune-up fight, though?
That was his tune-up fight.
Yeah, I know. What do you feel about that, though?
I feel that was his best bet was to get him because if he would have jumped in there with Bud, he would have got beaten. If he would have jumped in there with Manny Pacquiao, that's why Manny Pacquiao talking about he would want to fight him. Because he looks at the chance, he has a chance of beating Errol, and if he loses, he's going to get more money. If he fight Bud, he going to sleep. And he want to get paid a bunch of money for going to sleep. It's not likely that Errol is going to knock out Manny Pacquiao. The likelihood is less. He get in the ring with Bud, he know he going to sleep. So he's like, okay, which one am I going to do? Get in the fight where I'll actually have a chance of winning. And if I lose, I'm not getting knocked out. I'm not going to be a meme again. Or am I going to get in the ring with this man who I already know I was trying to avoid? Once I decided to want to fight him, someone who knows boxing even better than me said that this man would beat me. I already knew he would probably beat me because the closest person who's like this man that I fought beat the crap out of me, which is Mayweather. So if you look at Errol and how he fights compared to how Bud fights closer to a Mayweather type style than Errol does. So Manny Pacquiao knows that styles make fights, and he wants to go with the money. He's not going to go in there and fight Bud Crawford and get knocked out. He looked at the last fight of Bud, and he looked at the last fight of Errol, and he said, okay, well, I'm going to fight Errol. The only way he goes into the Bud Crawford fight is if he's saying that he already knows he can wrap up that fight also with Errol as well and cash out on both of those and retire and go and be president of his country.
You know, I still remember the question you asked. So you said if Garcia just said, team tag, Bud, you in the audience, come on, get in. You're up. You're up next. And he got in that ring with Spence. And I said 70-30 Spence. Let me break that down. All right. Spence already know what his game plan is. Like, I'm finna work this jab like a jackhammer. Bud ain't even really geared for what Spence was gonna do that night. He was still geared for what he did to Kell Brook. And he would have got in that ring not knowing how to fight Spence that night, didn't even put together a game plan for him. He just on the game plan that he fought Kell Brook with and started getting touched by that jab. Dude, it would have been ugly for Bud. Bud did the best thing he did, sit out there in that audience, get into it with some fans, leave, and now go to the drawing board and try to build a game plan to fight a post-accident Errol Spence.
So let me ask you this. He was getting touched by the jab by Kell Brook, and he changed up and knocked Kell Brook out. Why he couldn't do the same thing to Errol Spence?
Because Errol is not Kell Brook, and that's the most obvious.
Well, I'm not going to disrespect the man because I love him as a fighter, but he's more of a one-dimensional fighter. So,
well, as I say, that dimension is defeating everything.
Because he ain't fought nobody like Terrence Crawford. That's why he's not fought nobody like Terrence Crawford. He fought, like even a watered down Terrence Crawford, he ain't fought nobody like that.
But 2020,
Errol Spence fought.
2021 gonna reveal or not. Y'all convinced?
Who is the last switch hitter? Just switch hitting, not fighting on the front foot, not fighting on the back foot, not being able to move side to side, fighting, have the same power in both hands. Forget all of that. Who's the last switch hitter that Errol Spence fought?
That could be to his detriment. It sounds good. Oh my god! But that could be to his
the last switch hitter that Errol Spence fought.
That could be to as soon as Errol switch up. Oops, lights out. Because he's gonna switch.
The last switch hitter that Errol Spence fought.
If it's going to be to his detriment, I could say no one because nobody should be that stupid. If you switch to a southpaw stance against a southpaw, what's 1 + 1?
I could have swore Bud Crawford has fought southpaws and he switched to a southpaw stance against southpaws and got him out of there.
They not spent.
Next.
They not
So
spent.
he has not fought nobody like Terrence Crawford. Not
They
gonna
jab. That jab is not effective like Spence is. That's the key component. That's the ingredient that won't be missing.
Bud's best bet is to fight like Sean Porter did. That's it. that's his best bet. Bring the fight to Spence. Because Spence is not easy to get hit either. You got to bring the fight to Spence if you really want to be effective. You can't sit there and try to outbox Spence. He's not about to let that happen. He's slick too. Spence is slick too.
He's not as slick as Bud though.
No, he's not. But I'm saying though, if you want to really be effective against a Spence, he's not just about to let you just touch him like that. Like he's not about to go in there against a Crawford and just get touched up. It's not no easy fight, especially get knocked out. You said he's about to get stopped. He bet on a stoppage or something. Like, let's just be real.
Crawford better have pretty boy skills if if that's his game plan.
Exactly. He's about to go in there and get. Man, listen. I'm telling you.
We heard what happened when Mayweather sparred. I know it was just sparring, and I wasn't there. But if you believe the rumor, and it was some credible sources that was there, and Pretty Boy tried to use Pretty Boy tactics against Spence. We all heard what happened, but I wasn't there, so I ain't gonna hang my head on that.
But he didn't know Spence could fight. He went in there against somebody he's never seen fight before.
So Bud better not get in there thinking Spence can't fight.
I give Bud the skills though. I give him the better boxing skills.
But IB, you can't get in there trying to do no Pretty Boy shit against me. Come on, man. You
I already know. I know what's going on.
Hold up. Do y'all see what's on the screen? Look how this shot just set up. He just goes over top of my man jab, and it set up the beginning of the end. Speed and timing. He stepped into the shot. He knew what was coming. This was supposed to be a full-fledged big welterweight or junior middleweight coming back down. And it started with him with good timing.
Went across the pond and made him quit. Okay,
I get it. But my point is not. My point isn't that. My point is the shot, the setup of the shot. And the power that's on it. And the guy does this over and over. It's not him just coming in there trying to be on some Pretty Boy shit or no money made shit, shoulder roll. Like this is like boom, boom. Okay, I got your timing down now, and I beat you to a shot. It just made the guy react more than some people would have liked to see, and it was the beginning of the end. But I said all that to say is the skill, man. These are skills, man.
I give Terrence Crawford his body. Ain't nobody take it. Don't nobody take nothing away from his
my thing is,
all we say is he hasn't fought nobody at 147. He hasn't really fought nobody. Period.
I get that. I heard you on that. But what I'm trying to tell you,
for 37 fights, come on, man.
I heard you. That's your opinion. But like I said, he's a 6-time.
The guy that beat Manny Pacquiao.
My G, I heard you. I was quiet for a minute. Let me get my little bars off. 6-time champion though, bro. Like I said before, if it was that easy to be a 6-time champion, 2-time lineal champion, everybody would be doing it. Everybody would be doing. So I said all that to say, man, fuck, I lost my point, man. God damn, man. Go ahead, man.
Your main point was he beat the guy that beat Manny Pacquiao.
No, that wasn't what I was trying to say, man.
I got a question. Since it's so easy to be a champion, why did it take Errol Spence over 20-some fights to be a champion when there was multiple champions in 147? Why it take him until he just fought Garcia, but the fight before Garcia was when he finally got his second belt. Why it take him so long if it was so easy? Why did
look at how long it took him to get the title shot with Kell Brook?
Thank you.
Look how long it took him to get a title shot.
I was about to say it in a funnier way, though, IB.
He been calling out the names.
Okay, now I remember what I was trying to say, man. It was the question it was the question that Cer had said, and it goes back to something that Tim Bradley said. He was like, man, when you fighting Terrence Crawford, training camp get real expensive. You got to bring in southpaws. You got to bring in some good conventional stance guys because you don't know what he's going to do or when he's going to do it. Training camp get real expensive when you training for Terrence Crawford. And with that said, I believe Terrence Crawford has faced tough hitting southpaws with great boxing skills. Olympians, some went further in the Olympics than Errol Spence. Some went further than all these guys that we call elite. Some of these guys have medals in the Olympics. Say what you want to about what weight class they fought at. Shit, they all the same weight class when they fought that night. You know what I'm saying? They all weighed in the same. You know what I'm saying? So the guy to keep going up in weight like that, power coming with him up in weight. I just think I don't see nobody Errol Spence has fought that's anything like Terrence Crawford or anybody out there is fighting. Nobody is out there doing what he's doing. It's like some shit that I feel like one day we're gonna look back at the end of our career, at the end of his career, be like, wow, man, this dude was everything he said he was, and some of us missed out. You know what I'm saying? Almost like Mayweather. Like, not to compare him to Mayweather, but almost, you know how it was a media train to hate on Mayweather for years until he took control of his own career. And he changed that narrative and spent that thing around in his favor, because after a while you just realize he keep winning. Everybody said that about Mayweather too. Who he fought. And then we look back and be like, oh man, he fought some dudes. If you know boxing. But
Yeah.
but back when it was happening in front of us, they was like, he's
I
fighting.
give him skill. I got Spence because I feel like Spence is more of a dog. Period. Hands down. He's more game. He more game. Period. He got the better chin. He's gonna go in that ring, bruh, and do what he got to do. You feel me? Like, and I know all about the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like he more game than Bud.
Who?
Period.
But the
He's
question
more of a
is, like, who
dog.
has
He's
he
more of a
fought that
dog.
you
I
think
don't
will
care about
prepare
who
him?
got better skills. He's about to go in there and truck Bud. That's all I can say.
Who do you think he has fought that prepared him for Bud Crawford?
That prepare him for Bud Crawford.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
like I said, we can all agree nobody out there is fighting like Bud Crawford at pretty much any weight
nah.
class, let
Bud
alone
Crawford, he got
147.
the skills to pay the bills. We know that.
No,
We all
not
know
even
that.
just the skill set. I'm just talking about the switch hitting, the knockout streak, and we
Y'all
don't even
can't
still
keep
call this guy a
using
knockout
switch hitting
artist.
stuff like this is just a gift from the heavens. Like, that switch hitting could be good, it could be bad. He just know how to do it great. You feel me?
But
Like,
that's what I'm about to say. Like, we ain't talking about who it can be
you can
good and
switch
bad
up.
for.
You
We
can
talking
switch up
about,
and then
hold up,
get
big
to
dog.
getting whooped
We
on and have to
like
switch
y'all
back.
did that. Y'all don't say that twice. We're not talking about the guys who don't do it good. We talking about this guy who's doing it great.
Yeah, well, everybody don't got to be a switch hitter in boxing, you know, to be effective.
That's not the question, big dog. The question
I
is
don't know no
who has
switch hitters
Spence.
like Terrence. I
There we
don't know
go.
nobody.
I get
Everybody
it,
doing
and that's it,
orthodox
and
and
that's it. We
southpaw.
ain't gotta like that's a one
Everybody
word
doing
answer,
orthodox.
big dog.
That's
Like
like, what type of question
nobody.
is that? Like, what switch hitter? Like Terrence, we know Terrence Crawford, that guy when it comes to switch hitting. Like,
Boots Ennis.
Right. Boots Ennis. Okay.
Boots Ennis is the next.
it's somebody else too. It's on the tip of my
So
tongue to
so
switch up too,
Spence
though.
ain't fought Boots Ennis. The
That's what
question
I'm
was
saying. Boots Ennis is the closest thing that is a really great switch hitter who has power, speed, agility, and everything else.
That's true. It's one other person on the tip of my tongue that can switch up too. That's good with it too. It's on the tip of my tongue.
You know about Speedy Rashidi?
Oh, he can be beat.
Speedy Rashidi can be beat, and he don't have
He can be
same
beat. Yeah,
power.
he definitely can be beat.
Like, he don't have he just has quick hands. But Boots Ennis will be the next closest thing to a Bud Crawford, but he still don't even have some of the abilities that Bud Crawford has. I mean, even the watered down version. So, but he's a really good fighter. I'm not taking nothing away from him. I love Boots Ennis. He's one of my favorite fighters he's on my list of favorite fighters who's active right now. Especially he's on my list of the young guns. But
yeah, I definitely got him like 6'7", top welterweight, honestly.
Yeah, like he's on my list of the young guns. But Boots Ennis and Errol hasn't fought Boots Ennis or nobody like him, so he hasn't even really sparred nobody who's like Boots Ennis. So he definitely ain't sparred nobody who's like a Terrence Crawford. So with that being said, I'm just saying that I love Terrence Crawford, no homo, and he's one of my favorite fighters. But I don't see anybody with Terrence Crawford coming in to fight 80, 90%. Not even 100%, 80, 90%. I don't see nobody beating him. He has too many ways to beat. You know how Mayweather used to say he got 40 ways to beat you?
How many you say?
I see Terrence Crawford beating pretty much. There's nobody I can say that I look at and say, well, he really has a real more than a 51% chance of beating him.
Yeah, but Mayweather said he had 40 ways to beat him. How many ways Buzz got to beat the opponent?
80, because he a switch hitter.
Every way. He does a lot of the stuff that Mayweather did. Plus, he has that setup punching and power like Riddick Bowe, like a baby Riddick Bowe. Watch Riddick Bowe and watch how Terrence Crawford fight. I've broken down Terrence Crawford as a fighter. He's some of the best fighters put together. That's why when they say the complete boxer, he's the complete boxer. He's not an all-around great fighter. He is a complete boxer. He has power, speed, agility. He can switch hit. He can fight on the front foot, on the back foot, coming to the left, coming to the right with either hand forward.
And Errol Spence a boxer puncher too, though. He got skills too.
I didn't say he don't have skills, but he ain't got Terrence Crawford skills. That's like comparing.
That's cool. That's cool.
Chuck
but
Norris was a champion before he ever met.
Feel like got more dog in him though.
Listen. Chuck Norris was a world champion multiple times before he ever met Bruce Lee. But Bruce Lee was that dude. Terrence Crawford is that dude. It's just that simple.
My man done brought in Chuck Norris and Bruce Lee. Oh Lord, I tell you the truth.
Right, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, damn.
I don't see no version of Chuck Norris beating Earl Spence. not just without the kick. I'm talking about no kicking. I don't see no version of Chuck Norris beating.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Hey, look, I ain't gonna lie. When he said Chuck Norris, I was about to say wrap it up. I was gonna put the little wrap it up sign. Y'all see that shit on the screen?
Hey, my man brought up Chuck Norris and Bruce Lee. Man, I get where he was getting at with that, but on the boxing topic, I just feel like Errol Spence got more dog than him, man. You feel me?
Bruce Lee would have beat him.
He's the better. He's a stronger athlete. He has the better chin. Also, with boxing skills to pay the bills. Terrence Crawford, okay, yeah, he can maneuver the ring. He can switch hit. That's cool. But when it comes to who has more dog, I'm going with Errol Spence, man. I've been going with Errol Spence. You know, I can't wait till the fight happens so I can throw these bets out too, man.
So let me ask you this: if Bud Crawford knocks out Errol Spence, what happens to Errol Spence's career? Is he now can he still say I'm Hall of Fame worthy? I'm the best in the welterweights. I'm best in any category.
He's still a Hall of Famer.
Sure. Yeah, he's still in the game. I mean, it's gonna be a brutal loss, you know, from getting knocked out if he gets knocked out. But it's just one loss on his record. He's still cool. He's still got a good future at 154. You don't believe he'd be effective at 154?
I never said that. What I'm saying is this.
He still got a future.
What I'm saying is this. My point where I was getting at is he's only fought really at 147. That's where he's made his career at. So if Terrence Crawford gets knocked out by Errol Spence, he's still undefeated until that fight. He's still champion in 3 divisions. Errol Spence is not.
That's why we put Bud pound for pound. That's why he's in that pound for pound conversation, because by definition, that's what pound for pound is. Moving multiple divisions and being a champion. Errol Spence only is a champion at 147. So I understand that point and that aspect.
Beating guys that's coming from other divisions. Don't leave that out.
Yeah, true. That's true. But if you look up the definition of pound for pound, like really look up the definition, it's being a champion in multiple divisions.
Facts.
I mean, that probably is a better assessment you can. But if you stay at one division and you fight a heavyweight at that division, you fight a lightweight, a middleweight, a cruiserweight, and you beating them all at your weight, you pound for pound.
Yeah, you can say that too, but it's different than moving to a division and fighting a
No,
person
I
that's
said that.
actually
I
at
said
that weight class.
that requires you assessing more body weight and all that because you ain't, you gotta change your body weight to move. So yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get
Like that's why Canelo, they put him in it. You know what I'm saying? He been doing that too. But we know about Canelo and what he got going on, but
right.
I can see why they got Crawford pound for pound. Yeah, I never disputed that fact at all. But this Bud versus Errol fight, I got Errol, man. Like I said, man, I got Errol. Period.
Pre-accident, definitely Earl.
He
Post-accident,
he he
yeah.
he has he has boxing skills as well. Like you can't just say this. Okay, you think the skilled fighter don't the more skilled fighter don't always win the fight.
No, depends on styles make fights. But
Yeah, styles make fights. I feel like he'd have a more close fight with a Manny Pacquiao than Errol Spence.
ooh,
And I
ooh.
feel yeah, that's the fight that he need to be looking for because Errol Spence is gonna take that belt. Errol
Wow.
Spence ain't going nowhere, man, until
If
he
he was
clean
gonna
that
get
division
Pacquiao, he
up.
would have got Pacquiao when Pacquiao was
Bob
over there.
shut it out. Bob shut it out. But once that contract is up, everybody he might as well come on over to PBC, man. I don't know why he ever resigned.
But why would he come to PVC to be under everybody else who's already
That's
there?
where all the smoke is at
So
147. They've been
listen,
mixing it up for years.
listen. Why would he come there? And we're talking money. Yes, all the people are there, but it's a lot of people who been in the same, like with the same people and not been able to make fights. So why would he come and then automatically that will put him under Errol Spence? That will put him under Errol Spence. It's common sense. Errol Spence has been there for pretty much most of his career, especially all his recent fights. So with him already being there and one of their top guys, especially in that weight class, that would then put Bud Crawford under these people. It will put him under everyone else,
First
at
of all,
least under Errol Spence. Why would he do that to himself? Why would he do that? That would be a dumb business move as well.
I
no,
mean,
it
what do
wouldn't.
you mean by under though? He's still ranked, number one in WBO. I mean, he's a champion. I mean, what do you mean by under?
That's what I'm. Thank you,
What do you
IB.
mean by under him? He's still a champion, bro. Like,
Listen, I'm trying to explain it to you. Money, we're talking strictly money and business contracts. The contract is stronger if it's being renewed every year. The person who's been with the company has seniority. No matter what you want to say,
oh, he
he
getting
has
into the
seniority.
politics of it. I don't really get into the politics, so you can talk to Asia about that.
If he's all this what you said he was and a WBO champion, how is he under Spence? Because you saying really he's over Spence. So in the court of public opinion, at least people thinking like-minded like you, by him signing with PBC, that'll make him under that. That makes the fight more accessible to get, just like how
Okay,
Spence been saying for the longest.
just
Dude, I'm
because
going around the corner to get my money. I ain't going.
don't make you more marketable.
Hey, he's going to get the big
Even if you
fights
are more
regardless.
marketable, that don't mean that they're going to market you in that way.
He's a champion.
The fact of the matter is this, and y'all gonna hate this. I'm gonna use this analogy again. For years, the great white hope in any martial art or whatever else was white people. White people ran movies, they ran TV shows. But who was the better fighter? Who was the better producer? Who was the better fight choreographer? Black people and Bruce Lee. So until Bruce Lee was able to start funding his own stuff, he was put underfoot, under everybody else.
But Al Heyman ain't white.
What?
Al Heyman Al Heyman is not white. Excuse me, I'm eating. That's why I was going for a minute. Al Heyman is not white. You get
he thinks white.
Well, I'm not in his head, so you know.
No, I'm saying money wise, he rather go with the money. He understands that white is supreme in money wise. They put a monopoly on stuff. So he knows he's a great money person. So
well,
he already knows.
Spence is the cash cow right there now. So
Exactly.
he
he's
got
not going to come in and put above Spence because
he got to feed the cow.
So that
Terrence Crawford is going to get his biggest payday. That's a pay-per-view fight, easy. We know what Errol Spence is doing on the pay-per-view side. You know what I mean? Even if it is in his backyard, he's still out there. You know what I mean? Get great buys.
And plus,
but Terrence Crawford, on the other hand, and they over there giving Amir Khan $7.5 million, selling, you know what I mean, barely 150,000 views, 125,000 views. Bob Arum didn't say what he said for no reason, Cer Sn. Bob Arum didn't say what he said for no reason.
He was supposed to bring in 2 different cultures in a whole nother country.
Now you
know, but like you say, Bob been on boxing since
it's over and done with. Now you can't justify that fight, man. It was a bust. Was it not?
Yes, it was a bust, but that's why they gave him that money, because that's what he was supposed to bring in, but he didn't.
Exactly.
So they overpaid him for something he wasn't able to bring in. So that was a bust.
Exactly.
Well, Bob Brown's supposed to know that. How many decades of boxing knowledge he have since the Ali days, before I was born. So I don't even know if I could cap that in. If you know you about to lose some money, roll on whatever you betting money on, you know you're going to lose. Oh, you got 50 plus years of experience in this. You should know. Nah, I ain't betting on that.
But even still, why couldn't Terrence Crawford still hold enough weight to, you know what I mean, make the 125,000? Come on, man.
What do you think the boxer is?
If Terrence Crawford is such this big name, like why couldn't he at least? He should have at least broke at least 250,000. Being this
on his name alone.
Everybody, Terrence Crawford at least 250. Come on, man.
Let me ask you this. If I have the best shoes in the world, but nobody knows I have good shoes, how many sales am I going to make?
So you saying there's only a few people that think like you about how they think about Bud Crawford?
I'm telling you that when do they promote the fight? Look at this last fight. Look at the Kell Brook fight. When did they start promoting that fight?
But I mean, it's supposed to be a lot of people know how
No,
good.
That's because they said Terrence Crawford signed for that fight late and it didn't give him enough time to promote. They only had a week. He delayed it. Bob Arum said out his mouth, like he was reluctant to sign for that fight. They should have been signed. He should have been signed that contract, and they would have had more than enough time to promote for that fight. To be,
you know what I heard?
What was the reason why they didn't promote that fight?
No. Let me
have time to.
No, what I heard, Aaron be lying. He blatantly be lying.
Oh my God! All right, go ahead, Bob Arum be lying. You're right. He be lying. He be lying.
But you know
what? Listen to this. He said Bud Crawford is the best fighter. So if this man is your best fighter, is the best fighter out there, period. He said Bud Crawford, he said that multiple occasions with Bud Crawford standing there and without him standing there, talking to different people, and he said this over and over. Bud Crawford is one of the best fighters, period, out now. He is a best fighter. He's pound for pound, he's this and that and everything. Then why would you not promote this guy who's a miracle fighter? Because you're a bum and you want something given to you freely. That's why. And he blatantly tells you that. That's how he does business. He wants stuff handed to him freely. Bud Crawford has never chased. All he does is he say once or twice, this is the people I want to fight. He says, let the businessman handle the business. They're supposed to work for us. They're supposed to go and make it happen. I said what I wanted. They're supposed to make it happen.
So why
Crawford has never handled the business part of the fights.
But sir,
He
why
goes in the ring
accept
and knocks
anything less?
it out, and that's it.
Sir, like using the analogy, the way of the analogy you use, you go to a restaurant and you order a steak and they bring you back tuna fish, you gonna accept that? And you done already paid, it's you gotta pay at the door. So you done paid $100 for this filet mignon, and then you sit down and they bring you tuna fish, and you done already paid you didn't even tip the motherfuckers. You gonna accept that?
No, but if I sign a contract saying that I'm going to eat whatever they bring, then I'm stuck. It's a guy right now.
You moved the goalpost again, sir. You just
I'm gonna give you an example.
Sir, no, sir.
There's a guy right now who
sir,
just
you know you got caught. You know you got caught now. You know, because you said, Bud. You said no. You said
you stuck to the contract.
No, you said, Bud.
I'm about to prove to you right now.
You said Bud already said what he wanted.
Listen.
Didn't you hear that, IB? He said Bud already said who he wanted. So you already put your order in. But you say Bud
contract
these who I want.
Whatever they give you, gotta eat it.
I'm laughing at how he switched it up, though. Like,
but it's not.
You gotta eat whatever they bring.
I gotta get clarity though. So was he? Hold up. Did he say he gonna hold up?
Very simply, what did I switch up? Don't give me no clarity. Tell me what I switched up.
I got to get clarity. Is it I'm gonna eat what you bring me, or I'm gonna go in here and I'll make this order? Because you said both. You said Bud tells him, Bud tells him who he want, and that's who he want. Then he get what he
gets. Just giving money out. Like, you gonna have to accept something too. So what you accepting? That tuna fish or that steak?
No, filet mignon. It's a different
filet mignon that you ordered. What you accepted? What you accepted? Exactly. It's not what they bring you. It's what you accept.
If you sign the contract, you got to eat whatever they bring you.
But you just said, Bud said he put the order.
He made an order. But if you sign a contract, you're going to eat what they bring you. You got to eat what they bring you.
What contract are you signing? The tuna fish contract or the filet mignon contract? That's what we trying to get at, bro. We're not signing for pennies here. We're not doing that. Errol Spence is a pay-per-view star we're talking about. And Terrence Crawford isn't that. So that right there makes the fight 60-40 right there. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying money is
about the belts.
Money is not skill. So you're saying money
Terrence Crawford is going to get paid. Terrence Crawford is going to get his biggest payday of his lifetime, his whole career. Don't get me wrong. Terrence Crawford is going to get paid too. Even with that 40 split, he going to get paid. They could come to whatever terms. The winner get an extra, you know what I'm saying, 10, make it 50-50. Cool. Whatever the terms they come to is whatever they do. That's the politics of what they do. But it's what you accept. You don't feel like this fight is going to be Terrence Crawford's biggest payday?
And Spence ain't going to accept no tuna fish. Let's be clear about that.
Hell nah. He going to get his off top. We already know what he got going on. They got to promote the shit out of this fight because this pay-per-view is going to sell over 500,000 easy. That's on the low side.
Let me ask you this. If you know that your contract says that from the money that your side gets, so if he takes 40, that means his side takes 40. From the money you get, you only get 30, 40, 50, or even 60% of that. You're doing all the work.
You got people to pay. You got the network. You got a lot of people to pay. I understand that too. But so even with that 40 is what I said. This pay-per-view is going to sell so great. Like, even with that 40%, that 40 is going to be the biggest payday of his life still, even with that.
So you're telling him not to be Dave Chappelle?
No, I'm not telling him not to.
You're telling him go ahead and sell out because it's your biggest payday. Just do whatever.
It's not selling out. It's not selling out. This is a unification fight with 3 titles on the line. How is this a sellout? This is a pay-per-view with Errol Spence. Come on, it's not a sellout at all, sir. We need this fight right now for the sport of boxing. What do you mean that sellout? It's not a sellout.
Comedy.
No, this is something that needs to happen soon.
So we didn't need Dave Chappelle's comedy.
What I'm saying is, If you sign a contract,
why are we talking about Dave Chappelle? We're talking about boxing. We're not worried about Dave Chappelle right now. I'm talking about Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence making this fight.
Because you only
and
want
Terrence
to talk to
Crawford is
one
going to
single
benefit.
mind, and you're not listening even to your own self. Why would he sign another bad contract? That's a bad contract for him. Just because it's good for you,
So
you
be
want
a
to see
free
the fight,
agent then. That's
and
what you said.
want
Be a
your
free
boy.
agent then.
Listen,
Be a free agent then.
Again, you're talking over me. Again, you're talking over me. Again, every time I start talking, you talk over me. So
all right, go ahead, bro.
You use your bully tactic.
No, I'm not trying to do that, bro. With all due respect, I'm not trying to do that, sir. Go ahead.
Bro. I'm talking.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Like I said before, you kept rudely interrupting me.
My
Very
fault,
simply,
bro.
you're telling this man because my favorite fighter sells a lot of tickets and he has a better contract, then I want you to sign another bad contract because I want to see the fight. Forget you and your life and that you're fighting for your livelihood and your kids, and you're fighting to possibly get out of this contract that's been holding your career back. Forget that. Forget the fact that you're trying to retire in your next at least 2 to 3 or 4 fights. You said yourself you only want 4 at most more fights, period. Unless something dramatically changes. So forget all of that and what's best for you. Do what's best for people who don't even respect you as a man. Do what's best for people who don't even think that you have enough skills to be in the ring with somebody who said that they're not even 100%. They didn't even come into a fight as an A. They came in the fight as a B at best. And we think that this man definitely washes you. We don't respect you as a man. We don't respect your accomplishments. We don't respect nothing about you or the fact that you've been fighting and beating everybody who came in the ring with you like they were no one, no matter who they put in there, even when they said these people were supposed to end your career. Forget the fact that you've been dedicated to the sport, giving back to the sport more than or just as much as anybody else currently and some of the past people of the sport. Take the crappy deal because we want to see the fight. Take the crappy deal because I want my favorite fighter to get more money to go to sleep. Forget what's right for you. Forget your accomplishments. Forget your career. You've been messing up in your career. Go ahead and stay messing up in your career so I can see a fight for cheap. That makes sense.
You gonna answer, IB?
It makes more sense then. So you basically saying once his contract is over with Top Rank, become a free agent. If that's the case, the fight is really not going to be made. He really going to take the short end of the stick. Then he needs to sign with PBC and fight them fighters over there, bro. Mix it up. Even if you don't get the Spence fight right away, you still got Porter. You still got Thurman. You still got Danny Garcia. You still got all these other fighters he never got in the ring with. And he still got a lot of paydays. He still got a lot of paydays.
That's what paydays, but you say he shouldn't be fighting the easy paydays. Which one? Which one
what are you talking about? I never said he shouldn't fight. I say he's going to get the most money he ever made in his life fighting Spence, is what I said.
So how is he going to make the Spence fight in a place that is susceptible for him, that's equal for him, that's appropriate for him? If
by
he's
coming over to PBC,
because
man. Come on over here. Come on over to PBC. Come on over to PBC. Like I said.
What? For what? What does going to PBC get him?
I mean, just a little bit.
Listen, that's where man. Listen, that's where the 147 hitters is at to mix it up. He got paydays over there. It's gonna be easier fights to make. Ain't nobody at Top Rank. Ain't nobody over there. Ain't nobody helping him over there. Like Bob Arum said, he could have bought a mansion in Beverly Hills with all the money he lost the last 3 fights.
Anybody can say that same foolishness. Anybody can.
I'm saying though, you don't feel like he'll have a better career with PBC, Cer Sn. Let's be real. With
not
4
at this
fights
point,
left,
no, because he will put himself
finish off strong
at PBC, let alone everybody else who's there.
Lord, I'm telling you the truth. Listen, man, he needs to go to PBC. Go ahead, Asia, man.
For what? For what? You said yourself he will be under Errol Spence because Errol Spence is a cash cow. So why would he would definitely get 40, maybe 30 or 20% if he went to PBC now.
You said he'd be under him. I said he's still a champion. You said he'd be under everybody. I said how when he's still a WBO champion. He's still a champion, bro. He's still gonna be getting top fights. He's not gonna be under nobody. He's a champion.
How much Sean Porter get?
Let me just try and
Sean Porter can't sell a family dinner, man. We know we know what's going on with Sean Porter right now.
How much did Sean Porter get? He was a champion. How much did Sean Porter get? And Sean Porter been there for years.
You said when he fought Spence?
Yes.
He got $8 million.
So, and how much did Spence get?
Spence got like Spence damn near got 15 million. Go look at
that means that he got
them did good numbers. You got to find they did good numbers too. They got some back end. So I don't know what the back end was.
Yeah, that was a good fight. That was great promotion.
Either way, that was a 70-30 split.
But look what they doing over there at PBC, man. That's what they over there doing. Man, they over there making money and they making fights.
What are they doing at top rank? That's what I'm saying. That's a 70-30 split. If Bud don't even want 60-40, why would he take 70-30? They would put him in the same spot as Sean Porter. They would give him a 70-30 split.
Sir, if you under a contract that's going to give you tuna fish, how can you request filet mignon? You already under that contract. You know what I'm saying? So you can't demand what you ain't provided.
He getting an extra $1 million. He's getting an extra $1 million, and he's about to get out of his contract if he chooses to. He's getting an extra $1 million.
Which he should be getting his tuna fish, but he won't filet mignon. And just putting it in where we could stop using food references instead of the green machines and the Chini Americans and the leftover Kell Brooks. If he want the elite, the filet mignon, the elite, the Thurmans, the Porters, the Spence, the Garcias,
Porter
left over the PBC. I guarantee you get that.
Porter is leftovers. Porter's lost.
But Porter is still a steak. Porter steaks. I know you had one in your life before. So
he a leftover Porter steak. What? He leftovers. Somebody else beat him before, including Earl. So he's leftovers.
Well, you still got Thurman. You
Thurman
still
got on Manny Pacquiao.
Okay, but those are still marquee fights.
Okay, but he's leftovers. He got beat.
Okay. Tell us who's at 147 at top rank then, Cer Sn, since you know all the 147 big names and who's not a big name and who's left over.
I'm sitting here. Now you see how you want to change the goalpost? You want to move the goalpost?
Now, I ain't trying to move the goalpost. I'm just asking you.
Because very simply, you're saying that, Kell Brook was leftovers. He only got beat twice. How many times have Danny Garcia?
I didn't say he was leftovers. I didn't say that. That must have been somebody, right? I'm just saying, who at 147 is there for Terrence Crawford? Who at top rank?
Asian Map said that, right?
I said Porter is still a Porter steak and it's still meat on the bones. You
and it's leftovers.
Yeah, it's leftover, but you can still eat off the bone.
So again, he's supposed to get scrapped.
He said it's still some meat on the bone.
it is meat on the bone. Come on, man. You know it is.
Nah, I'm just laughing, man.
It's scraps left on the bone because he's been beaten. Danny Garcia been beaten.
This is just me hypothetically. I feel just this hypothetical. If Bud came over to PBC and they give him that Porter fight, I feel it would do good numbers. I really do. I bet on that. Straight up. It won't be that far. It won't be that far because first of all, Bud has a title. That's first off. And that's why I don't see how you fumble the ball on that, sir, because I respect you. First of all, I'm just gonna give you flowers, regardless of what our disagreements might be on the analogy of what's being fair in these politics. I respect every time you step on the panel. That's first and foremost. But if he came over there with a title, I don't see how you feel that would diminish his cachet. Whereas in you put it, he'll be under somebody. He's still above Thurman. He's still above Porter. He's still above Ugas. He's still above Garcia. The only person he wouldn't be above is Spence, which is rightfully so. He might make more money off those fights than Spence made off of them. He got a title.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of money to be made.
Porter.
Bottom line, man, going to PBC is his best option once his contract is over with. So
I would say that if he wanted to do something remarkable and be signed to somebody, I think he should be signed to Mayweather.
And where do Mayweather's fighters fight at? What network? What network do Mayweather's fighters fight at, sir? My brother?
What network?
Showtime, PBC, my brother.
And they fight where else?
They sometimes co-promote when they got to, but
exactly.
So lately,
co-promote, not the PBC, because then he'll be under PBC's tail, which will make him under Errol Spence's tail. And when he knocks out Errol Spence, then what? It's going to automatically, they're going to sign a contract saying there is an automatic what? He's going to have to fight him again.
Rematch clause. That's what you're saying?
Exactly.
I agree with you on that, and I feel like it should be a rematch. I would want to see that fight too. It's gonna be such a good fight.
Out, it shouldn't be no rematch clause. He ain't give Sean Porter no rematch.
What if it goes all 12 and it's a great fight though, sir?
He didn't give Sean Porter no rematch.
And what if Bud lose? You gonna want to see that rematch. If Bud lose, you gonna want that rematch.
Man,
I guarantee. If Bud lose, you gonna want that rematch, man. I'm telling you.
Stop it.
All right, man. All right.
If Bud lose, look. How about this? And because I don't bet, man. I don't bet.
Now we said something up. I said Marq Nash the Cash App. You said Marq Nash the Cash App. Then Marq Nash the Cash App. And then Marq Nash Cash App the winner. It's that simple. You know what I mean?
It's my beliefs, but boy.
But listen though. At the end of the day, as boxing fans, we're just getting that fight, we're gonna win regardless. But listen though.
But
if Errol Spence
let me be real. As a boxing fan, as a true boxing fan, but as an Errol, not as a boxing fan, but as an Errol Spence fan, I don't want that fight. And I'm gonna put my true feelings out here. I don't want that fight as an Errol Spence fan.
Because you feel like Errol Spence is gonna lose to Bud. I understand that.
Facts. And reason why I feel that way is not because of my quote unquote fanboyism for Bud. It's not because I'm Superman on the Bud Justice League. No, that's not why. It's because I've seen how Bud responds, how he reacts, how he fights better the better the competition. And Errol Spence right now, he needs at least 2 more fights before he needs at least 2 more good fights before he fight Bud, or he's going to lose badly. And I'm telling you because
some people feel Bud needs to fight Porter before he deserving of a Spence though. You know,
you said what?
Some people feel Bud should fight. You know what I mean? I mean that Brook, okay, that was cool, but some people felt like he should fight Porter or somebody like that before he was deserving of a Spence. Before he was deserving of a Spence, though, you can say the same thing.
Let's be real. Let's cut all the
BS. I feel like the Spence fight. I feel like he's deserving of the Spence fight. Look at all he's accomplished. I feel like he, skill wise, yeah, you could throw him in there with Spence. Let's unify. I want that fight. But a lot of people feel like he hasn't really fought nobody at 147. You feel me? But recently, Kell Brook fought nobody but Brook. Let's be real. Nobody but Kell Brook, bro. I don't want to hear that Jeff Horn. I don't want to hear nothing else. At 147, I don't care who he knocked out. There was nobody's. But Kell Brook is his only credible name, just like we gave Errol Spence at the time. Kell Brook, you know what I'm saying? But Errol Spence is still fighting Danny Garcia's, Sean Porter's, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna say Mikey Garcia because everybody talking about, okay, he's 135. Okay, cool, that's cool. But still, man,
he just
we can't even get that from Terrence.
He been in the welterweight his whole life. He just fought him now, and he barely beat them. Let's just be real.
But what about the before that though? But what about the Lamont Petersons and the Chris Algierians and the what about them though?
Let's be real. He barely beat Sean Porter, bro.
Yeah, that knockdown sealed the deal for him.
That's it.
It put him up 2 points. It put him up 2 points. It put him up 2 points, man. It put him up 2 points. Period.
That's it. So very simply, he barely beat Sean Porter. You think that Errol Spence fighting the way that y'all said some crazy stuff earlier.
Errol Spence,
y'all tripping,
bro. Sean Porter fought a great fight that night. Everybody don't fight the same fight every night. Like
Sean Porter, no, he couldn't fight that same fight with Bud. He get knocked out.
Man, listen, you can't say that until you see it for yourself, bro.
Sean Porter said
all you can do is speculate.
His toughest fight. Sean Porter out of his mouth said that's going to be his toughest fight.
Even the Kell Brook fight he lost to.
That's what he blatantly just said. Go back and look on his channel and look on multiple people's channel. He said the same thing. He said, but he saw something that he might could use to beat Bud. He might could use to beat Bud. But it was a better fight. He want that fight more because they seen what he'll do, what he's been in the ring with Errol. But what he do with Bud, nobody's seen that because nobody's seen him in the ring with Bud. So that's why he wants that fight. But very simply, he's going to get laid out. He said Bud is
fights, man.
You can't
count
really
on the fighter to fight the same fight every fight.
See that man fight.
And I feel that'll give him cachet if he do lay him out. So that he should go ahead and do that.
Y'all say he's his leftovers. That's what y'all going to say. You're going to say he's his leftovers. And I'll name almost
because I'm on record right now. I'm not that hypocrite.
He's leftovers.
But
Bud get in the ring with Danny Garcia, he will knock Danny Garcia out.
All the times you heard me speak, ain't no time you could pull up a soundbite that I spoke on where I done contradicted myself. So I won't start now. If Bud knocks out Porter, you won't be hearing it from me. Oh, but that Spence leftover. You won't be hearing that from me. You'll be probably, I can't say you won't hear it, but you definitely won't be hearing it out of my mouth. All I could do is salute him then.
And I know Sean Porter's a dog. If Bud knocks Sean Porter out, I'm gonna give him all this credit that he deserves. I want everybody that could keep winning to win. Like I want every boxer to win. If you can win, win. I want all the boxers that if you got the skills to pay the bills, then win. I don't want nobody to lose, but I got my specific fighters that I feel is gonna win. That's just my opinion. Right. With certain fighters, but if you're gonna win, go in there and win and show me. I mean, I just want to see the fight. But at the end of the day, I'm a real Errol Spence fan. Like I'm not a Bud fan like that. I'm an Errol Spence fan, so I'm going with Errol Spence. But I'm a fan of boxing at the end of the day, and I do want to see these fights. But with these two specific cats, I'm rocking with my man Errol. That's just who I'm gonna bet my money with. But I just want to see the fight happen at the end of the day. But I don't want Bud to lose, or you know what I mean. I don't wish no bad blood on that man like at all. Like I don't want nobody to lose. Like I want to see if you a winner, win. Like I just want to see the best fight the best. Period. Like, but Terrence Crawford ain't giving us the best fights, bro. With his skill set, with the skill set that he has, he's basically out there giving us, you know what I mean, what he can get. Errol Spence is out here calling out names, giving us big fights. He's giving the fans what they want. Terrence Crawford isn't. Terrence Crawford not giving you what you want, bro. He's not giving you what you want.
That's the difference. It's
when giving us tuna fish, man,
versus not.
Yeah, that's what he exactly.
He giving us tuna fish. We want porter steak.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he been giving us, man.
But if you ain't got nothing but tuna fish,
he ain't been giving us what the boxing fans what we want. That's why Errol Spence is a household name and Terrence Crawford isn't.
Sean Porter didn't even want to fight until he lost his belt. Come on,
but he want to fight now, so he need to cash in.
He didn't want to fight Bud until he lost his belt.
but he want to fight now, so he need to go ahead and cash
So
in.
now everybody's supposed to jump when other people say so. Come on, man.
But you just said Terrence Crawford said he only got 4 fights left that he want to fight in his
Okay,
career.
so Thurman
Or
want
if
to fight
something
Errol.
drastic happen. So what you think he gonna do 4 fights at top rank? What you think they gonna do for him if at top rank for 4 more?
Don't Thurman deserve to fight?
Shit, that'd be a good fight too. I wouldn't be mad at a Thurman. I wouldn't be mad at none of those top names.
Errol fight Thurman? Thurman want to fight now.
Shit, tell him to fight somebody. Shit, I wouldn't be mad at none of those fights.
Thurman want to fight with Errol.
Thurman, shit.
Thurman, why he ain't making the Thurman fight? Why he
Man,
ain't
listen,
making the Thurman fight?
hey, Errol Spence been calling Thurman out. Thurman wouldn't give my man no shot. Now it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. I ain't got no holler for you, Thurman. You ain't got
No, I
nothing.
think he's still gonna give him the fight. He's just gonna make him sweat it out since he made him
That's
sweat
the
it out.
same thing with Bud. Why you can't keep the same energy?
What you mean? What? Nobody's sweating Bud out.
Sean Porter want to fight now. He didn't want to fight until Bud got a belt and he lost his.
But
he didn't want to fight.
The different dynamic is Bud tired of that tuna fish. Earl still got filet mignon coming.
Y'all got excuses on top of excuses. Y'all don't.
That's not an excuse. You're the one making the excuse now.
I'm not
because
making no excuses, bro. You justify something that's not justifiable. Listen, we know what Terrence Crawford hasn't done at 147, and that's fight big names. Errol Spence has been fighting big names.
In the last 5 fights.
It's that simple, sir. It's that simple.
In the last 5 fights, after 20-some fights, he started fighting big names. He been there his whole life.
And now he got filet mignon. He ain't trying to give it up.
Yes,
he ain't selling for no tuna fish.
At the end of his look, that's at the end. That's like a man been dating. Look, he been dating 3s and 4s his whole life, and then he get rich, and now I got bad chicks now. I got bad chicks now.
I got a question though.
Oh shit, Marq Nash still in the door. I thought my man's went to sleep.
Nah, I just been sitting and listening, man. I made a sandwich and everything and shit.
He eating tuna fish.
Nah, man. You gotta relax. You gotta relax, nigga. Hey, man. All I'm trying to say is that one thing y'all said. My bad, man. I thought the link was up there. That one thing y'all had said about Spence not fighting Thurman. It's like that same argument can be for Bud not fighting Porter. Like, okay, you didn't want to give me, it ain't no fun when what you say the rabbit got the gun. So why they don't go both ways? Pause.
Once again, Bud is tired of eating tuna fish.
Bud is a champion making millions of dollars for fights. And
by
what y'all say, he fighting no names, making millions of dollars, getting them out of there, going home early. So
then stay. If you happy with that, stay with that thing.
No, he don't want Porter. Porter is not filet mignon. Porter got 3. Somebody said it best in the comments. Porter got 3 losses with no belt.
Was Kell Brook filet mignon?
Kell Brook
was American filet mignon.
Got a country with him, man. They bring everybody you said got a whole nother country, man.
But when they brought the dish to you and took that little silver thing up off of it, and
y'all
you thinking
with these analogies,
and they revealed what was on that plate, it turned out to be tuna fish. Even Bob Arum.
All I'm just trying to say is those examples are null and void, and the reason why is this: they didn't have a championship, call themselves his friend, and have an opportunity to fight Bud, and said no. That's all I'm trying to say, Asian Mav. Like, you can bring all it up. It's null and void because the point I'm trying to make is when the guy had the title, he didn't give him a chance. Same thing with Thurman and Spence. That's all I'm saying. It's the exact same thing, man. No matter how you bring those other guys in it who weren't champions, and giving each other a shot, like they don't even go together.
But I bet before 2022, everything going the way that Spence mapped it out, he gonna give Thurman that fight. He gonna give Thurman. He just making him sweat now because he got other options.
When he get knocked out by Bud, what fight he gonna get to who?
He's not
Say
getting
that.
knocked out by Bud. I don't know
My
why
man
you
said
knocked out by
2020.
why do you
Bud.
think
Hold up,
Bud
you
is gonna
said
knock
you ain't.
Spence out,
He
bro?
won't fight Thurman till 2022. Ain't
I
Thurman
didn't
the
say
people?
2022.
You just said by the year 2022. All right.
Well, could afford 2021.
No, it was 2022, but it's okay. So, cause all I was trying to think is like, damn, we gotta wait 2 years for that fight. So, you think Spence one of his 2 fights
But it
next
won't
year?
be no 2 years because this we only got about 3-4 weeks left.
I'm just going by what you said. So by what you're saying though, you think within next year in the year 2021, Spence will fight Thurman
Yeah, after
next
the
year.
Pacquiao fight, and then he gonna look over the landscape and then say, okay, I done made this dude, he standing back of the
But
line.
why
He's
not
up.
fight Bud after the Pacquiao fight? Asian man, what would be your? Why would you not want to see that, and why would you
I
accept
didn't
that?
say he. I say he got options.
But why would you, as a fan, accept that fighting? You just beat Pacquiao. Why not fight Bud for all the marbles? Why would you want him to fight Thurman for no belt? Why
I
would you
think he
want
will.
him
I
to?
think.
Why
I
would you
think he
want him to
will.
fight you guys for a
No,
regular
I
title?
didn't say.
I'm just throwing names out because you said the landscape. I'm naming what's in the landscape. That's all I'm saying. Why would
After
you
getting
want
a
him to
belt on
fight?
the tenth
And I'm
round, why
trying to
would you want
bag
him to
up to
fight
how
a
we got to this
Kawalowski?
point. I'm bagging up to first the narrative was just fighting Thurman. The narrative wasn't once he beat Pacquiao, what's next. We were just saying, what was the reason why he was making Thurman wait. I didn't say I didn't definitely
Hey,
definitively.
Adrian Mav, notice every time we talk about Errol Spence, it's always top names though. It's always top names.
Yeah, it's always top names, but we talking
It ain't
about
no
once
green beans. It ain't no Kavalaskis. It ain't none of those horn. It ain't none of
nothing,
those
no tuna
nothing.
fish,
Nothing.
no
It's
tuna fish.
always top names with Spence.
Always
No,
filet mignon.
it's
Always
yeah,
filet mignon.
only. But it's okay with Bud though. It's acceptable to have these tuna fish and these tuna fish sandwiches with Bud though. That's okay. But when we talking about Spence, it's only top names. Why not fight Thurman? Why that board? Like, come on, man. He's already done beat all these top guys damn near. But Thurman and Manny and Bud. That's it.
But I'm gonna answer what Mark
This is
said.
cats.
I don't agree with that, man. All these guys want super top dudes to me, man.
Man, Bud ain't calling out nobody, man. He ain't trying to
But
fight
He
he done
nobody.
did,
called out
man.
everybody. You talking crazy, bro?
Bud ain't trying to fight nobody. It's one thing that I can call out anybody. I could
Wait,
say I want to fuck
you just
Beyonce.
ruled it
Is it gonna
over
happen?
again. You
I
said he
be
gonna call out
they just
everybody.
said
You
it.
said I can
I can
prove
say
it.
a lot,
You
but
call out
is it gonna
somebody. You
happen?
said no,
What
I
I'm gonna
can
do
call
to
out
make it
anybody.
happen?
You
I
just
want $1
ruled it
million.
over
What I'm gonna
again.
do to make it happen?
But you right, cause Bud ain't even fought Kell Brook though.
Man, once again, you
Bro,
can't demand what you
that
want from
was a
man.
mental mistake, man. Come on, man. That was bro, you got me on that, man. Like I said, bro, that's come on. I know this boxing. That's a mental mistake. That's because it happened so soon. Like all these fights
That's
back to
why you
I
back.
gotta
know
know
till he
it,
got
man.
him out of there so
I
quick.
forgot
He
about that
even
boring
fought him,
ass
right?
fight a couple weeks ago. I forgot about
Because he
that
knocked
fight.
him out
That's
so
wild.
quick. He forgot. Cause you know what?
But best
Kell Brook
believe, man, I
forgot he
don't miss a
fought
fight
Bud.
night though, man. I don't miss a fight night or an undercard. Believe that.
But Kell Brook forgot he was fighting Bud too.
Maybe because that fight
And
happened so
when he got
that fight ended
knocked
so
out,
early.
he said, "Why is that man
I
so
respected
motivated?"
Kell Brook for getting him out of there. I respect Sean Bud for getting Kell Brook out of there though. It happened so quick. That's maybe
But
why I forgot
IB
about it.
was Kell Brook tuna fish or filet mignon?
Man, come on. I knew what was about to go on in that ring, bro. Like Kell Brook wasn't about Kell Brook, man. He went in there to, like I said, cash out, man. Like he
only
went
lost
in
2
there
fights.
for a payday, man. He went in there for a title shot and a payday. That was it.
He only lost 2 fights. So how is he trash? But Garcia is great.
I mean, Triple G and Errol Spence, okay. I mean, them is great names though. He lost a good name. He still fought
Exactly.
like
So how
too,
was Garcia? How was Garcia so great, but Kell Brook was so trash?
I didn't
They
say he. I asked him
Mikey Garcia never lost before that fight though.
What?
Who did Mikey Garcia lose to before Errol Spence beat him?
I'm talking about the Garcia he just fought.
Oh, Danny Garcia. Oh,
facts.
I mean, Danny Garcia is still a great fighter. I mean, that Sean Porter fight was up in the air, and the Keith Thurman fight. I felt like he lost both of them, but a lot of people feel like those 2 fights was up in the air.
JFL.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's about
JFL.
it.
He 39-0. Let JFL say it. You know what I'm saying?
And that's the problem with boxing right there.
But I feel like
Delusional fans, bro.
he didn't do enough in the Thurman fight. I feel like he didn't do enough in the Porter fight. You know, just that one
He said
tempo. That one
he
tempo.
said he didn't do enough. How about that?
Yeah. I feel
He
like
didn't
he
do
lost.
enough in the Errol fight.
But Danny Garcia still fought though. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he even, you know what I mean? When the belt was when the belt was up in the air when he fought Porter. You know what I'm saying? When Porter beat him, you know what I'm saying? Then Errol went and got that belt off of him. You know what I'm saying? Like he still, you know what I'm saying? They still getting title shots over there at PBC. Like they mixing it up is what I'm saying.
They
Like
fight with each other, man.
yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. They top competition. Like what is
No, they're
who was
keeping the
top?
money in house. You
Yeah,
not.
My whole point is this.
So come over to the big house and get the money in the house.
All I'm trying to say is this, y'all, because we need to wrap it up. At the end of the day, people want Crawford to fight Porter, even though he just beat the guy who beat Porter, gave Porter his first loss, which I just find, odd to say the least. But yeah, man, that's all I was trying to say, man.
But one last thing.
Like, why do you want to see that after you just seen what he did to Kell Brook?
But one last thing, Bud need to hurry up and put however way he gonna do it, because Boots Ennis is about to make a statement fight, so he's about to be in the mix up with he's about to become maybe y'all with PBC.
Who is Boots about to fight at 140? Is he fighting at 140?
I give him Ugas. Boots at 147. I give him Ugas. I think he's ready for Ugas.
For the regular, don't Ugas got the WBA regular, right?
Yeah, yep.
And Boots about to these big game fights. So Bud better hurry up something.
Brother,
and then we still got Ortiz
I said we
out
gotta
there.
wrap it up. Sir just banged the phone on me like, well, fuck it, then I'm out.
He banged up out of here. I
like, well, fuck it, I'm out. Got in the chat. Was like, all right, salute.
He really loved Bud for real. Like, you know, I mean, salute to my brother, man. He really loved Bud. Like, that's crazy. But,
salute to him. And once again, it's not a lot. We were just explaining.
I'm just calling it what it is at 147. I'm not really talking. I don't really talk about nothing else but 147. Like,
and Big Dog, and I'm gonna just say this too, man. I was a little disappointed. You at one point, you was like, "Hey, I'm not a Bud Crawford fan. I'm a Spence fan," and I'm thinking, man, if you like boxing, you gotta like them both, man. Like they're both great fighters.
I'm saying though, like I'm a fan of both. I'm just saying, like I'm more of an Errol Spence fan than a Bud Crawford fan. I said I like all fighters. I want everybody to win if you can win. Like if you really was listening, I said I want everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like if you can win, I just want to see the fights as a boxing.
I heard that part.
But if I gotta choose between this fight, like I said, I got Errol Spence. You feel? That's just my pick. You know what I'm saying? Like I really don't like predicting fights because it's a prediction at the end of the day. You can't factually never say, oh, this person's about to win for a fact, because anybody can get knocked out.
That's true.
But if you know boxing, you know what should happen. What should happen. You know what I mean? But you never know for a fact. Never. It's a prediction. Always a prediction. I know that part of it, but I got Errol Spence, man. I feel like he's more of a dog, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I respect it.
And I feel his jab always changed the momentum of the fight with all the fighters.
He that Red Boy Jocko Bolio Tombstone stuff. Like, you feel me? Crawford,
hey, man, I got Red Boy Jocko.
That watered down Frisco stuff. That's what Crawford is. You feel me? I just feel like he's more of a dog. He more of a better bred. He's a better bred dog to me. You feel what I'm saying? Like, he more of a tightly bred animal to me. Like, Crawford is a little bit watered down in my opinion when it comes to who got more dog in him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I hear you, man. We're gonna revisit this again, man. Shoot, we might do that. We might do the Crawford versus Spence debate tomorrow. We might do that tomorrow instead of doing that JFK thing, man. Because
I just want to see how
I don't know if I got the energy for the JFK tomorrow, man. I probably a topic like Bud versus Spence. I can just sit back, man, and let people just go, and I can enjoy the show.
Give her like 30 minutes, and then we'll hit her with the wrap it up thing.
Nah, man, y'all can go, man. I enjoy listening to different point of views too, man. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of both fighters, and I'm a fan of debate, and healthy debate at that.
Right.
Because boxing is the theater of the unknown. We do not know until we see the fight, so we got to see it happen.
Exactly.
Until then, man, we got to support both of these guys, because if we calling one guy bum and saying this guy ain't fought nobody, that kind of helps the narrative of why the fight won't happen or why they shouldn't happen. We should build them up. Like, that's why you hear guys saying before the fight, a lot of times they show respect to their opponents because they want people to buy the fight. You know what I'm saying? Nobody want to pay $75 if you say, hey man, I'm about to murder this guy. He a bum. He's nothing. Now granted, Mayweather did it early, you know what I'm saying?
But why haven't Terrence Crawford fought like a big name like these names Errol Spence got though, Marq Nash? Just answer that one time. Like,
it's the promotional company. I think
exactly.
I wouldn't be mad if he was to go to.
All parties have to benefit.
You asked me, man. I'm gonna answer. You asked me, I'm gonna answer. I wouldn't mind seeing him go to PBC. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing him do that. What I don't want to see is either one of these guys go up to 154 or one of these guys retire in 2 years. After 4 or 5 more fights, and they just go, hey man, I'm done. Because sometimes, man, we can push a grade away, like Andre, or injuries happen. You know what I'm saying? They could win, but still just got a career-ending injury, like Andre Ward. So we'll never see the Andre Canelo fight. You know what I'm saying? So some fights, man, we can let them marinate, but I think this bird has been marinated long enough. We need to see this fight in 2021. And yeah, man, I'll let y'all go around and get your last words, man.
But I just wanted to ask you, Mark.
What time I'm going to bed right now?
Sir said that Sir said if he go to PBC, he'll lose cachet. He'll be down at the bottom of the list. That's with the title. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I kind of got to disagree with Sir on that too, but I agree with Sir on the fact that it's no guarantee he'll get that fight, because we seen other guys over there can't get that, like Thurman can't get that Errol Spence fight just because he's on PBC, right? Errol said no publicly, so I get it. You know, he was over there with Pacquiao, and Pacquiao was protected. Who's to say if Al Haymon might feel the same way about EJ and say, nah, we're not going to do this fight right now. So it's no guarantee by signing with PBC he will get the fight, but what I can say is he will get more marquee names. Whether I think he'll beat these guys, that's irrelevant. I think he'll beat them, but they're more noticeable names, eye-popping names, even if they got losses. 'Cause that's my only thing is they most of them got losses now. You know, Thurman got a loss, Sean got 3, Danny got 3. Like, these guys are catching L's, you know. So I think it's not fair, because even when he to him as from a fan point of view or an odds maker, because the only close to 50-50 fight, not purse wise but skill set and perception, is Crawford and Spence. I think any of these guys fighting anybody else, they're gonna be the favorite. Like,
but how many L's did American have? How many L's did
I get it, man, and like I said, it'll be the same thing. It's not helping them. I agree. Like, yeah, the narrative won't change. You know what I'm saying? The narrative won't change. So,
and I'm not saying he should sign with PBC, like IB said. Then go independent and campaign for them fights on the independent.
Do some one-offs. But you know,
people. What is factual? You only getting tuna fish over there under that tuna fish contract. So,
and if you want to be a free agent, man, that's going. I'm telling you, he's not. He's going to take a super pay cut.
I disagree, man. It'll be. I disagree. I disagree. Hey, look, we're gonna real quick. I'm gonna let you go around and do your goodbyes, because that mic, I don't know if it's doing the same thing since I brought you back, but I can hear.
My fault, bro. My fault, man.
Yeah, it's doing that.
I gotta be at work in 4 more hours, but I gotta get up in 2.5 hours, bro.
Yeah, let's shut it down, man.
I'm boxing all night, man. I ain't tripping.
It's all love, man. Shoot, we can revisit this tomorrow, man. Tomorrow's Thursday, so it's like a fan appreciation day where I take topics from the panel or audience members or people who email topics. So we can revisit this tomorrow, man, because like I said, man, it's like the never ending conversation. You know what I'm saying? World Combat Sports just joined in. What's up, big dog?
What's good, man? I was gonna say, appreciate having me on, man, earlier. It took me a minute to get back on here, but you know, salute to Marq Nash. Keep on supporting. And those of you that joined the panel, you know, IB, freaking Matt, Asian Math, and Sir. Yeah, salute, brothers.
For sure.
Yeah,
Salute,
World
you
Combat. I
already
was
know.
like, this like the conversation that it's like the never ending conversation. But I don't mind. I'd love to jump into it with a fresh fresh mind tomorrow. If y'all up to it, man, we can have a debate again. Early wise, more of my boxing fans are online and up and willing to do it. So if y'all willing to do it, shit, I can do it too. But with that said, man, I appreciate y'all, man, pulling up, man. It was another good one. I'm over here
Man,
tired.
we was going for 5 hours and 15 minutes, man.
Yeah,
I
man, I'm
appreciate
tired.
you
Yeah,
having
man.
the panel open, bro. You know.
Hey, man, I understand, man. Sometimes you want to get those bars off. It's all good with me. Man, make sure y'all follow World Combat Sports. Make sure y'all check in with my boy IB. Every time you see his logo up, man, make sure y'all tune into that show because he's definitely going to be dropping some jewels. Shout out to Asian Math. You know what time it is when you see that king hat. You can find him by the dime piece. You already know. And shout out to Cer for pulling up early, man. It means a lot to me in the audience, man. Y'all have a good night. God bless y'all. Be safe. We're going to run this outro, 35 seconds. Remember, dreams require sleep, goals require effort. Go to marqnash.com and you can get some merch. It'll mean a lot to the show, but you can also support the show just by clicking the like button and clicking share. It really helps populate the algorithms. So thank you again for tuning in. It's been a double header. We did 2 shows tonight, a 2-hour on one topic and 3 hours and 15 minutes talking about you know who. Once again, all right, thank y'all again, man. It's your boy Nash. Peace.
This that squad side.